The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The players were fast and the play was furious at the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz in Zagreb, Croatia. It looked to be a topsy-turvy day at the top of the standings, with multiple lead changes early. That is until reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen shifted into high gear and reminded everyone why he is the best in the world, going an incredible +5 without drawing to blow past the frontrunners and claim sole lead. American superstar Wesley So is in second, with Jordan van Foreest rounding out the top three. The race is on. Can anyone catch the surging Titan? The final day of the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz, coming up next.
The stage is set for the conclusion of the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz here in Zagreb. The world champion leads by 1.5 points, but he has a pack of hungry wolves behind him. Can any of them catch up? We know that Blitz is a streaky sport. To find out, let's go to our studio in St. Louis with Miro, Yasser, and Cristian.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to our 5th and final day of live coverage of the Grand Chess Tour in Zagreb, Croatia. It's been great fun, but today we crown a champion. Hello from St. Louis. I'm your host, Yasser, along with Miro. Miro, it's been great fun. 4 days of action.
My pleasure, Yasser.
Yeah, and what do you think after these 4 days? What has stood out for you, Miro?
Well, while leaders were changing each other, and actually like very much the way they put it in the opener, Surging Titan. Surging Titan, yeah. So we spent those 4 days discussing with Yasser in great detail how the Surging Titan, Magnus Carlsen, was not playing at his best, right? His opening preparation was not good.
Lousy.
His conversion technique was not good.
Lousy.
But he has once again proved him the best player in the world by winning 5 in a row, and that was impressive.
Absolutely.
And in an interview himself, right, he admitted that, I won quite a few back and forth games, and that puts him in the lead.
Well, let's take a look at our standing, and we know who's on top. Who's chasing?
Yeah, who's chasing? Wesley So, who interestingly, he performs very well, but he never been on top of the standings, I'm afraid. He was either joined by Jordan van Foreest, who finds himself on the 3rd position, right? Oh, now he's in a bit of a shadow of Magnus Carlsen. So 1.5 points difference between Magnus and Wesley. And on 4th position, Jan Nepomniachtchi, who had very good Blitz tournament, but still quite a distance behind
Absolutely.
Magnus Carlsen.
And what are we planning for today? What's going to be our format and our schedule for today?
Yeah, so format, it's once again a full round robin of Blitz. So same 9 rounds with colors reversed, same as yesterday. Game will start every 30 minutes, every half an hour. 5 minutes plus 10 seconds, plus 2 seconds, pardon me, is the time control.
Right.
No draw offers and,
traditional
point count.
And in case of a playoff, we'll talk about that as we get closer. But in the meanwhile, we have Cristian in studio to tell us about our leaders and how they got here. Good morning, Cristian. Good to have you in studio.
Good morning, guys. Bright and early here in St. Louis, and the excitement is palpable. These guys have been giving us a lot of fast and furious action, but at the end of the day, it is Magnus Carlsen who is in top position going into the final day. And let's take a look how he, as well as his challenger from November 2021, got to where they are at this point. And we're going to start with the standings after the rapid time control. Well, Magnus Carlsen, you can see there, after a slow start, started picking up the pace. He finished on 11 points, 1 point behind the leader at that time, Jordan Van Foreest. Jan Nepomniachtchi, on the other hand, had a very rough, rapid time control. Only 9 points for him, 3 points behind Jordan Van Foreest. And let's take a look what happened in the Blitz section. After 3 rounds of Blitz action, Magnus Carlsen still in second position, but it was Wesley So who was surging in the rankings, 15.5 points, 2.5 points ahead of Magnus Carlsen. Jan Nepomniachtchi slowly but surely was picking up the pace, only 1 point behind Magnus Carlsen. After 6 rounds of play, well, nothing has changed in terms of where Magnus Carlsen was, still in second position, tied actually for second position, half a point behind Jordan Van Foreest. Jan Nepomniachtchi still 2 points behind Magnus Carlsen, but right now in clear 5th position. And after 9 rounds, this is where we stand right now. Magnus Carlsen is surging in the standings, 1.5 points ahead of his nearest rival, that is Wesley So with 16.5 points. And Jan Nepomniachtchi definitely has had a very good first day. 15.5 points, and take a look at that line score for Jan Nepomniachtchi in the first 3 rounds. Boom, boom, boom. 3 decisive games, big wins for him to start off day 4. After that, tamed the pace a little bit. A big loss against Magnus Carlsen, his only loss in the Blitz section so far. Definitely a beautiful line score for Jan Nepomniachtchi, but this is the story of one man, and this is the world champion Magnus Carlsen. After 9 rounds of Blitz, he is definitely setting up a fury pace in this tournament. 5 games he won in the last 5 rounds. Just Mr. Perfect ending the day yesterday. It was just incredible to see how the world champion is creating separation in this competition. And we also have our friends in Zagreb. Guys, tell us about the atmosphere there.
Thank you, Cristian, and good morning to you early in St. Louis. The atmosphere here has been absolutely electric, and you guys mentioned it. Magnus Carlsen has been the headliner throughout the entire event. Anastasia, we talked to him the first day he came here. He had this announcement that he was not going to defend the World Championship title. You thought he was emotional, maybe even affected his play, but he's in a much better mood right now.
Absolutely. First days he looked really sad. I don't know, not in the mood. But yesterday when he came here finally in the studio, we could see him smiling. He was happy. He felt like he had a really good day, right? And today we saw him even in the morning at the breakfast. We all know that Magnus is not an early bird at all. And he was there for the breakfast. He was laughing. He was with his friends. I think he's really in a good mood, and I think he's looking forward to win this tournament, but it's still not over.
Absolutely, he's in a great mood. He brought a friend and he's had a lot of fun. He's been doing sports, he's been getting up early, and he is in the mood to finish this one off. Guys, 9 rounds of Blitz, the world champion 1.5 points ahead. Let's see if anybody can even touch him in this tournament.
Thank you, Anastasia and Alejandro, and set the table for what we can expect for this round 10 of Blitz. Miro.
Oh yeah. So, well, round 10, as I said, it's the same round robin, but with colors reversed. So, well, reflects the first round of yesterday. Saric against MVL, Dominguez against Nepo, Wesley So is Mamedyarov, Topalov, Firouzja, and Van Foreest finally gets his first chance to play white against Magnus Carlsen. So this will be a key matchup, of course.
Absolutely, and Van Foreest lost twice with the black pieces. Let's see what he can do with the white pieces. And they've been fighting very, very hard these last 4 days. What are they fighting for?
Yeah, they're fighting for a chunk of money, right? $175,000 in total. 40,000 for the first prize, 30 for the second, 25 for the third, and so on.
Absolutely, and there you see Wesley So chatting with our photographer, Leonard Otis, who also mans the DGT boards, making sure the transmissions all work. And, well, final day of Blitz coming up. Early predictions, 5 in a row for Magnus. Can he make it a Caruana and score 7 in a row?
Well,
what do you think about that?
He could.
You'd have to start with a win.
Yeah, you'll
black.
have to. Interestingly, you will have to start with the win and follow it up with a win. You have to make it 7.
To make it 7.
Right, his next opponent is Westin Topalov. Magnus going to have white, so that's a very important game. First game, well, I wanted to say morning game. It's not morning for them, but still,
Afternoon,
right?
yeah.
You know, Blitz, I believe it's all about the rhythm, those long Blitz tournaments. So yesterday he was on a roll, so I believe he wished this tournament to continue to go on, right?
Right.
So today, even though technically he is still on streak, but it's a new day and it's very important to, you know, to have good results in those opening rounds.
Absolutely. Christian, weigh in. You think we're going to see a Caruana?
Well, this is the big one. I have a feeling, the game between Jordan van Foreest and Magnus, because these players know each other, once again, very, very well. At the same time, Jordan has been saying, yeah, I'm very happy with my results so far. I'm not very ambitious. That is nonsense. He is extremely ambitious. He wants to win this tournament as well. And if he is to keep up pace with the leader, with Magnus Carlsen, he needs to win this game. So Jordan definitely with the white pieces will try to pile on the pressure early on, but he is playing Magnus Carlsen after all.
There we saw the honorable opening move. I must say that junior player who did it, E2, E4 with
There's a lot of
precision,
energy, right?
Yeah, let's go. And Wesley and
here
Shaq
we go.
both appreciated the
This one
E4.
started with a handshake, unlike some other games, right?
Right, E4, E5.
Joko
and the
piano,
Joko
okay.
piano, Bishop C5.
And I think we've actually seen a Joko piano with reversed colors.
Ooh,
in,
Bishop B6.
Bishop B6.
in the rapid, right? Bishop
Ooh.
B6.
Okay.
Not D6, and now Queen to E7. That's a wrinkle.
Absolutely, very, very new wrinkle.
Now, I guess if you go D5, you either put the knight on B8 or D8. Is that it?
I suspect
yeah.
D8?
I think he's definitely going for D5, but then from D8, where is that knight going? Are you going to go to F7?
I think so.
It's, this is extremely confusing to me.
Yeah, that it is a confusing setup. From
And do we have
Magnus.
D5
No,
on the
I think
board?
he's going to go knight
Yes.
B8.
Yeah, I think knight B8. I mean,
And then D6 and knight D7. That makes the most sense to
funny
my eyes.
to
at
say,
least.
but just retreating to
Well,
the initial square seems to be.
Never mind. Knight D8 is on the board.
No, knight D8.
Knight
right,
D8
you
is
are,
on the
yes.
board.
Yes.
It's very
Absolutely.
confusing.
Absolutely. I suspect there's going to be quite a bit of maneuvering going on in this game. The bishop on C4, wrongly placed. You probably want to play bishop D3, C4, bring the knight to C3.
Okay, guys, but you want to go to F7, right? So you're going to play the move F6, but where is the other knight going?
The knight goes to D7 and to, wow.
D6.
I was thinking about this move.
Forget everything I was just about to say. This positional pawn sacrifice.
Okay, so
by
he trades and
Jordan.
goes knight A3, right?
But
Right.
it doesn't feel like it meets the requirements of the position. You like that. I know you like that.
I know, I love that.
But
Knight
it doesn't,
A3.
right? Because now finally the knight can go back to C6 or E6.
Yeah.
And when black plays knight F6, unfortunately, the E pawn needs protection. So
I don't like
the
this pawn
desirable
sacrifice.
rook D1, knight
Yeah,
A3.
it's honestly very strange pawn sacrifice.
Exactly, exactly. Here, the move knight G4 I would find very attractive, just because it provokes rook E2, and then when I go knight E6, don't go knight D2. This is a
Okay,
nice
he
way of doing it
starts,
as
yeah.
well. Because
Starts with
knight
knight E6.
Knight G4. Ooh, I don't like this.
It's just he's playing
I don't like this.
on the wrong side of the board also. He's not developing his pieces. That's a big problem, right?
Well, okay, maybe he's just trying to prove that, okay, you do have some activity, but your bishop on C8 is unlikely to join the game. Yes, maybe that's the point of Jordan van Foreest.
No
and then
question,
He's
he's-
going to push A5 if he's allowed to,
Right.
and then meet B6 with A6,
Bishop
right?
C7.
Yeah, he's
But that's the
banking.
problem, right?
He's
Now you go
banking.
A5.
Bishop C7,
That,
yeah, has to play A5, I guess, yeah.
Because B7, B6, and probably bishop. Whoa.
Rook to B8.
He wants to play B5,
The B5
in
in one go, like B7,
Right.
B5 is the plan, right?
Okay. B7, B5, and then Passan to recapture, I suppose, with the bishop. But essentially, the bishop wants to go to B7 to pressure the pawn on E4,
Knight A3.
Knight
I like this
A3.
move, yeah.
intimating
Aiming
that.
at.
Yeah.
Knight to c2, and then knight to b4, and...
What do you think about the speed of the play? Both players seem to just be hitting the accelerator here.
Yeah, but it's Blitz, yeah, right? It feels like he plays as fast as if he would know the line, but
Right.
now I'm looking at one Foreest's clock, it's 3 minutes out of 5. So
He
it's
spent a lot of
also-
time on d5, and then he spent some more on d6.
Okay.
So those were the two big moves.
Again, I'm quite skeptical of the pawn sacrifice myself, unless white, manages a very quick transfer of his knight to f5.
Perhaps
I'll
he
take
can
it all back.
restore equality, right? After bishop takes a6. Ah, but there's knight c5 at the end.
Precisely,
Yeah,
with the
bishop
fork
a6,
on the e4 pawn. So if we, excuse me,
Yeah, if we take on a6.
if we take on a6, after the trade, there will be a rook on a6, and it will be met with knight to c5, attacking a white rook on a6, as well as the pawn on e4.
So should we start with a move, a b4 first?
b4 to take away the square.
He played
He
knight
goes knight
b4.
b4. Okay, a5 is more or less obvious. Yeah? Did he know? He goes bishop b7.
I'm thinking bishop b7 just to attack the pawn on
Targeting
e4.
e4.
Exactly. Also, the move knight c5 was possible.
Yeah, so you
Yeah.
guard the pawn, you attack the e4 pawn.
Exactly,
Yeah.
that kind of
Fair
thing.
enough, but he also wants to keep control over d5, right?
Yeah,
I
this
think
way.
we see knight d2 on the board.
Knight to d2.
Knight d2.
This is where the move knight g4 and knight f4, a moment ago I had mentioned, there was always also this possibility of kind of trying to wrong foot the rook.
I think the rook has to go to f1 if you
Yeah,
Precisely.
Rook will have to go back to f1.
Absolutely, that will be the case.
And you would love to
And-
have castle already done so that you can play f5 and try to open up even
And
more
what about
pressure
what
towards
about
f2.
knight c5 just hitting, knight c5 just hitting the pawn on e4 again?
But maybe...
Don't play f3. Don't play
No.
f3. That bishop will be an ambush.
I like that move. And
Knight
by the way, just to
c5.
give you an update,
Yeah.
it does seem like Wesley So is much better against Mamedyarov.
Okay.
Okay, Magnus ends up playing a5, kind of pushing the knight to d5.
You don't want to occupy the d5 square with a pawn, though.
Yeah, so bishop takes, trades the knight, says, and now it's an extra pawn for...
And even better still, that king is going to be so
Okay, now
safe.
it's got to be almost winning for black.
The rook, the pawn on f2, as well as the rook are under attack. Rook e2 or rook
Rook e2 is played.
Rook e2.
Yeah.
I'm expecting, sorry about that. I'm expecting king e7 to quickly play rook and challenge the knight. Ask the knight what it wants to do. There
Yeah,
it
king
goes.
e7's played.
You better play bishop e3. Thanks to this pawn on d7, knight takes and knight c6 is not possible.
And you know what the problem is?
What's that?
Black is still a pawn up.
Yep.
That's a big problem in this position.
Even though it's a double pawn, that pawn
It
on
doesn't
d7
matter.
is useful.
It is such a good pawn, right?
Yeah, I
It
agree.
protects the king on the 7th rank, the pawn on d7, so you cannot garner any sort of initiative via the 7th rank.
I
the
think
king
it's-
is perfectly safe right now for black.
I think it's bishop e3 or bust for
Time to try to pull the brakes as fast as possible, right? And he
Jordan.
goes for it.
Yes, exactly.
So
But yeah,
take back
black
with
just
what?
captures.
The rook.
he takes back with the knight.
He
He's
took back with
gunning
the
for that
knight.
f5 square.
But b2 pawn is hanging.
Right,
Knight
but there's that
f5 is
knight f5
what's
check.
Kind of bothersome
I'm
a
not
bit.
sure. Why is it so? Well,
So you take with what on b2?
well,
With
rook,
right?
Rook takes.
No, he
He
goes
goes for
g6.
g6.
He just
Yeah, I thought
chills with
G6,
g6 for
yeah.
just the moment. But I was thinking rook takes b2, and I would probably be happy.
I don't think there's a good way to defend that pawn.
Yeah,
actually.
that's the thing. Like, how do you guard
Rook
it?
a2 is going to be met with knight c1.
How about knight c4?
Knight c4, rook c8. Rook
Same
h
thing.
He
c8.
goes rook takes a5, so now black can capture b2.
He has done it.
Takes, knight takes.
Exactly.
And now you see the usefulness of the
Yeah,
D7.
the D7
That
pawn is
D7
very much to the point. Yeah.
It's a pride and joy, I would go so far as to say at this moment. Rook C8, extra pawn. It's
Yeah.
almost feeling technically winning.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got to be. The position plays itself. I mean, you can return the knight back to c5 if you need. And
Exactly.
Yeah, but Magnus is not in the mood to slow play, right?
Maybe F5,
Rook to
F4
B5 was played,
on
but knight to A4 now? No, knight to C4. Magnus
Knight to
thinks
c4,
that
yeah, why not?
The rook
Yeah.
endgame is winning, which it is.
Well, the worst part is this pawn on D5, without a colleague to protect it, the king could easily.
Knight to D2, he's going to
Knight
E4,
to
picking
E2
up the
goes
second
to
pawn. This is
E4,
over,
right.
guys.
Yep.
King
This is
E2,
pretty
knight
much over.
E4, and it's
By the way,
resigned,
King
yeah.
E2 wasn't the best.
Oh,
that walks into a nasty 4. King
Oh my
E1.
goodness, you can actually resign right now.
Right. You lose.
You have to play rook A5, but then
You're
this
losing
is so bad.
the C3 pawn as well. Rook takes. Whoa.
He captures with the knight.
That's a surprise.
Wait a second. Knight E4 is beautiful. I was thinking of knight D1 with the same trick, but knight
Right.
E4 is even...
Very impressive as Magnus Carlsen extends his streak to 6 in a row. Let's jump over to the Wesley So versus Shakhriyar Mamedyarov game. Boom, 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 boom.
Wesley is much
Yes,
better.
Much
that's
better.
a pawn up, the 2 bishops, and a more
Everything.
active rook on
A5
D5.
is really tender. The A5 pawn, rook takes, and bishop B6, and just
Bishop B6, yes.
make a harvest of the queen side.
Wesley's looking good.
Looking
The
great.
problem is, once you take on A5 and you defend that pawn on B4 with bishop C3, I have A3.
Yeah, that's such a
And I'm
nasty
picking up
move.
the last pawn in the position.
True that. I once was victimized.
But now bishop E4, and we go into this
So
same
just
color bishop
captures,
endgame.
captures on
Exactly.
F5.
Bishop takes.
Takes on A5.
Bishop C3. With the light squared bishop, I was about to say A4. Your move A3 is perfectly wonderful, but with the bishop on C3 and the light squared bishop, A4. But easy winning at this point. Another game that's caught your eye, Miro? Because this game is just...
It would seem.
I think we should stay with this one.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Just
definitely.
because he's in second place. Wesley is in second place.
Whoa, bishop
That's-
C7, and there was a
That's a nice one.
slight hesitation. Like, I'm not walking into any checkmates, am I?
That is a nice one.
I'm not sure. Bishop
Give it a check,
C3.
King G8, Rook D8. Yeah, that's a beautiful one.
And now once
That's a
again,
beautiful one.
bishop to A5 and C3, and now
And
you have
just
two
get
connected,
two
pass
connected
pawn.
passed pawns.
Right.
Yes.
You bring the king
F3?
forward to D3, King F5.
No.
Well, the king's running after
I think
this.
F3 is a very
King's
nice
running after this H pawn.
Well,
But,
it's
yeah,
time to get the A pawn on the express.
White should be much faster, of course.
Yes.
Time to get the runners going.
Yeah, and that
There
was
we
it.
go.
Very impressive play. And you said Nepo?
Wait a second, Nepo, I think he had, well, close to decisive advantage, but things are not that sure anymore. Because Dominguez, who's pawned down, he managed to create this, the passer candidate, the H pawn.
The
which
H
shows-
pawn,
Which
which is the most
very-
dangerous for the
Very
knight
annoying to stop, yeah. where you have
Precisely.
The knight. The rook pawns are the most annoying.
Okay,
Yeah,
F5.
F5.
We expect H5.
I mean, you have a lot of options. You can take on G6, in fact. Yeah, bishop here, G3.
Whoa,
Is
whoa,
he
whoa,
on
whoa,
time?
whoa.
G2, bishop E3. Wait a sec. Knight H6. No, he's on time, right? I mean, you promote H6. Yeah. Knight F3, and then check from E5 and put the knight on
Exactly.
F7.
On F7, and
On
you
F3.
win. H.
Yeah, you
knight
give a
E5.
check, the knight goes to F7, you stop the pawn, and you still have an extra pawn on the other wing.
Precisely. B5, and let's go.
Knight H8.
That's funny.
I'm not sure about this knight H8 though.
It was a strange move, I agree. And don't think you want to go.
Okay, it's a little bit.
So you shoulder the
Yeah,
king?
he's trying to shoulder the king away. He's trying to shoulder the
So
king
king
away.
c3, king d5, that type of thing,
Yeah.
right?
A5.
Whoa,
But
that's
wait
a
a
strange
second.
move.
Wait a second.
Why did we do a5?
A5 was really strange, right?
I'm not 100% sure this is the greatest technique that...
Okay, the knight
No.
put some sort of a barrier, right?
yeah, because anytime you go
Knight
king
on F7
e6,
was a really nice one.
knight
Yeah, yeah,
g5
yeah.
check is the
Beautiful.
problem. And how did Saric versus
MVL finish?
MVL finish?
It hasn't. There we go.
MVL did win.
Just
And
finished.
we spoke about the 2 victories, pardon me, the 7 victories and 2 losses for Magnus yesterday. Ivan Saric was the mirror opposite. 7 losses and 2 wins for Ivan
Yeah,
Saric.
and now it makes it 8-2, right? So
Right.
Carlsen won yet another one, Saric lost yet another one.
Another one. 4 decisive games out of the 5 played, only 1 draw, and our world champion, Magnus, doing great. How did all the other games go, Christian?
Well, let's take a look at how Wesley got into that winning position that we moved to in the middle of the round. E4, E5 against Mamedyarov, and Mamedyarov opened up with the Petrov. That's quite a surprise. We don't generally see this in classical from Mamedyarov, but in Blitz you would expect something much more aggressive from such an active player. And Wesley decided to play this line with queen to d2, knight to d4, and long castle, preparing an attack on the king side. He's going to move the pawns down the board, h4, h5, and try to checkmate the black king. On the other side, black is going to try to do the same thing, but on the queen side against the white queen, the white king on c1, excuse me. h4, a6, h5. Now you have to defend against h6. If you allow me to soften up the dark squares around your king with the move h6, you are just simply strategically losing. You cannot allow that. So he played the move h6, bishop to e2, and by the way, Wesley was playing very fast up to this point. Bishop to e2 prepares the move g4, and once again continuing the attack. Knight to e5, and this seems to have been the big mistake in the position because g4 is still possible. Once you take on g4, I'm going to be able to go rook to g1, and then your pawn on h6 is going to be very tender. I'm going to pick that up, take advantage of the fact that the pawn on g7 is pinned to the king. So you cannot take on g4. He realized that and plays the move b5. Rook to g1, c5, but after knight to f5 and this exchange, now white has everything they want in the position. Bishop takes h6 is coming. I can also focus on the pawn on d6. That is a weakness as well, and this is exactly how Wesley so took advantage of his better position. Queen to d5, bishop to f6, rook to d1, changing the attack from the g7 pawn, which is finally protected by the bishop, to the d6 pawn. You have a lot of weaknesses in the position as black, and you cannot simply defend all of them, and this is exactly what happened. Take on b4, your attack is not going anywhere, and I'm picking up a few more pawns as well. Queen takes d6. This is where we ended up in the position, and the endgame is just simply winning. Now let's take a look at what happened in the game between Topalov and Firouzja, because Topalov, despite the fact that they ended up in a draw, Topalov had the advantage in this one, c4, and we got an English setup, bishop to e2, queen to c2. At this point, Topalov was developing his initiative quite nicely. Take a look at this. b4, trying to kick this knight away. d4 square is protected by the pawn on e3, so I'm safe on that side in that regard. And let's take a look at how you can develop the initiative. Bishop to b2, knight to d7, rook to a1, bishop to a3. This was the moment, by the way, when I felt like Topalov had the advantage. You have a lot of weaknesses in black's camp. This square f5, that's a problem if I manage to exchange the light square bishop, and he had the opportunity to do so with the move knight to d5. He did not play the move knight to d5, he played the move e4, allowing black to set up an outpost on d4 as well. That was his mistake. Knight to d5 would have given him quite a nice advantage. Opposite color bishops, but I have a lot of holes that I can take advantage of in your position. F5, also tender pawn on F7. This would have given white the advantage. After the move E4, nothing actually happened in the game. Alireza was back in play and managed to equalize the position. And we also have our friends in Zagreb to analyze the other games. Guys, what do you have?
Thank you, Christian. And yes, we had 2 more Blitz games. You guys caught the end of that game between Lenier Dominguez and Jan Nepomniachtchi. But Anastasia, what happened at the beginning?
At the beginning, it was actually a quite interesting game. It was Petrov defense once again. Nepomniachtchi played with black pieces. I think at this point it was really interesting. There was some theoretical discussion. Here, of course, you cannot take on d5 with the queen because bishop h2 is following. So Lenier decided to exchange queens and still managed to win this pawn on d5, right? So after all those moves, we see that...
He got the dream. He got the pawn.
He got the pawn. But now, look how Nepo played. I mean, from this point, I think he played really well. He really showed what does it mean to play against hanging pawns. Here, c3, d4 are hanging pawns, and he started to play very actively and threaten them with every move. And we can see that this rook somehow is lost a little bit after it moved to h-file. And after knight d5, you have to find a way how to defend this pawn. Rook c1 followed, rook c4, blocking those pawns, and then followed with rook c8. And actually, white cannot find a way how to protect c3 pawn. So there was some exchanges in the game. And Nepo moved the game into the ending. Bishop against knight, classical situation, and he showed really great strengths. It was really nice how he outplayed his opponent. Just moved, and I think I'm not sure about the move d5. I mean, obviously Dominguez was trying to find some space for his bishop, so he moved this pawn. But it turned out to be a weakness later on. After knight c3, you have to admit that one of the pawns will be lost, and you could see that in this position Nepo has a clear advantage. What happened later? It's another story. There were few ups and downs, and you could see the ending, but on the end of the day, he managed to win this game. So good start for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Which game you were checking, Alejandro?
I was taking a look at the game between Ivan Saric and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave because, unfortunately for the Croatian, when it rains, it pours. Again, he has a winning position.
I saw it. Crazy position.
And you almost want to root for him in every game because he's had great positions, he's played great chess, but the points are just not coming his way. And in this one, not only was he in a much better position, he didn't even manage to hold it. Ivan played this very sharp knight orf, and they got to this position specifically after the move b5. He had the correct idea to play knight a5, hit this rook on c4, and then jump to the c6 square. What was he afraid of? He was afraid of rook b4 and the weakening of the dark squares. He didn't want to have to play b3 and then weaken the entire diagonal. But it's all smoke. There is no actual danger in this position. The rook
Not
is
even
just...
Queen c7.
Because I still my move. Queen c7,
yes.
And I got knight c6.
Yes.
And just on time, the queen is blocked from entering c3. So this would have worked out. Instead, what does he do? He plays the move c3 first. And it looks great because you cannot play b4. Queen takes c4 follows. No counterplay. But Maxim is just an absolute magician when it comes to finding counterplay. Plays the move e3, sheds a pawn, a central pawn too, so that when the queen is on e3, it's not attacking the rook. And what happens? b4 comes, and now there's a real counterattack going in. The game went through a lot of wild turnarounds, but it remained more or less equal until the very end. And again, this is so sad because this one, they got to this endgame. This is a well-known draw, and it's actually not a very difficult draw either. But Maxim has kept the pressure, and has kept his chances most importantly. And a couple of moves later, Saric has made his defense a little bit harder than he has to be. Going to c4 was not absolutely necessary, but here was the moment of truth. Mark Dvoratsky's book, Endgame Manual, you gotta know it. You have to attack the rook here on c5 with the move king c5. He did not find it. He actually went king d3, which allowed the pawn to advance to the end of the board. And Maxim picked up an important point. Gotta feel bad for Ivan.
Me too. Yes, especially after yesterday's games today. Wow. I hope he will do better in the next ones.
We certainly hope he recovers. Guys, an exciting start for round number 1. But of course, it's just an unstoppable train of Magnus Carlsen in Zagreb.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for those insights, Anastasia and Alejandro. And let's take a look at our next standings first, and then our pairings. Miro, our standings after round 10.
do not change all that much at the very top. Yeah, so Nepo finally climbs to third spot. Carlsen
It's-
leading the pack with same 1.5 points.
Exactly. And our pairings, what's going to be our marquee matchup for this round 11?
Yeah,
I like the one at the top. What do you think?
Nepo against Samuel. After all, yeah, we agreed on Nepo having a very successful Blitz part. Right?
Exactly. It can't
he's-
be all
Right.
Magnus. We'll
Right.
keep him as our plan B.
Yeah, Mamedyarov faces Dominguez, Firouzja versus So. That's an
Also,
important one. That's a
a
very
nice
important
one.
one for
That will
both
be-
Firouzja and So. Of course, Carlsen will face Topalov, well, clear favorite if you ask me.
Right.
And one Foreest with white against Saric.
Exactly. And let's take a look at our Grand Chess Tour standings after the Grand Chess Tour in Poland, and we are now in Zagreb.
Right, so we have at the top of the standings, we have a player who's not playing in Zagreb, Levon Aronin with 19 GCT points. But imagine you win one event, like in case of Wesley So. Now, he
Yes.
wins. If he manages to win alone, he will add 13 points to his count. Yeah, so that's very, very
Except
important.
for Wesley, he happens to be in a competition that Magnus Carlsen
Yeah.
may be taking those 13
Oh,
points.
he's not on the list, by the way.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah.
Magnus is a wild card in this tournament, but he can, he can sneak those points.
And
from the other
Fabiano
players.
in third place there. MVL was looking for a very good result. He's kind of a bit of a laggard. He needs to really pick up the pace, but he did start with a win, and that's going to be very important. And back over to you, Cristian.
Well, I was just trying to look at this game of Van Foreest and Magnus and try to figure things out and see how he could have improved, Van Foreest that is. Of course, D6 was a big mistake. You can just simply not, it just doesn't fit the requirements of the position. Once again, the knight on D8 is perfectly controlled by the pawn on D5. You just play this move D5, you're controlling both returning squares for the knight C6 and E6. This is a perfect position for the pawn on D5. There's absolutely no reason for you to just simply sacrifice with the move D6. It doesn't improve your cause at all. What does improve your cause would have been the move A4. Finally, you're trying to take as much space on that side as possible. If you do play the move A5, now I can once again just play the move knight to A3, knight to C2, exchange the dark square bishops, and take advantage of the badly placed knight on D8. This is what this position is about. And we were trying to figure things out. How do you get both of your knights into play? If you play the move knight to F6 as black, for example, not here because you have to defend against A5, but let's say knight to A3. If you do go knight to F6, how do you get the knight back into play? You're not going to be able to play F6 and then knight to F7 unless you lose some more tempis. You go D6, then knight to D7, then F6, then knight to... It's just too much time spent getting this knight back into play. If you play the move knight to H6, sure, thank you very much. I'll take this one. I'll damage your pawn structure, and then your king is going to be extremely unsafe. So I'm not 100% sure what Magnus had prepared in this line is definitely an offbeat line, definitely gives white the advantage, but not with the move D6. This was just simply a mistake by Van Foreest. What do you guys think?
Yeah, well, it never panned out. I love these positional sacrifices when you have a big lead in development. There wasn't that big a lead in development there, especially with a pawn on C3. I mean, you can't go knight C3, knight D5 in a single leap. So it was just badly timed. Miro, what's our special?
What's on offer?
Yes, let's have a look.
Well, we have an autograph
Beautiful.
board.
Beautiful.
Some more chess.
Chessboard, yeah. So more chess, right? And as a thank you for watching the 2022 SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz Croatia. Enjoy 20% off all regular priced merchandise, including apparel, chess sets, tournament merchandise, with the code SU20.
I see the name of Anna Zatansky there. That kind of stands out. So nice, these commemorative boards of these major events. Get your piece of history. Very nice. 20% off. Dang. That's a good deal.
Yeah, so do you have any chessboards signed by someone other than yourself?
Yes. I'm actually a collector. I love chess sets, especially this Staunton design sets. I love these wooden boards, and I love getting the autographs of the players on them. In fact, I have a rather large collection of friends that kind of raid my collection, and it's a fight for equality. I love these mementos, if you will, especially from these great Grand Chess Tour tournaments. It's always nice when you have these, I want to say, autograph moments where all the players are sitting down and you bring them your books or your T-shirts or whatever it is, and you can get the players to autograph their photos. I love those moments.
Okay, guys, so who's stopping Magnus?
Yeah.
Is it going to be Topalov?
Maybe, but somebody's got to do it. Otherwise, it's just going to be a great fight for the second place.
Honestly, this is how it looks.
is
Right.
still keeping up connection with Magnus, putting some pressure from 1.5 points so far, but still putting some pressure on him.
Yeah, Wesley
Absolutely.
So will have a chance to play Magnus with white in the very next round after this one.
Oh,
That's going to be a big
So,
one.
yeah.
and that will be important. And here is our marquee matchup as we have a world championship finalist, Jan with the white side and MVL. on the
And I
black
have to
side.
say, Jan is a completely different person compared to the first day. After the Rapids,
Yes.
I mean, he was just in shambles.
He seemed
but
morose,
He picked
yeah.
himself up, and right now he's showing his best self.
Absolutely.
Okay. but
And they're
is it-
playing a very awkward, I want to say, Grunfeld.
It's a hybrid.
Yeah, but
Grunfeld Slav hybrid.
yeah, because this instead of knight c6, there was knight e4 as a major line, and okay, the players are.
There's also this old-fashioned e6, right, which
Yes.
was very popular back in the day.
Kasparov had made it very popular in his world championship match with Anatoly Karpov. And now, what do we think? The pawn on c6, a backward pawn, is it going to be?
This is still theory.
Yeah,
By far, this
Guys,
is still theory.
just know
knight
everything.
h5.
Knight h5, okay.
In general,
Give me a
white
bishop.
doesn't get absolutely nothing out of this. So I'm curious to see what Jan has in store.
Bishop to e3.
C5.
Ooh,
c5.
my first thought was that move wasn't playable, but there is if I capture on d5 with a bishop, you capture twice on d4.
You're
and then
talking to
e6.
MVL. MVL is a Grunfeld specialist,
Right?
and he's showing that right now.
He
If
played
you
it
take on
very,
d5
very
with the
quickly.
knight, I would assume you take on d4 with the pawn, right?
Yeah, I was going to take on d5 with the bishop and hit your rook.
He
Okay.
took with the knight.
He captures,
took
Jan
with the
captures with
knight.
the knight, but there is,
Okay.
wait, there is
So
e6,
is it taking on
right?
d4? And if you do take back, I will take back and then play the move e6, right? And then the
Right.
knight is
Pinned.
somewhat pinned, I
But
think.
there will be g4.
There will be g4. There's also e4 at that point. So you have some
Also.
options as white as well.
Exactly.
Okay, so I'm
Maybe we
right,
start
yeah?
with e6.
Pay attention to the names of. I mean, we are still in the database
Oh,
of
I see.
95. So Shak Mamedyarov, yeah, I thought I was wrong, but Shak Mamedyarov played it against Martirosyan at the World Cup
2021.
last
yeah,
year.
actually quite
It's a
recent.
World Cup, yeah. It's not your random online Blitz game.
That's
it's a
right.
World Cup game, yeah.
e7, e6.
That was
a
the-
little bit of reflection there.
That was the move in that game as well.
And knight f4 kind of looks forced, unless I'm sacrificing a piece, which I don't believe.
Yeah,
Knight f4 is on the board.
Yeah. Now, if you take
Yeah,
on,
it's an exchange sacrifice, I think.
I can
the
take-
capture f5. Oh no, he
take-
takes on d4 immediately.
I take on
Okay.
h5 now,
Yeah.
kind of ruining the pawn structure, and then I think I have to take the rook. Anything else, and I'm not happy.
Yeah, the question would
Did
be
he take on
how
H5?
ruined the pawn structure is, right?
He did,
G
he did.
takes, yeah. So now he takes the rook. I'm
I
guessing.
got to take the rook.
Yeah, but then queen takes and h4 next move. Like if is it really too bad for black?
Funnily enough, I was actually.
So you were planning
but
to
you
put
can
the bishop
play,
on h4.
You could play bishop h3 in the position with the queen on a8.
Oof, bishop f4, e5. Was bishop f4 any good? Because it simply looks like it walks into, into
This
a tempo.
tempo, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, at some point, no, he never took the rook. I was
He
about
never
to
took
say,
the rook, yeah.
at some point you need to take this rook to justify the fact that you've traded a B pawn for this pretty menacing looking D pawn. I mean, H4, H3, and I'm a little worried for white here. I think MVL has taken the initiative. Christian, what's your thought?
No, absolutely. He is taking over this game. Nepo is in big trouble right now. I can just simply play the move E4 and try to take even more space in the center. And at some point, one of D3 or E3 will come on the board, destroying your pawn structure or creating a very dangerous pass pawn. My pass pawn on D3 is already very, very far advanced. And I can also improve my position with the move that he just played, H3. I really like that.
Love this move. Alpha 0 move, H2, H3.
Yeah, the pawn to H3, keep that king in check all the time.
Exactly. Those back rank checkmates are a constant reminder that this pawn on H3 is an awkward one to deal with. Bishop to C6, as opposed to bishop H1. Maybe E4 will cut the bishop out of place. So,
well, bishop to C6 is also aimed to support the B pawn as well as to play against rook to E8, because we were discussing this avalanche in the center, E4 followed by E3. Now, without the rook on E8, it's very difficult to do E4 followed by E3.
Okay, queen A4. That was like through the magic of chess. This queen went from D1 to C6 in a single leap. Yeah. That's pretty
Somehow
impressive.
It feels like white improved his position.
Yeah, that trade of bishops actually feels like this white queen is suddenly doing...
Getting some white squares access.
Yeah,
right?
yeoman's work. And you really want to just simply capture that pawn on H3. Queen to D7 defends the pawn, like that move. Rook to C5. Intimating that the open file is a good one. Are we worried about the pawn on A2 or not? Moves like rook A6 and or queen A2?
Was already, queen E6 was already played, right?
I was a little bit, well, okay, A4 could be met
with
by...
queen A2 nevertheless. Right?
Yes, exactly, that pawn, the bishop.
A3, therefore. So queen from F3 guards.
Okay. By the way, guys, just to give you an update, it seems like Wesley So is actually losing against Firouzja, and Magnus is beating so far Topalov.
Okay.
Definitely having a much better position.
Whoa. So Magnus might be winning his 7th game in a row.
That's a Caruana, right?
That's the Caruana we're talking about, referring to Fabiano's great result in the Singfield Cup where he won 7 in a row. Rook A6, that kind of provokes bishop C1. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah. Just a reminder you have a king yourself, right?
And the open G file.
And he says, I don't care about my king. I'm going to pick up some pawns.
Okay, do we... No, there's not. Bishop F4, no threat.
Bishop F4?
Yeah, bishop E5, I have F6 all the time.
Exactly. Isn't it time that one of these pawns starts going?
Why not?
D5. Well, pardon me, D3.
D3.
On the board.
Goes for it.
D3
Let's go.
on the board, right.
And again, MVL is thinking that bishop E5 is going to be met by F6. I mean, whenever these pieces are around the king, you start thinking about moves like rook G7.
So bishop E5, F6 can be met with queen to H6, but does that improve my cause at all? Probably not, right?
Rook F7.
Okay, so takes 6.
At the end of that line.
Rook G4 idea. I like rook G4 idea.
You do.
So that, okay, maybe I'm threatening queen G5. I'm certainly threatening bishop H6.
Right. I
And
like
sometimes maybe even H3 pawn.
So let's go F5 now.
F5 now.
That
that is what he's planning to do, yeah.
He's done it.
Then rook H4.
Now queen G6.
Queen G6, and you're at
I'm
a
okay
full
with
stop.
the endgame. He says no endgame for you.
Interesting.
But the rook on H4 makes a kind of woeful impression.
At the same time, bishop F6 is always going to be met by rook to H6. So
that is true.
How bad is that?
as well.
The question is.
Okay, but rook to D8.
He's
and
going for
it. Let's get behind the passer. By the way,
not only that, but also defending against the check on D5.
there is a pin. You can't play D2 right away.
Bishop
But in
C7.
fact, you can. Wait a second. Nepo just blundered it. D2 is possible. D2.
Whoa!
Whoa!
And queen to C6.
Rooks are hanging everywhere.
That was a terrible move. This
I
bishop
can take
C7.
I can take this rook. I
Whoa.
can take this rook. But you were going to make
No,
a
no.
queen.
I mean, I thought the threat was so obvious. I made this rook D8, and yet Nepo played bishop C7.
As if it was so queen
Yeah. So the
takes
trick is,
A3
queen takes D1, and you can't take, right?
Because
so
the
your rook
king-
up, you would take the queen and
He's
make it.
done
in,
it.
Yeah, kind of
So
equal
you
material.
make a queen. I
Make
take
a
on
queen, you have to
H3.
take. Yes. Now you have.
Oh, he could have taken on H3. That
But I
was
can also go queen C6 now, I think. That might be a big problem.
No, but I was saying instead of taking the rook on D8, he could have taken on H3 first, threatening
over
the
there.
queen. That would have been an important tempo. The queen would have had to have dropped back,
Well, perhaps.
and
But
then
guys,
we
how do
take
you
the
defend after queen C6?
Queen
If you
to
take on
C6.
H3, I have queen H1 check.
Wow.
correct.
Wow.
So
That
I think it's just
was
over.
So rook takes H3 was a huge miss. I think you would still be losing material.
And now if I take the pawn, yes? Sir?
Queen H1.
Absolutely.
H1.
Absolutely.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
I just
yes,
wanted
yes.
you to mention
He
it
mentioned
once
that.
again.
Yeah, he mentioned it already. That rook takes H3, queen H1 is a showstopper. Nice queen sacrifice. You
And if
pick
you go
up the
F3,
rook,
bishop D4, right?
Yeah.
And that finishes the game as well.
and he's done F3,
He's done F3, but
you're actually
I know,
looking
wait,
for
bishop
something even more pretty than
D4.
bishop to D4.
I mean, you're losing the rook on H4 as well
Oh,
as the
queen
bishop on
C-
D8.
now you'll be
C2?
able to take. No, queen C2 wins, right?
Yeah.
C6 to C2.
I like
queen
it.
C6 to C2. White has no checks. Well,
he-
strictly only
that's-
move
that's
to
beautiful.
stop queen G2 checkmate, which is rook H3, and then bishop D4.
That's a beautiful finish. Very pretty finish.
Yeah,
And there's
wow, what a
handshake.
game.
Nice,
Let's
nice
move on
victory.
to Magnus, guys.
Okay, let's jump to Magnus.
Oh my goodness, Magnus is losing.
No.
Magnus is in a huge trouble, right? So he's even a pawn up, right?
He's a
But
pawn up somehow.
he's pawn up, but his knights are tied down to one another. Black has like a fantastic active position.
It's
and
the
it's almost a Zugzwang, right?
The two bishops
And king to G3 is coming.
that Veselin Topalov has made a career from. Check.
That's such a check,
King
but
E2, bishop. Yeah, okay.
I think
But it's
Magnus
not
really improved
exactly,
his position.
Yeah, like feels like
Beautiful
Topalov.
technique here by.
Topalov might have. I don't
And
know.
there goes the pawn, and bishop to C1. Bishop to C1 sets up king G3.
I like bishop
because-
C1 first,
Bishop
yes.
C1.
because-
okay. Knight D4. Yeah, but now those knights are jumping.
But you can take and then knight G3, king G3.
King G3. Yeah,
Who's going to be
just
faster?
going in. Yeah. No, King
No,
G3.
not that one.
Yeah, King
Vasily.
G3 would have won, right? I mean, he was
Yes.
afraid of losing the bishop, perhaps.
Yes.
But it would have won. Just take the G2 pawn.
Truly.
Now it's much more awkward.
You don't have king E3 is the problem. And by the way, Firouzja
Wesley
Well,
has-
another big
has
result, yeah.
beaten Wesley so.
Firouzja wins against Wesley, so everyone is beating everybody.
Knight A7, king F4, knight A6. And will this bishop be able to
No,
sacrifice
I think knight
itself?
D5, King F4 doesn't really help because knight D5 is there, right? And you're forced to go back. You're forced to go back.
So, king
Well,
F4.
I believe no, but I believe White is very happy with a draw. No.
No, Magnus has to be happy with the draw, right?
Well, he
No,
could have
he's
done
not.
it. He's not. He's clearly not.
He's not.
Bishop A7 to avoid
But now
the
king
four.
E2, wait a minute.
E2, G4.
Ah, but his point is the A6 pawn,
A6 pawn is not going away, yeah.
king.
Well, I
G3,
guess
King F1.
Topalov is
well,
somewhat happy with the draw as well.
H3 wasn't.
Why did he play H3?
Yeah, just keep the
No,
king
he
there.
just
keep
wants
the
Exactly.
G2 pawn.
I don't think you can lose this one, right?
Well,
I mean, you
I would have
can't.
played the
You can't, but.
No. It's
Draw.
a draw.
Okay.
But what a miss by Topalov, right?
Wow, definitely. And we have a remaining game, Shakhriyar versus Lanier Dominguez. And what do we think about this one? Also, quite confusing at the moment. What are the clock times of these players?
Believe me, it's seconds, right?
And this is one of those games that Magnus was mentioning that he was winning them, but they could easily have gone against him. And this is also one of those where 3 results are possible.
Three.
There goes, and the A pawn.
Might
H
as well-
pawn is
yeah, the
going
H pawn,
fast.
yeah, but it's also kind of a wrong
H6.
pawn or wrong bishop. If
But
you,
it
if
will
you
it
yeah.
will be defended by the
Bishop f5.
Bishop
Okay, did he
f5.
blunder this one? No,
What
but
a
it's a
pretty-
draw, right?
What a
Just
pretty move!
take, but just take. Oh, king e4. It was a draw.
And that last
correct.
move was played with how many seconds on the clock?
Well, now you've got to make
1
a
second.
check.
Bishop e4, king e4.
No!
Wait a second.
No!
Wait a second.
Who's winning?
Who's winning?
No, but no, yeah,
No,
he's safe.
it is a
He's gonna
draw.
give checks. You
Wow.
can't go to g1. Oof. That was heartbreaking. you
Yeah,
know.
and he shakes his head. What kind of move was Bishop e4, discovered
Yeah.
check? He could have played Bishop h3, discovered
King
check,
g3.
and taken the pawn.
Yeah, king g3.
What a
Okay,
game.
he can promote it as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what a fight! What
Great
a
fight.
79 moves or something. Yeah, 80 moves. Both
Bishop
laughing,
h3.
of course. Yeah.
A very, very, very funny moment. But boy, the results. We think that Vesel and Topalov could have easily won, but because of the draw, Magnus saved this draw. He's got a 2-point lead.
Yeah, he extends his lead.
And let's just jump to Nepo's blunder right here. He played the move Bishop c7.
Yeah.
The bishop was actually defending, guarding the d2 square.
D1 would have been better.
For
Take
example.
on h3 would have been better. Yeah, but Bishop c7, d2, and that was it for
yeah,
Nepomniachtchi.
queen is hanging, rook is hanging, and d1 is coming as well.
Not only that, but the queen on f3 was nicely protecting that diagonal.
G2.
And queen to c6
Queen-
is coming as well.
Hitting the bishop on c7, hitting the pawn.
Everything is just in the wrong spot.
There's Blitz for you, Christian.
What a fun game. But guys, let's take a look at what happened in the Firouzja versus Wesley game.
Yeah,
because
we didn't
haven't
see
seen
that.
one. And Firouzja took down Wesley in exemplary fashion. Let's take a look. d4, knight to f6, c4, knight to c3, and we get this nimzo, which is becoming very popular with the move e3. And after that, bishop to d3 or bishop to d2. Wesley, so actually with the white pieces, is also playing this variation. Bishop to d2, a3, the bishop drops back to e7. And this is the critical moment right now, in my opinion, because finally we got the hanging pawns. And this is what gives white a strategical edge in this position. It's very difficult to find for black a way to create the initiative. And this is exactly what Wesley struggled with as well in this game. And I have a clear plan as white. I'm going to open up the files for my rooks. I'm going to centralize this rook, put it on d1, get the knight to f4, and just simply target these 2 pawns, c5 and d5. Strategically, I'm going to have a very comfortable play as white. And Firouzja knew it. Rook to b8, rook to d1, and this is exactly what Wesley is doing in this game as well. He also missed the fact that, yes, there's a pawn on h7, and you should probably defend it. He did not. He played the move knight to a5, and after bishop to h7. Not only that you're losing some pawns in the center, the pawn on d5 specifically, but also your king becomes extremely weak. And, well, unfortunately for him, nothing could have saved him after that beautiful sacrifice. Bishop takes g6, and after knight to e5, you just simply don't have enough pieces around your king. I'm going to take my piece back with dividends because I also have 3 pawns extra in the position. This is it. Game over, and Wesley is losing his 2nd game of the tournament. Quite impressive by Ali Reza. Van Foreest, also a big victory against Saric to keep him in contention, not within striking distance, but he's definitely keeping contact with that 3rd and 2nd position. Let's see how he got the win. e4, c5, knight to d4, and this early bishop to c4, which transposed into a Sozin later on. Knight to c3, knight to c6. And a funny moment came at this point after a5, bishop to f1, queen to c7. check this move out. Bishop to a7. I think he wanted to play bishop to b6, and he just like moved it one step further than anticipated. It makes no sense, right? Why would you play bishop to a7? And he realized that later on, and he played bishop to b6. Okay, let me get back to b6, where I wanted to put that bishop first. Still white with a slight edge in the position, g3, setting up this pressure on the long diagonal, on the weaknesses in black's position. That is the pawn on b7. And with an open center like this, we definitely prefer the bishop over the knight. Rook to c5, bishop to g2, c3, h5. Black is trying to create something on the king side. At the same time, I really like this move, rook to a4, setting up this idea of rook to b4, attack the pawn on b7, but also keeping an eye on the king side, potentially rook to h4, and create some attacks against the king. And at this point, this endgame was just simply much better for white, and he went on to win. Knight to d5, and after bishop takes d5, g6 was a mistake. Queen to e7 would have finished the game instantaneously, setting up this pressure on the 7th rank. Rook to b7, followed by g6, the same idea. Beautiful game by Van Foreest. And guys, in Zagreb, what games did you have your eyes on?
Well, thank you, Christian. We had our eyes on actually the two draws that we have in today's round, but they were very fighting draws. Anastasia, take us through yours.
You were checking the ending of the game between Mamedyarov and Dominguez, and actually I must tell you, I was in the playing hall at this moment, and all players were following. Magnus Carlsen just finished his game, and he was standing there, and all of them started to laugh, especially at the moment when bishop b4 was played in the board. Mamedyarov was laughing himself, Magnus was laughing. I mean, everybody realized, I mean, that it's just kind of blunder, right? I mean, just take my bishop, yes. So, but before that, I mean, it was of course a pretty tense theoretical battle in English opening, and definitely players knew a lot. And then after they exchanged all the pieces, more or less, I mean, of the board, actually they had very, very interesting ending. I mean, it's knight against bishop to rooks, and look what happened. Actually, after e4, this knight is on f3. We know that if the knight comes on the sort of 6th rank, it cannot be bad. But look how Mamedyarov, first of all, got rid of this knight. He played this bishop g4, telling him to go away, and then arrested the rook on a8 by playing bishop c8. And now,
cool move.
yes, actually, now if you play b6, then bishop b7, threatening e4 pawn, and rook a8 follows. So after that, I mean, black had to play move rook b3, and then, okay, I mean, this ending, I mean, really, we can analyze it forever. There were so many ups and downs, but what happened clearly that after some unnecessary moves, we got to this position, and you can see even from where the king stands, we can understand that this position is better for white. I mean, white, if he managed to play e5 at a certain point, he will do really great. So, but still, you had to play very precisely. Don't forget, we have Blitz event. Yeah. So at the same, so many things were happening. I mean, knight d3 maybe was unnecessary, moving the knight from the center because actually nobody was threatening. So this ending was really interesting. Let's go maybe to one of those moments, critical moments, when white played this move bishop f5. Once again, he probably had to try to get rid of this knight, yes, and play something like, or move the king forward, like king d5, and then actually black has no moves.
No moves, right?
Yes. Yes, either way, like at the knight d3, maybe like bishop f5 now, you know, to make sure first that the knight goes out from here. I mean, there were many details, but what happened we could see at the end. I mean, it was really crazy and intense. Yes, what about you, Alejandro? Which game you were looking?
I had my eyes on the world champion. Of course, he's the leader of the tournament. He was playing against Westin Topalov, and you think, Magnus in shape with white against Westin? People are not even watching this game. But lo and behold, it was actually Magnus that saved this one. The opening started exactly how you would expect. Magnus, with a blistering start, won a pawn as early as move 12 in an endgame already. Look at this, a Sicilian endgame. I took the pawn on d6 basically for free. And, well, people started to lose interest in the game. They started to look at the other games. We had this fantastic battle with the two queens. So a lot of things to see. And then as the games progressed, things got more and more complicated for Magnus, until I believe he started overestimating this position. We got this position with the two bishops against the two knights, but an extra pawn for white. It looks like white still has the advantage, but actually you have to be a little bit careful. The two bishops are very powerful, and this structure with e4, f3, g2, and h3 are all on light squares, which means that the penetration of the king is possible via the dark squares. And that's exactly what happened. Look at this king race into the position after a couple of trades of the pawns. The computer already thinks that black is winning in this position, despite the fact that white is up a pawn. Look, king e5. Boom, king f4. And here at this point, you can even continue with the move king g3. There's nothing stopping Topalov from going in. And his refusal to go king g3 in this position and in a later position, let me show you, is what cost him the half point, because Westin had this wrapped up and ready to go. Check it out. Despite the fact, again, that he's down a pawn, these bishops are absolutely dominant. Bishop e3, perhaps not the best move, but take a look at this instance right here. Let's fast forward a little bit. He got his pawn back. And here you have a choice. You can take on e4, which is a pawn, but you can also just go king g3. Yes, there is a knight fork. Knight e2 check, picks up the bishop. Who cares about the bishop? King takes g2, knight takes c1. You can even take on h3. The move g4, of course, wins, but king takes h3 is the cleaner version. These pawns simply promote. No way that a knight alone is going to stop them, and that would have been an easy victory. Westin also had an extra minute compared to Magnus Carlsen, and at this moment, you know, chess players, they're like vultures. The moment that you see the world champion losing, they started to crowd around his board. You saw Alireza finish his game, started to look at Magnus's board. Wesley finished his game, started to look at Magnus's board. When Foreest had finished early, he just stayed there and watched the entire time until Magnus was finished. But what a save by Magnus, because after knight takes e6, bishop e3 was a decisive mistake, not losing the full point, but losing the half point, because after knight c7, black is getting a little bit of trouble because knight takes a6 is coming. There is a passed b pawn, and suddenly it's a 3-result game actually. But the game finished with its logical conclusion in a draw after the pawns were simply traded off. And of course, one pawn alone is simply not going to win this one. A little bit lucky for Magnus Carlsen, but also lucky the fact that his closest rivals are not doing so well. Wesley losing to Alireza means that it's a 2-point advantage for the world champion in Zagreb. It's just becoming bigger and bigger. 7 rounds to go. I don't think anybody's going to come close to touching Magnus in this tournament.
Absolutely. Actually, I was recording the video while all the players were gathering around the game between Magnus and Westin, so you can watch them in Instagram.
Absolutely. Follow us on Instagram. We're going to take a short commercial break. We'll be right back with round number 3 from the Westin Zagreb.
after 2 rounds of Blitz. These are our current standings, Miro.
Yeah, well, it seems everything goes Magnus's way, and the moment when he slowed down, even more so did his rivals, right? So Wesley loses, Jan Nepo loses, and it's 2 points between Wesley and Magnus, and I think, yeah, that's the big game for Wesley. We kept talking how many more rounds left, but it's not that many, and maybe that's the last chance to stop Magnus by winning the game against him. That's the game we'll be following closely. Wesley saw against Magnus Carlsen.
And they have started. Whoa, is it a Scotch defense? Sure looks that way.
4 knights D4 is Polito or whatever, yeah, Scotch.
If Wesley wants to stop Magnus, this is it.
Yeah, he's got it.
He needs to win.
He needs a result, no question about it. And with this move, Castles is basically not
Wait a second.
doing
did
this.
He left the...
Well, I mean, I think it was a
He left
very
the-
deliberate pawn sacrifice.
No, I meant Wesley himself. He left the chair,
jacket.
which is not very often in Blitz, you know.
I think he just put the jacket away.
Yeah, Bishop takes.
Still sporting his
with
pink
all this
sweatshirt.
It's all this excitement that we were talking about this game. I'm afraid
this is the
it's
game
one
of
very
Karyakin,
long,
right?
drawish line, yeah.
This is the
Right.
game of Karyakin that he won
Not-
with the white pieces.
Yeah, not only that, Karyakin won against Vidit, and this is kind of what gave birth to this variation, right? But
Yeah.
then there were quite a few games, and I believe by now, Black
They
has
knows
to know
what to
how
do.
to make
Yeah,
a draw.
yeah. Bit surprising, right?
For Wesley,
From
definitely.
Wesley, yes.
As white. So break it down. I mean, obviously it's a very tepid position, dry ending, but Wesley is for choice. And if I had the move Rook B8, it would be game over. But unfortunately, there's a
Yeah.
checkmate. So all I have to
think
do is sidestep the back rank mate and threaten Rook B8.
Right, so it's either F3 or H3, something like that, and you're
So-
threatening Rook B8, yeah.
H4, in
And,
fact, instead of
H4 was played,
H3
yeah.
or F3. And again, I'm threatening Rook B8 wins. So I
So
assume
Bishop has to, King F8, yeah, King F8 is possible, in fact. Rook
Okay.
B8, King E7, I'm
and
just
then
like
Rook A8.
A6. And then
Okay, then
King
you
to-
can't move.
King to D6, Bishop B7. Yeah, you're right, then I can't move.
So Rook
Oh, wait a
B8 is
minute.
attractive.
No. But if you go Rook B8, King E7, Rook A8, I have Bishop D7, right?
Bishop
Bishop to D7.
D7.
Bishop's absolutely right, and then you will have to trade the
trade
roads.
everything, in fact, I would have
Yeah.
to do.
And I think I'm okay with that.
Absolutely.
So Rook B8, King E7.
Magnus doesn't seem bothered at all.
No,
No, in fact, it looks like...
He's pretty happy with this position.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Exactly.
I mean, this line it was considered to be a little bit tricky if Black doesn't know it, but by now they've already figured out what the exact moves over there.
Taking a different approach, instead of going for the pin on the 8th rank, maybe a little
D3.
oscillation along the 3rd.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the Magnus board, but let's contrast it with the
Okay.
a board full of pieces on one side of the table. And
Yeah. I have, Topalov and Foreest open on my screen, and they've only exchanged one couple of pawns.
I tell you what, I mean, this is a dry ending for us. Let's go and find where some action is. Take us, Miro. Where would you like to take us?
Let me see. Dominguez, Firouzja. Well, I don't know. A lot of stuff on the
How
board.
about
of course.
MVL?
MVL might be.
Yeah, versus Shakriar.
Yeah, MVL versus Shakriar.
Okay, we just saw this last move, Queen D3 by MVL, eyeballing this pawn on A6. This looks like it comes from a very topical line of the Rui Lopez with Bishop C5, and White's playing for the pawn. Bishop takes A6. Christian, what does Shakriar have to do?
That is a good question, to be honest. I wasn't watching that game.
Sorry.
as much. It does seem like white is definitely nursing a slight advantage. But you can counter this idea of bishop takes a6 maybe with creating your own target on d4. So you have to take on d4 first.
Take on d4.
Take on d4, take on d4, and maybe you can continue that with c5, taking advantage of the fact that there is a pin you cannot
Yeah,
take
there
back
is
on
no
c5.
d5, there is no d6.
It's still white who is for choice. That is for
But
sure.
once you play the move c5, I mean, that bishop on a7 is crying.
And he
Yeah,
did
but
take
you'll
on
take on
d4.
d4 very next move, perhaps, right?
I will take on d4, yes.
No.
So e takes,
take
c
takes.
yes, c5.
It's happened. If you play c5, I'll play e5.
Ah, you want to play e5.
And then what if I take back?
Yeah, you take everything, and that bishop on a7. So I've got a check.
Yasser is a man of culture. I have to say. I really like this. I really like this setup.
This bishop on a7 is really bugging me.
Okay.
c5 is a challenging move, but if it doesn't pan out, that bishop on a7 is toast.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, since you've captured on d4, I think you have to go for c5. because
You're kind of
otherwise-
committed,
yeah.
right?
Otherwise
Ooh,
okay, knight
h4.
h4. But this we can simply trade, it seems.
Well, it seems like e pawn is, I mean, the desirable bishop e3, so we can ends up just leaving the e pawn on pre.
But can you take the e pawn though?
I beg your pardon?
Can you take the e4 pawn after bishop e3? I'm not so sure, Yasser, because queen takes, it's bishop d2 you are running into, or something of that nature, or even, yeah.
Okay.
And rook takes, I'm afraid bishop g5 might work.
Bishop g5.
Yeah, so if bishop e3, rook takes e4, and even bishop g5 might work. For
Well, I mean, the problem with bishop takes a6 and capturing that is that the d4 pawn is hanging, which is why I wanted to play bishop
Yeah,
e3.
bishop e3
If it turns
would
out the e pawn is untouchable, he has played rook a2,
rook a2
which
to e2 perhaps, yeah, but that slows him down quite a bit.
exactly. Well, let's just return to our marquee matchup between Wesley and Magnus because, well, maybe Magnus. No,
It's for choice. I mean, he picked up the pawn on h4.
Wait,
Now he's
yeah.
probably going to pick up the c pawn.
How did that happen? So when we left it, we thought it was so dry, there was nothing to discuss.
It's the Magnus magic.
Yeah, well, he
The
captured the
Magnus-
h4 pawn.
He
Yeah.
sure did. And rook a8?
Look, you should still be able to make a draw in this position.
I understand.
Once you
but
take on c2, we exchange that, and the 3 versus 2 on
Wait a
the
second.
king side.
Am I kind of forced to take a h5? Magnus, just go h5.
And he goes
Get
for
rid
it.
of whatever it was on the board and
we
go
got
h5.
a little fluff.
So
but
h4, you know, kind of
At some
put
point, you
the
have to
king
play
in the
bishop
box.
b3, right? Bishop b3 and force the trade of those bishops.
Well, indeed, the whole plan of rook a8 is based on the idea
Wait a
that we're going
second.
to rush the a pawn.
But rook on a8, isn't it kind of an unlucky piece? Because, okay, he goes with a check. I was thinking bishop b3, then h4 check happens, and you can't go to f3 because bishop check take the rook.
Right?
So therefore, he starts with a check on e8.
Okay.
Okay, king f6, I wonder.
King f6, bishop b3.
Yeah, and I still want to come with a, like h4 check,
But
perhaps. Okay, we'll see.
Bishop
We'll see.
b3.
Bishop to b3, yeah, seems pretty logical.
Straightforward. Now, if you do play h4 check and I move my king, let's say to h2, I've given rook e2 as a way of protecting the pawn on, and he's
Okay,
started-
for now, Magnus simply plays rook c5.
not a strange move to my eyes. It doesn't. You didn't play h4 and with a check, and you didn't give a check on c3 and trying to win the pawn. So I have rook e2 as well as a4
Yeah, I think a4 should be good enough, right?
for a draw.
So
Yes.
give the c2 pawn, yeah, then eventually exchange your passed pawn for black's c7 pawn. And
I'm just thinking rook e2. I'm slightly
rook
better as
e2.
white,
As what?
I'm the one with the pass pawn.
But it's not going too far, right? With your rook being on e2. But like, Magnus gonna go g5, rook e1.
Well, the problem is right now you're starting to see ghosts as white, and that is the problem. You also have only 55 seconds.
Can I take the c2 pawn, by the way?
You can. You have rook g5 at the
Rook
end.
c1, yeah, rook g5 check.
I have missed rook g5, by the way. I'm not sure Wesley hasn't either. Although, again, that's a draw.
Yeah, I mean...
3 versus 2, easy draw for white. But rook e1, strange move. Rook e2, defending the pawn.
Well, the thing is, if you do want to pick up a pawn, probably now is the time. Just take on c2 and play that endgame.
He's done it. Rook c1, I expect. Or, yeah.
Rook
g1,
g5.
check on g5.
Where do you put the king now? You probably hide it on h2, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably go to h2. Right, and then Magnus trades, and we will end up in 3 versus... And now he has c5.
But c5, rook c4.
Rook c4,
rook
b4.
c4.
Rook
And
c4,
b4.
You can't really avoid the trade. Yeah,
No.
yeah.
f3,
f3.
or king g1 if you want to be super safe.
F3 is pretty safe. He wasn't sure. He really wasn't sure. That was kind of a funny moment there by Wesley.
Yeah, okay. So
I don't think Wesley...
Unless something like crazy happens there.
This should be a complete
should
draw.
be
Let's go back
easy
to
draw.
which game that we have kind of put our little action.
Well, I want to say, let's go back to Nepo versus Saric. Saric versus Nepo in that regard. Because Nepo might be cutting the lead if he wins this one. Not by much, half a point, but still, that's an improvement.
Ivan Saric with the white pieces. Gosh, this looks like another one of those Petrov defenses that has gone swimmingly well.
By the way, that last move was made with 1 second on the clock.
So Saric.
Quite impressive.
Wait a sec, king on f5. Yeah, rook f1 is important, right? So
Just to
rook A1.
disturb, and rook a1.
rook a1,
There's going to be a pawn we check.
king f3.
Do you have
there
any
some
checkmates?
Yeah, so that's the question. I mean, yeah,
No.
okay, we capture rook d8,
King e6.
king e6. Yeah, back to e6.
And we're
You can
very
play
safe.
bishop e7. It feels a bit awkward, but yeah, king d7 is fine.
And now the bishop defends the a pawn, so we can
What's the
actually...
material? We actually have 2 extra pawns, right?
And he's
extra
keeping
pawns.
both of them.
King g3.
Let's go rook to c2.
Meanwhile,
By the way,
MWL won against Shah Mamedyarov.
Aha, that was
So
the
still
game,
in
I
progress,
think
Dominguez against Firouzja and
A2.
Topalov
A2?
against Foreest.
Wow, how could you not play a2 there?
why not put the
Wow,
pawn on a2?
he-
That's a good question.
Wow.
He likes this one. He simply likes this
And,
one.
it's
good enough.
convincing enough, yeah.
Good enough.
Good enough.
Ali Reza.
Ali Reza wins against
wins-
Lenier.
Yes, with the black piece. Pieces Wesley, back to Wesley and Magnus. And now instead of 3 versus 2, 2 versus 1. Beautiful F pawn on F3, not a pawn on H3. If the pawn was on H3, some small chances. With the pawn on F3, nothing.
No chances.
No chances.
F5?
Kind of a strange move. Why don't you pin the pawn there?
Yeah, kind of allowing F5, even though
Right.
it's still a draw, but
Yeah.
you kind of, allow your opponent to improve a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, draw agreed.
Anyway, draw agreed.
And one remaining game, Jordan Van Forest?
Jordan Van Foreest against Topalov, yeah, that's a crazy
Holy-
game I kept an eye on from time to time.
Queen?
Queen.
Black has a queen. No, wait a
White
minute.
has a queen, black has the knight, and...
3 pass
pawns.
pawns.
Wait a sec.
Oh, but
E6.
now it's King G1 and you're in Zugzwang. The moment you play F3, I go Queen E4. What? Mate. King H3, Queen H1.
That's
and
a win for
Queen
Topalov.
F3.
Queen f3
Mate.
checkmate, yeah, that's a beautiful checkmate. Win
Yeah.
for Topalov, which once again improves Magnus's chances. So he held
Yes.
Wesley saw for a draw himself,
Exactly.
and then Jordan, who was in the 3rd position, he loses. So yeah, Magnus seems unstoppable, yes.
Yeah, well, just by making those draws, he's actually improving as he has a 2-point lead with 3 games already in the history book, 6 games
6 more to go.
To play, yeah. And Cristian, what games caught your eye?
Well, let's take a look at how that game between MVL and Mamedyarov finished. We left it off at this point. C5 was the move that we were considering. You have to do something about this weakness on A6. You're going to lose it. Most likely you need to create some sort of counter chances in the position. And this was probably the only way to do so. He did not do that. He played the move knight to H4. But unfortunately, once again, you're not solving your problem, which is the pawn on A6. You're going to lose that. And if you don't have something to show for it, well, you're just simply going to be a pawn up, pawn down. And what a pawn. This A pawn is going to go down the board, especially after bishop to E3 and the exchange of the dark square bishop. So let's see how this game progressed. Bishop to C3, rook takes C2. We exchange, sure, no problem for white. This exchange is definitely helped my cause. C6, A6, this is exactly what he was doing. Exchange the pawns on the C and D file so that after bishop to D4, black doesn't have the move C5 to avoid the exchange of the dark square bishop. And this is exactly what happened later on. Actually, he didn't even need that anymore. He used the fact that the back rank is extremely weak, coupled with the fact that the bishop is attacking the square H8. There's a checkmate coming, and there's no way to defend against it. Beautiful and precise win by MVL. And also Dominguez versus Firouzja. Well, this game was pretty wild. Dominguez definitely built up an advantage out of the opening. It was a Rui Lopez, but he was getting a lot of space on the queen side, and I really liked what he was doing. Blocking this pawn on D7 with this thorn in black's position, the pawn on C5. Unfortunately for him, they got to this point, and he was slowly improving his position, building up. But unfortunately, at this point, he made a huge mistake. Check this out. Knight to E4, rook to F8, and king to H2. Well, this just loses a piece in one move. Bishop takes E4 would have finished the game. You take back with the queen, I take back, and you just played king to H2, so the bishop on F2 is no longer protected. Thank you very much. Gift me the piece, and that's a piece up and just a winning position. He missed it.
No.
He missed it. He did not play bishop takes E4, gave Dominguez another chance to build up his advantage. And still, to be preferred, Dominguez, but unfortunately, you took the pawn at the wrong time. The timing is not correct, and you allow the black queen to get infiltrate around the white king. Not only that, but F3 is coming with devastating consequences as well. And this is exactly what happened. King to G1 was the last moment to try to save this game, but still, the position after F3, queen to D2, it is only black that can be better in the position. Right. After king to H1, F3, you're actually completely losing because also F2 is coming in the position. And this is how the game ended. F2, rook to E1, queen to C4, defending the queen. I only need to bring the queen to attack. If you play A6, I will take, queen to E1, and the game is over. Dominguez resigns. Firouzja picks up his second win in this day. And guys, in Zagreb, what do you have?
Thank you, Cristian. Well, we had a couple of interesting games here as well. Anastasia, which one did you have your eye on?
I was checking the game between Ivan Saric and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Poor Ivan suffering so much in this tournament already. 5 games he lost in a row, if we consider also yesterday games. You checked the end of the action, but I was checking from the beginning, and it was Petrov defense, and everything went smoothly until really this moment. I mean, more or less, they got this more or less equal ending. How can you lose it?
It looks so dead drawn. I mean, 3 versus 3s, no pieces left on the board. What happened?
Yes, actually, if you want to study endings, especially in Petrov, you should definitely check the games of Jan, because he is doing some miracles today. And look, he played this B5, very bit aggressive move, trying maybe to make some weaknesses on the queen side. And then after a couple of exchanges, pushing pawns here, there. I would like to go to the moment, actually, when all this started. Like, again, nothing crazy is happening right now. After move A3, here, white could take on a3, actually, just exchange this pawn, or just actually keep quiet, you know, because what black wants, just to take on b2, so bishop b2 will follow. So nothing crazy still. But Ivan played b4, probably hoping to create also some counterplay there, some chances, maybe thinking that a3 pawn is weak or something like that. But look what what actually Jan did after. So he played rook f3, and then suddenly king goes to b5, and you cannot actually protect the pawn, both of them on b4 and f2. So what happened?
Such a sad bishop.
Exactly. So after rook d3, I mean, after all these moves, I mean, black just ended up with extra pawn, and the result was never in the doubt. Ivan was trying to do something. He played like rook b1, but actually, you know what happened? It was funny. He didn't really threaten to play rook b1 and bishop d2 because bishop was pinned. So probably black could just keep this rook maybe on h3, something like that. Anyway, Jan played it perfectly. I mean, he didn't give chances and won the point.
Well, another one that won their full point is Westin Topalov. He was playing against Jordan van Foreest, and it was a wild one. Perhaps Jordan came into the game saying, look, I am black, but I'm playing against Westin. He's not doing so well. Can I use this opportunity to try to catch the leaders? Remember that he is a lot behind Magnus Carlsen, but not so far behind a certain Wesley So. There was only half-point difference between these two players going into this round. But what happened? Westin said, hey, remember, I was world champion at some point. You just can't play whatever against me. And Westin played a great game. Let me put you on the key moment here. As we had this very strange structure. You can see that the white pieces have control over the center. Why? Because of these pawns. E3 and D4 giving him an excellent chance to expand and go forward. And that's exactly what he did. Starting with the push D5. It looks a little scary on the king side. Queen on F6, the knight on G4. There's a big hole on F3 that you want to see this knight jump into. But you just don't have the time for it. The bishop will retreat. Also, the bishop is hanging at the moment. And take a look at this. In the position after the move D6, Jordan said, you know what, let's go for it. Sacrificed a queen. Not necessary. He could have just played the move queen d7. The game would have continued. But he went full-on aggressive. Queen takes e4, bishop takes e4, knight takes e4. He must have thought that the move knight e5 to f3, coupled with the bishop on b7, was going to give him counter chances. But this is all just an illusion. Topalov played this very, very well, kept this under control. And in the very end, he actually, Topalov that is, messed up this position a little bit. You can see that they eventually got to this endgame. King g2 was quite an unnecessary move. You can just go queen c6 immediately. But in this position, check out this tactic. Rook d2 check, forcing the trade here on d2, has to shed the rook, but you still have that extra passed pawn on a3, and this is the key to victory for white in this position. Yes, black got basically all of his material back. Knight and a rook against the queen is usually not so terrible, but unfortunately, this pawn on a3, too strong. And this cost a rook.
Actually, it was a mate's threat. Did you know?
Oh yeah, there was a mate's threat.
After move f5, black wanted to play rook f2.
Rook f2, and I saw Topalov immediately. As soon as the pawn on f5 came, he immediately threw his king to f4-4. There was no hesitation on that one. But he did seem very confused in this endgame. Check it out. After he picked up the rook, I thought, okay, Jordan is going to resign at some point very soon. But actually it was not so clear. At some point he got this structure with 3 pawns and a knight against the queen. And I don't even know if you can win against this. I think the table base is actually saying it's winning by force, but do it in a blitz game, good luck. Jordan made Westin Topalov a little bit easier with this blunder, queen f7, king f5, queen f7 check, king g4, and now after queen e6 check, he got completely stuck because after knight f5, queen d7, he realized that his planned idea to move the pawn forward with the move h4 simply runs into queen d1 check, and that is a checkmate in 2 as king h3, queen h1 check, king g4, queen f3 is the end of the game. Westin picks up a big point, but it's a bigger point for Magnus because his rivals, they keep not getting those full points and people are surging. Battle for second place, no battle for first one here.
Yeah, what a game, actually. Yeah. Congratulations to Westin. He's doing really well. He's just enjoying himself, I think, playing those games.
A draw against Magnus and then a victory against Jordan van Foreest. I mean, not that bad. It started for the day here for Westin. Guys, back to the studio. We still have 6 rounds of Blitz here in Zagreb.
Thank you, Anastasia, Alejandro. I see that queen takes e4 by Jordan, I think, Nezhmedinov.
Nezhmedinov style, yeah.
Sacrificing a queen for 2 pieces. Let's take a look at our standings, Miro. Who's on top?
Who's on top? It's Magnus Carlsen once again. Yes, so you got to be the world champion
Right.
to go away with making draws and only extending your lead, right?
Exactly. Wesley in second, but Nepo is hovering, and he kind of leapfrogs back and forth with Jordan Van Foreest.
Then it's a huge tie. We're on 17 points.
With the Frenchman.
I don't really believe in them catching up with Magnus Carlsen,
Nope.
but even Wesley So is not, not
2
guaranteed.
points. Yeah, 2 points. A big fight for the podium. And here it is, the Blitz bearings for round 13, Miro.
So, 2 Frenchmen playing each other, Firouzja against MBL,
Very
Mamedyarov
attractive
with
matchup.
Nepo, Carlsen will have white against Dominguez, 1 Foreest with white against Wesley.
Let's make that our marquee matchup. We
Yeah.
haven't seen much of Jordan and Wesley. And as you were about to finish,
Topalov against Saric.
Yeah. And of course, the summer of chess continues here in St. Louis, Miro.
Yeah, so, as a part of GCT events, there will be St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
Very
additional
nice.
One, then the last classical event of GCT, which is Singfield Cup.
And our GCT tour ends with the Singfield Cup, of course. And then the Fisher Random Champion Showdown, Chess 960 or Chess 9LX, as we say.
Which starts the day after
Right.
Singfield Cup, so it's non-stop chess activity in St. Louis. Yeah.
And over to you, Christian.
Well, I was actually looking through some games and trying to figure out some ideas. And to be honest, I got to this point, yes, in this game between Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, and I just wanted to point out the fact that how important rook endgames are to know, especially at the beginner's level, because you get very often in this type of situations and you have to be in full control, right, in the position to equalize the game and make a draw with 2 versus 3. You have to know this type of endgames, extremely important. But guys, who's going to stop Magnus Carlsen? Once again, I'm asking you. And there's 6 rounds to play,
answers.
2 points advantage. That's a huge advantage. And I can only think of maybe this is a reference that not a lot of the young guns are going to recognize. The Mask. Somebody stop me. You guys know that?
From
The Mask.
Jim Carrey movie.
Somebody stop me. That's Magnus right now.
Nice indeed. Remember Larry Bird, a famous NBA player, shoots like 3 in a row, bang, bang, bang. And as he's going up the court, he turns to the coach of the other team and he says, "Coach, you got anybody on your bench who can guard me?" Coach looks down and says, "No." Who's going to stop Magnus?
Magnus, yeah.
Maybe only Magnus himself. Jordan Van Foreest, he's hanging around. He kind of said, well, I'm not the greatest Blitz player. And maybe that's true, but still he's in the thick of things.
He's
here,
done very well already. I mean,
through 4 days of competition.
If we look at the standings, actually almost nobody can pick up the pace and catch Van Foreest in 6th position. So the top 6 are almost guaranteed that they will end up in the top 6.
Nice.
Because Lanier, who is in 7th position, is 4
There's a
points
big
behind.
gap.
What a gap, yeah.
Nobody's going to catch Van Foreest on the board.
Right. Well, I mean, he'll be very pleased to be in such illustrious company as the top 6, no question about that. Oh, that's... I mean, usually it's a lonely job, but this is unusual. Nepo, I've seen him kind of arriving late.
Yeah,
in a row.
last seconds, right.
Right.
The round's announced, and then you may start the clock, and then Nepo's dropping.
Exactly.
Now he's so.
Now
one
he's
of the
into
first,
it.
if not the first to arrive. Yeah.
Yeah, now he's into it. I mean, again, that day 1 where the bombshell announcement by Magnus Carlsen abdicating his world championship title that threw everybody off, including Magnus, I think. And now Nepo, he seems to enjoy the moment.
There's Magnus, confident, cool, calm, collected, ready for another one. And Dominguez
And
is going to be the man. to try to take down
in front of Magnus Carlsen. Yeah.
Again, as Magnus came into this event, he was the 4th on the live rating list for Blitz players. His performance has been such that he's leapfrogged past Hikaru Nakamura to now be #1 in the world in the live Blitz ratings as well. Although he's kind of slowed down just a little bit.
Well, slowed down a little bit, but still,
It's
he's
not
on 2 out of 3 today. It's not, well, the result with which you lose too many rating points, right?
Right, but when you're 28-60, you'd be amazed what a draw
He's
can
winning
do.
28 rating points right now.
This
So
exact
he is in
moment.
front, yeah.
That takes him
considering that
6 points ahead of Hikaru Nakamura.
Hikaru. But that means any single loss could cost him
the
Yes.
first spot, yeah.
Yes.
And there we do see a handshake, by the way, between Wesley and
And
Yorgi.
actually, it's quite an interesting logjam at the top is Aronian and Hikaru, who have the exact same rating, 2850.
Oh my. As the game is underway, Queen's Gambit accepted. Wesley,
does
when he
his
wants to
usual
be
stuff, yeah.
super safe and solid, he's probably one of the best Queen's Gambit accepted players I've seen in my career. It's something I like to play also as black, but I have to say Wesley has neutralized the world's best players, and very standard so far. When I have this position as white, I often play b2, b3, an old idea of Akiva, Rubinstein. Queen e2 is very standard, bishop b3, and bishop d3 also the most popular moves. Rook e1, less so.
Rook e1, knight to c6.
Rook e1, I'm not, usually the rook is sliding to d1. This intimates I want to play for e4, but how are you
Yeah.
going to do that?
Could it be that it's e4 next move? No, knight c3. He went knight c3.
And now,
Okay, that's...
now we can see a queen
No, that-
trade, and then the
isn't it-
move rook e1.
Did we just lose a tempo?
We went bishop e7 takes c5. So
yeah.
it's
So we did not.
even
yeah,
Stevens.
You're right, yeah.
But after the move bishop e2, sorry guys, again, for me, this is pretty stale stuff here.
Executive decision?
Yeah.
Are we moving to
where,
Magnus?
Where would you like to take us?
Let's go to Magnus. I mean,
Honestly,
we have to
any
go to
other
Magnus.
game is more exciting than this one of
Well, I was
Wesley's.
going to say the Frenchmen are having
Frenchmen playing
but
something
where are
interesting.
you,
no?
Magnus? Magnus
We
is
have
playing
to
against
stay
Lanier.
with the leader, guys.
Oh, it's true.
We need to see him suffer a little bit.
What was the
I don't
opening?
know if we're
What was the
suffering.
opening?
It was a king pawn with d3. a
D3. So
reverse
this is how you...
Philidor. But,
Yeah.
but wait a minute. I'm thinking of Jobava. He's been experimenting
3d3.
with these reverse
Richard
Philidors.
Rapport as well.
Also?
Yes, Richard Rapport
Yeah.
also plays this.
Well, it's kind of frightening when you have a world champion like Magnus that takes favorite systems from other players and improves upon them. You know, sort of like you feel kind of awkward. I like this move by Lanier. Bishop d7. He instantly wants to play queen c8 while the pawn on f2 doesn't allow you to play the convenient move king h2. I like bishop d7. Saying to Magnus, okay, what are you going to do?
So
What are
what's
you gonna
good
do?
about White's position? Can you tell me, Yasser?
The flexibility.
Flexibility.
That you can play for d3, d4 on your own agenda, I want to say. Right now, this knight on c6 doesn't really
The
have a
usual
good square.
thing. Yeah,
The usual
knight on
thing.
c6 restricted by the c3 pawn.
Yeah, but even...
Is it time to go d5?
Even because yes, I wanted to say because even if you maneuver the knight to g3, it's
G6,
not
yeah, it
to
doesn't do
g6, it doesn't do much. So I would say it's the flexibility, but that's about it. I like your move very much, d5.
He's going for an attack on the queen side, b5. Just trying to get as much space as
B5?
possible.
Yeah, makes sense.
Really?
I would have played d5, and maybe I would
Yeah.
have played it. Probably
would-
that was the exact moment I would have played it.
Because I'm thinking that from White's point of view, White would encourage the trade of bishops. Bishop takes, knight takes. You're going to be playing for rook d1, knight h4, and eventually either f4 or d4. Again, this knight on c6 is maybe in the way of c5. b4,
Yeah, b4 is one of the possible moves.
I like that. I would like to encourage that.
b4 was the idea to play a3 to kind of
Exactly.
soften
So he
structure
has
a little
played
bit. Knight to e7.
again, prepping c5 on a good day, and maybe, well, just putting the knight securely over
Does
on
he
the
allow
king side.
d4 right now?
I was wondering, e4 pawn, right? So, oh, you
Yeah,
you
but-
mean I take
I
it?
mean, if you take, probably knight
Knight takes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Knight to h4. Okay.
Knight h4.
That's what Magnus did, right?
Right. He's trying to go to f5, or perhaps just simply to push f4.
f4 or d4. Yeah.
f4 or d4, yes. These are the two moves.
Yeah, those are wonderful games when, you know, all 8 pawns are on the board and the
Yeah.
structure is flexible and you don't really know. I
Closed.
mean, you have to maneuver behind your pawns and you don't really know how the structure is going to look. So you have to
Exactly.
be as flexible as possible.
I like this move f4.
You do?
Yes, yes. I want to follow it up with queen to f2, followed by g4 after that.
Whoa, whoa,
If
whoa,
you
whoa,
allow me to.
whoa. Getting frisky over there on the
Or
king
f5 if you don't react to this move f4.
Well, okay. Queen c7.
Queen c7, yeah. If you want to play f5, play f5.
It seems to.
Rook to f1.
Rook to f1, it's more
Now
of a
there's a
take on
siding of
e5
a-
sacrifice and exchange
Of an
idea.
exchange sacrifice. I like that. Rook to a6
Rook a6.
defending against the exchange sacrifice.
Beautiful.
This is one of those, I believe your exchange sacrifice
Yeah,
is
but-
good kind of reactions.
It would be pretty, you know.
So how do
Pretty
you
dangerous.
increase the pressure, right?
Rook
You cannot go
f2?
g4 immediately because
Rook
that's when the
f2.
queen c7 will prove to be useful. I will take on f4 and then go d5. So he decides to go rook to d1.
Okay.
Okay, I was going to say rook f2 and rook f1.
I think he
into
wants to play
making-
d4. He wants to force black to exchange that pawn on e5 for either the d pawn or the f pawn.
Okay.
Is a3 a move for black?
Rook to
No,
b6.
Linia doesn't think so.
Very
Rook to
cagey
b6.
approach by
By
Dominguez.
both players actually, is they're not revealing their cards. This move, I don't think is really a threat though, because you are giving up the square.
King to h1.
King to
Usually you
h1.
try to just get your king off of the potential of a g1 check.
That's one
He
thing that
does it.
Magnus is so good at.
Whoa.
Just improving his position to the
Keeping
maximum.
tension, right? And yeah.
I was thinking that the move b4 would give Magnus the square c4. Instantly, Magnus responded with c3, c4, keeping the queenside closed, saying, I forgo the c4 square in order to put a knight on d5, but here's the problem.
Yeah,
Knight to
gets
d4.
But now, Yasser, can we play f5? And I understand we have a bad bishop and everything.
Yes.
But we are more or less guaranteed that the queen side's going to be closed.
That is true.
And, you know, and we will try to arrange this g5 eventually. It might prove
Right.
to be not enough, but at least white is kind of guaranteed of any, you know, incidents.
Yeah, f5.
And actually, speaking of the bishops, yeah, like black nominally
Also-
has a good bishop, but it's restricted with white pawns and it doesn't have that many targets.
Queen to f2 was
Yeah, queen to
f2.
So, well, perhaps f5 is just, you know, to have it as an idea, not to rush with it, but
Yep. Queen to f2.
queen to f2. So
Well,
keeping,
I will
keeping very
drop-
Yeah, knight d4.
Is there some issues with f7 though? He's thinking that there's a take and knight to d5. I'll move my queen in such a case, by
Yeah, yeah.
the way. So knight
Bishop
d4.
e6. No, but
F5.
after bishop e6,
That was really a
yeah,
tempo
he's
that
kind
he
of
couldn't
asking.
resist.
He's asking for.
Okay.
But it's just white has a free attack at this point.
Well, I would say maybe even it's time to get on your running shoes and just get out of the pawn storm.
Yeah, but the problem is like whenever you are getting g5'd, and the knight will have to drop back, the knight d5 becomes a serious issue. So you'll have to spend quite a few tempi.
He's done
protecting.
queen to d8.
Okay, controls g5 and yeah moves the queen away from knight d5.
Exactly. Still, it's not easy for White to coordinate his whole queen to g3, h4,
Yeah.
g5, slow play.
Okay, so now it's a big question. Do you play it slow, like rook, I mean h4, bishop h3, and maybe moving the king away, you know,
Right.
doubling the rooks or putting
Right.
the rooks on the second rank, or maybe you try to, I don't know, go g5 right now and, you know, create some mess where you might have better chance of getting to the king, but also, the structure is not ideal, and maybe you're taking some risk, right?
Right. One thing I'd also point out, by the way, that the desirable queen g3 in many of these cases might just allow the knight to go to e2, to f4, rook d2.
Protecting against knight to e2, so probably preparing the move queen to g3.
And there you go. He did stop knight e2 to f4. Bishop c6, I think, was useful just to control d5.
And let's go knight h7, right?
So, so that when you do get kicked with g5, the knight doesn't land.
7.
h4, no?
Nah, he's not
He wants to
rushing
play
it.
something else.
Yeah, what's interesting, could this ever be a scenario where you actually move away the f3 knight? And you say, okay, you have a very beautiful knight on d4, which does not actually do anything.
But
In
it's
terms
there.
of protecting the king side, right? So go knight g1, h4, knight h3, you know.
Yeah. Rook f2, knight h7. Lanier,
h7.
very classical player, by the way. He's putting up
Yeah, he
the
can play
old blockade.
And by the way, now we're
F6.
getting
G5.
Okay,
Whoa.
g5 is very serious.
Okay, that you have to en passant because then
Yeah.
your rooks take over the open
But
file.
now you can take on d4, now you go to d5, and now it's a, it's a
think this-
fantastic square on e4 for the bishop, if you are allowed to.
By the way,
Nepo won with black against Shak Mamedyarov,
Exactly,
so
exactly.
not planning to slow down anytime soon.
But
I
Magnus
think
is
the
not
move-
slowing down either. This
no,
looks
I think the move g5 was
terrifying
just
for black.
asking too much of the position. Rook f8 as
Can I take and go
Lanier
knight f6?
realizes,
Let me get that knight to f6. Let me play g5
Yes.
after that.
yes, and then your bishop can come
Or
to
g5
h3.
first. Yeah.
The bishop can come to h3 too.
Oh no, don't take on g5, open the h file.
Uh-oh.
Now there's
Warning.
a sighting of take with the h pawn, queen to h4.
But queen g5 is also,
g5 is also
kind of a motif, because knight h5 is an immediate threat. Magnus
Exactly.
takes with the queen.
Yes.
He senses a tactical opportunity, doesn't he?
Knight e6, knight
Defends
h5
the queen.
check.
Defends the queen, by the way.
Knight f6, wait a second.
That could be just a perpetual.
Maybe he
He's
kind of
missed.
overlooked it.
He overlooked. Oh, a lucky save there.
It was a huge advantage for Magnus, and
It
you
sure
were
was.
absolutely right.
Let's jump to the game of Westin Topalov versus Evgenij Saric. Wow. I'm looking at a horde of black pawns coming up the board.
Wait a second. Is Saric just winning? I mean, with all those, like, the phalanx of pawns. building,
Exactly.
yeah.
I'm just thinking, ooh, how am I, if I'm in Wesselin's shoes, how am I stopping these pawns? My
Well,
goodness,
last 10
bishop
seconds too.
e6? No.
No,
C2.
nothing helps. Yeah, nothing helps. C2.
It's like Space Invaders. Just, that was bad etiquette there. As
I like press the
Wesselin-
clock, then adjust the piece. Yeah,
Exactly.
That was a little bit.
So queen
Awkward.
to c6 now.
Yeah, queen c6, and Wesselin resigns.
just
Yeah, queen
resigned.
e5 check is only one check.
Exactly. Evgenij Saric considers his
Finally
series
stops the bleeding,
of wins and losses, no draws. And let's jump. Is
There
that
are
it?
draws. One
That's it?
Foreest, a draw against Wesley Saw.
Yes. Did that game ever, how do you say, develop into some kind of battle? When we left it, it was just going to be trades. By the way, Christian,
say
that final position of Evgenij Saric is really a visual. If there was a pawns on g6 and h7, that would be like one of the best pawn chains I've ever
pawn
seen.
chain.
G6, h7. You don't usually.
That's beautiful.
That is And by the way,
Connected four.
By the way, this bishop really is crying too, right? I mean, it's fenced in by all of those pawns. Nice visual at the end there.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
And what other games? What happened in the other games?
Well, let's see what happened in Firouzja versus MVL. It seems like MVL actually got this one. The last time I checked it, which was 30 seconds ago, it looked like a draw. But let's see what happened. Knight to f3, c4. It was Firouzja actually that was piling up the pressure early on. Let's take a look how. They opened up with this sort of reversed Sicilian position, and after that, it felt like Firouzja in this endgame, given the fact that he has the two bishops and a lot of pressure on the queen side as well, not a stable outpost for the knight on c6, it felt like at this point he was slightly better,
White for sure.
especially in this position. After the exchange of these two pawns, not only that, right now I have a target to focus on the pawn on b7, but I also potentially could get my rook to the a file. Now I have to get rid of the bishop first. Now bishop to d4, and at this point bishop takes c6 was just simply winning. Missed by Firouzja, rook to b8, king to d7, and the simple rook to b7. The king is in shambles. You cannot go forward and activate the king, because if you do go king to e6, rook to e1 just picks up the rook. That's a problem. And if you have to stay on the 8th rank and stay pinned on the 8th rank, I can just simply take the pawn. I can give you a check and then go rook to b1, create the checkmating threat. This is just simply game over right now. So big missed opportunity for Firouzja after bishop to d4. He played the move rook to b1, and that allowed black's position to stabilize. Rook to c7, and we got to this endgame in which black just simply picked up a piece. That was a big blunder. Bishop to f1, assuming that the only response would be rook to d1, and then I have time to go king to g2. But your rook is on h7. Maybe you shouldn't have taken that pawn and played bishop f1 first, because right now after knight to g5, this rook is under attack. You can take my rook, but I will pick up yours and I will be a piece up. Still, white has a lot of pawns, and this position after king to f6, rook to h6, this was the moment, once again, after knight to f3, rook to d1, still within range of equality. Rook takes g1, knight to g4. We got the piece back, but now the king is in some sort of danger. You cannot move the bishop because you're going to get checkmated, and I have a clear threat as black. I want to go rook to c7, rook to h7. That's a checkmate in the position, and this was the critical mistake. Why king to h4? You have to wait for me. Play any rook move, probably rook to a1 or rook to b1, not rook to d1. Rook to e1 is also possible, not rook to d1, because that would allow knight to f2, and that's a fork. But if you go rook to e1 and then rook to c7, and then you just move the bishop away, you give a check, but my king escapes. So he played the move king to h4, huge mistake by Ali Reza, and after rook to c8, rook to h8 is just simply game over, and you cannot defend against it. You can try to fall back, but that's just simply checkmate in one move. Big game by MVL and a big victory for the Frenchman. Guys, in Zagreb, what do you have?
Thank you, Cristian. And we had a couple of decisive victories with the black pieces. Certain Jan Nepomniachtchi, I saw him in the hallway, and he said, man, the handicap from the rapid is just too big. But at least today, it's going well. Anastasia, what happened in his game?
It was an interesting game with Shakir Mamedyarov, Tarrasch defense, and later on they ended up in the position after g5. You can see that the king is a little bit more open right now, and Shakir, of course, found this chance immediately to sacrifice something. He played queen h5 here, and after Nepo took the challenge and took the knight, he could actually repeat the moves, but Shakir will never repeat the moves if he has even one chance to play on, and he decided that yes, of course, why not to try? King is open, so he actually continued his attack. He grabbed all those pawns for the bishop and ended up in the position with like 3 pawns for the bishop, but still the attack is, it's going on, it's happening still. It's not that easy for Jan Nepomniachtchi to defend, even though computer doesn't like position of white. Don't be tricked, it's still not over. And after a few moves, they ended up in this position. I like this move, d takes c5, opening the center, for example. So black had to be really precise. Queen c5, rook d1, king c7, now bishop c6 follows. Of course, you cannot take with queen rook c1. So that's why, look, white pieces are really active, and we have 3 pawns for the bishop. But look what happened after. Then then the game suddenly changed. Yes, its track. Maybe it was not a bad idea for Shahryar to exchange maybe queens here. I don't know. It's hard to say. But he continued. Let's say he was still hoping to get something probably, and later on, after all this mess, after a few exchanges, Jan found his game finally. Yes, I mean after he managed actually to open to change the rooks, and then queen and bishop became very dangerous couple against the king. So after that, I mean actually it was time for Shahryar to admit that it didn't work out. I mean I had to make a draw, but it didn't really happen. And he didn't find a way to defend this position, and after a couple of moves had to admit that it's just a checkmate is coming. Yeah, so he resigned here. What a drama, yes? I mean, but Shahryar really tried his best. Didn't work this time.
Very dramatic, but Nepo is the one that takes advantage of it. Unfortunately, as he mentioned, the rapid didn't go very well. Not a lot of points for him. Another game in which, well, the players don't have a lot of points, but they are in the tournament. Topalov did play against Ivan Saric, and you can see the former world champion, very frustrated with himself. He came out outside the playing hall in Spanish, was just saying how much better he was in this position and that he couldn't believe that he just threw it away. And that's exactly what happened. Let's go to some of the critical moments, because the game was pretty messy. If you look at it, it's this type of King's Indian setup with the pawns on e5 and f5, c5 included, and it's super, super messy. We know that the King's Indian goes to very fun positions. And look what happened. It seems like Topalov was in control of the position. He had an excellent chance once he got his knight to e6. It's a very powerful knight. It does cost a pawn on b5, but you get this huge attack. And he was cruising. Look at this, queen coming to h5, and now it was time to cash in. Knight d8, attack the rook. The rook has to move. It doesn't have an option. You can't allow queen e8 check, so the rook must go to f8, but you can now catch it with bishop e7. The rook actually runs out of moves. You cannot really play the move knight f6. Because after queen g6, the rook is still trapped, nothing has changed, and you're getting mated, and the knight's attacked. So this didn't really work out, but instead, after the move queen d3, he didn't find the move queen d8. Instead, he played the move queen g6, and this was just a mistake, unfortunately, for Topalov, because he's giving up the anchor pawn for the knight that is posted on e6, and once queen takes d5 came on the board, he had to get rid of his knight, play knight takes g7. This is a King's Indian bishop. It's not exactly the bishop that you want to take with that powerful knight. And after rook takes g7, it's obvious that black has more or less consolidated and that the pawns eventually will roll. How far did they roll? Check out the final position, because as the spectators were saying, at some point they looked at the screen and they said, well, Ivan has a lot of pawns, and a lot of pawns they are. This was the final position of the game. I actually even thought that it was a rook on f1 originally and thought, okay, this is complicated. Then realized it's a bishop, absolutely hopeless. Westin resigned in this position, and for the locals, great sigh of relief that Ivan won a game.
Finally, after so many losses, we are so happy for Ivan. Of course, not good news for Veselin Topalov, but the tournament continues.
The tournament continues, and we still have big fights. In the next round, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who has been surging through today, is going to be playing against Magnus Carlsen, so that's going to be a fantastic match to follow. We're going to take a short commercial break and be right back with that game.
after 13 rounds of Blitz. Here are our standings. Miro, do our...
Yeah, well,
Two
as you can see, still 2 points lead with 5 rounds to go. I'm afraid the answer to the question, who's going to stop Magnus Carlsen, is nobody.
Well, and look, check it out. Magnus and Jan, they got 9.5 each out of the 13. So they're the top blitzers. But MVL is going to be playing Magnus in our very next round.
This is
Let's
it,
take a
guys.
look at the pairings.
This is it.
Yeah, MVL with Carlsen with the white pieces. Nepo and Firouzja is also quite an interesting game
Right.
that we'll be keeping an eye on. Saric against Mamedyarov. Wesley So will get a chance to score against Westin Topalov with the white pieces, and then Dominguez will play one Foreest.
Very nice as we get ready for this round 14. Again, 18 rounds of Blitz, so still some time. But that 2-point gap, Cristian, wow, that's so big.
That has to be cut to 1 point soon.
To make it interesting.
It has to be done soon, yes. And MVL with the white pieces, we have to remember MVL is a very strong blitz player. When he's in shape, he can see tactics so fast. So this is definitely going to be a good chance.
But 9.5 points each for Nepo and Magnus, that really tells me that those two guys are really in form. And the fact that MVL has 8, also pretty good. I mean,
9.5 points is how many Nepo scored in the blitz section so far.
9.5 out of 13.
So today he's 3 out of 4. That's quite impressive, actually.
Indeed.
The only game he lost was against MVL with the white pieces.
Well, you called it at the very top of the show as you showcased both Magnus and Jan. I don't know. Jan looks almost like bored there. Like, okay,
Yeah,
can
who's
we
next?
go? Yeah, who's next? And
Relop is there, and the
Berlin.
Berlin defense.
not a
Let's see
rookie
after
one.
nine.
No rookie one. No.
And Will
I
used
think
to
rookie
be,
one is better than D4 though.
used to be one of the few players who actually played the end game. And
Exactly.
It's so interesting how our perception changed, Yasser, right? I mean, at first, when Kramnik used to play, we were bored with the end game, right? And
Right.
it turns out the anti-Berlins are even more boring. And now we're kind of rooting for the end game to happen.
Not the
Please.
anti-Berlins, this anti-Berlin, right?
Yeah.
Because if you play D3,
Yeah,
that leads to
D3
very
it can be
complex
anything,
battles.
I agree, right.
Right.
But this rookie one, yeah, 98 immediately without bishop f6.
And actually, I think MVL was one of the few players that did beat Magnus Carlsen in the Berlin endgame a few years back in the classical
Quite
encounter.
possible.
Oh, this
B3.
B3 line.
B3, okay.
Okay. What do we know about the B3 line,
Not
Cristian? What does theory teach us?
Not that much. There's only 3 games that have been played, but one of them is MVL versus Wesley So.
MVL against Wesley.
And how did
C6
Wesley,
was played in that one.
Wesley handled it with
C6
C6?
and bishop to E6 are the 2 main moves here.
C6.
Right. Bishop
sounds like
E6. Bishop E6, I kind of appreciate a little bit more because it kind of cuts, but no. Magnus liked C7, C6.
Yeah, Queen F3, that's what their idea. Yeah, Queen F3, if you capture D4, it's okay, D1 or something.
They're still following that game. The game between MVL and Wesley.
How did it
Bishop
go?
to E6 was the move in that one. Probably avoiding any sort of knight takes D5 ideas.
Bishop E6, you said?
Bishop E6 at this point.
Right,
yes.
at this point. Isn't, well, yes, because you have to stop Queen F4, right? And Bishop E6 means that you're available for Bishop
yeah, you
E7
have Bishop E7.
without allowing Rook takes E7.
Now, there's an interesting move at this point. You can play the move knight to F5 and just sacrifice the exchange and say that after bishop takes F8, I do pick up the D4 pawn.
Right.
Knight takes D4 with a tempo. Then I pick up the bishop on F8, and then I have a lot of pressure on the dark squares.
Oh,
This could be an
that's actually
interesting
interesting.
alternative.
That's actually, I find, very attractive for black.
And that
because
opens up the game.
That turns the tables as to who's fighting for the initiative.
Yeah, and if you don't take on F8, then black solves all the problems at once, right? I'm not even
Absolutely,
sure
But
what
you're losing a pawn, right?
Because
Yeah,
knight
like-
F5 is actually threatening the pawn twice.
Yes, and
So I guess you can play knight
or
E2,
something, yeah,
but-
but then at the very least, rook E8,
E8,
black
and-
has no problem whatsoever.
So knight F5,
Knight F5 is-
that's very enterprising. Will Magnus
Well,
go for it?
but Magnus is falling by quite a lot on time.
I think he chose bishop E6
Bishop
in the
E6,
end.
yes.
He spent
did
some
play
time
bishop
on that
e6,
decision, though.
He's under 3 minutes with MVL over 5 minutes.
Well, for me, I find the move Queen F4 very attractive. You have to draw back with the
B7,
bishop.
yeah, and then what,
Then
bishop
I have
D3
bishop
perhaps?
to D3. There is Queen A5 that might be a counter tickle.
They're still following the game.
No.
MVL
Yeah,
versus Wesley.
MVL against Wesley still.
And
Bishop to D3 was played in that game as well.
Well, perhaps Magnus's decision, it's kind of influenced by the tournament situation.
Right.
Like, if he would be on a back foot and was trying to catch up with someone, then, yeah, knight f5 makes perfect sense, take risks. But,
Right.
But now you just have to maintain your 2 points leads.
And his decision against Dominguez was based on that fact as well. He didn't play that endgame, which probably was better for White.
Yeah.
He just offered a draw and moved on.
All right, Queen f6. Now,
By the
what?
way,
Now White has to trade? Question mark. No, okay, trade in
Once-
this way.
once again, any deviation from the game between MVL and Wesley So?
Well, perhaps there is. Yeah, now it's no longer showing.
Yes,
so-
H4 was the new move.
Uh-huh. MVL coming with a spicy
Improvement.
novelty.
Yeah.
A spicy novelty? That was a joke. You're supposed to...
Oh, really? It was.
There
it was
you go.
spicy.
There
Oh,
you
yeah,
go.
yeah.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah,
Guess who
okay.
just woke up? Okay, take the queen, bishop d7. What's the problem? I mean, that's pretty
D7 or
easy.
C8,
Rook to
right?
I don't
Or
know.
Just go to C8.
I'm
put
not
the
sure
knight
how
on
easy it
D6.
is.
G6 is what he has done.
G6. Okay, that
It's a bit
kind
of
of gives the knight a square so that we could trade and play
put the knight
to
on G7. Yeah. It's a bit
That
of a
makes-
psychological discussion, I'm guessing, right? I don't really want to take on F4 on your terms.
Right,
I'll
take 'em
make
on
you
my
take,
terms.
Yeah, I'll make you take on F6.
The knight on e2 blocking the rook means that whenever I play queen takes f4, it's a kind of a relief
Yeah.
of sorts. So finally, MVL broke the
White's still tiny bit
Gordian,
more comfortable, right?
Gordian knot. Well, really?
Yeah, I mean, F3, G4, yeah, I understand the position's equal, but
bishop,
White's kind of
rook.
the better side of equality. No,
No, I
Magnus
just-
actually went knight e8 back. After bishop d7, G4, he went back to e8. So he wants the knight on d6, perhaps.
Okay.
On e6, so he goes knight c7,
Knight
wants to
C7.
put the knight on e6. But that's, yeah, that
C3.
does look like one of those Rubinstein endings, right? And who knows, maybe.
Okay.
So, do you avoid altogether the exchange of the rooks, or do you exchange one pair of rooks?
No, that's the question.
I
do
think
you want to
it-
keep both
Altogether,
pairs of
rook to
rooks?
H1.
Rook to H1, okay.
Okay, since you're telegraphing h5, either I'm playing f6 with the idea of keeping it closed, or h6 with the idea of keeping it closed.
Knight E6,
Knight e6.
King G3, okay, probably swapping the knights and then what? Yeah, then it's a big question. F6.
The
or
thing is, with the
H.
king on F4, I have H5 as well, and you don't have the move G5, so you have
Yeah,
to
but
be a
then
bit careful.
Black obviously is going to... Oh, King G7, H5, here. Okay, he captures there, allowing H6, by the way, or just King F4. Isn't Magnus in a bit of a trouble? No, he doesn't think so.
H6.
H6
Now, he's preparing
intends
the
to
move
play
G5.
G5.
But can I play G5 myself right now?
Well, yes, but then I
Then
can
you
take
take
like
and
a
then
F6
F6.
goes F6 with a
Yes,
check,
that-
G5 with a check, and ends up playing King H6. Yeah, I think
Right.
that's the point.
That
That's-
might be a problem.
It's interesting that when Magnus plays, even though symmetrical position, there is still some content in there.
Yes,
Right?
right.
So the tension is still around.
At HG, FG. And now,
Rook to E1.
okay, G5 check.
G5 just
time
chase
to
the
go
king
back.
away, trade, go Rook E8, agree a draw.
Yeah, no,
This
this is
this'll
really...
be it, yeah.
Okay, this was so tame, I can't tell you. I'm going
But
to
that's
jump
surprising,
to the
right?
game of Firouzja, if you don't mind. Jan? Nepo
Nepo
versus
against Firouzja,
Firouzja?
yeah. Nepo seemingly got himself into trouble.
Did he?
Yeah. I think
That
he
bishop on A2
misjudged.
is an exchange down?
Yeah, but wait a second.
You're
Oh, it's back rank mate.
losing a bit more than that,
specific,
yes.
specific
I think
line,
this is
perhaps,
resign
because
time.
He could have been relying on like black not being able to take on F5.
Right.
No,
because
this is
Black's last
time.
move
Rook
was
G-
Queen F5, and then rook G4, rook takes E8, for instance.
Yeah, that Bishop E5.
Bishop E5,
How
but
did
you
you
just-
come up with Bishop E5?
That's a
Nepo?
desperado if I've ever seen one.
I'm
No, but
telling
wait a
you,
sec.
rook takes E5.
Yes.
Rook takes E5, rook G4 check.
Queen takes. Oh,
You play with
But
no rook.
rooks are uneven. I thought like black might be better, but
Also, the F2 part is sagging. So
by the way, in passing, I think Magnus did make a draw. And look
Yeah.
at it. Nepo is just disgusted. He's just shaking his head. What have I done? I mean, geez. Let's jump to Wesley.
yeah, maybe
Wesley
gets a
versus
chance
Veselin.
to.
Has the window been open to crack for Wesley? Now that Nepo has lost again. Oops, where are you?
Okay, that's quite
There
an
it
interesting
is.
position, right?
Hold on. White's king is exposed. but
White's
there's a
king
big
is
knight.
exposed, but look at the queen for black.
Right, it's not
the queen's
closed.
not doing anything.
Oh, we kind of lost our. Ooh,
Is it?
blackout.
Oh, no.
Whoa.
we have a blackout. Oh, my
Seriously?
goodness.
I think we have
do
to
a
take a
blackout.
pause. Yes, as we see there that the staging lights, something is.
Yeah.
And they're back.
It looks
Whoa.
like the disco lights. Did you see that? It was like.
Well, one
Okay.
thing about Croatia
Topalov
right now,
is
it's
shocked.
extremely warm in Croatia. So this
Okay.
could be leading to the blackouts.
Ah,
It's close to 40 degrees Celsius.
Okay, bishop to G4, so he returns.
well, he
with the
wants to.
bishop.
He wanted
Bishop
to.
E6 and get rid of this knight, maybe, right?
Well, it was the problem was the rook F1. He's
Yeah,
trying to
rook F1, rook
sidestep.
F7 as well, yeah.
Yeah, trying to sidestep.
But
that.
essentially, you wouldn't mind exchanging the knight on D5, right?
Just thinking that this queen is a little trapped, so something like rook C1 and rook takes B7,
Yeah.
or
You
well,
could-
I should
You could
I should
start
take a-
capturing on B7 as well.
Immediately.
Yeah, well, doesn't he win an exchange, by the way? Like rook takes B7,
And
queen
knight
A8 runs
E7.
into knight C7, queen C8,
that could run into knight E7.
E7, but maybe then you take and, I don't know, invade with the queen to C2, or maybe the game's not over, but yeah, white is taking
I would
over for sure.
think so. Gift me the pawn as a starter, and then you start to think.
What's interesting,
The rook C1.
you'd be surprised. Yeah, rook C1 is good. But
Kind of
first
allowing
choice
rook
of an
B7?
engine, at least the weak engine that I have, was remarkable. Queen takes B7. Just trade the queens. The knight is as
good.
powerful as the rook. Yeah, that was
wow.
Yeah, and around +2 for white.
Wow. The thing that put me off was the fact that this move, rook to D7, does stop those ideas of rook B7 as well as knight E7. That was why I was thinking rook B7 right away, but
yeah,
queen B7, huh?
Queen B7 was there.
Amazing.
White seemingly has.
First of all, the body
E5
count,
E5
2, 4,
is E5
5.
an option? Queen C3. What's
So Veselin has an extra pawn.
Wait a second. Queen C3. If there is no threat there,
Queen
then
to
yeah, queen to
D8.
D8. B7
Which has
can't be
happened.
taken.
Queen D8.
Oh wait, rook C8. Is rook C8? Did he just blunder terribly? Yeah, rook D8. Rook C8. That's all
Queen
she
D-
wrote.
No!
That's all
Game
she
over.
wrote. That's just
Resigns,
Oh, my
and
God.
Veselin says, "Oh, blackout."
By the way, after Queen C3, it seems that White has lost the thread, and that the move like H5, just
Go.
avoid the back rank issues
Would have been fine.
better for Black.
And
Shak just finished, won a game against Ivan Saric, so Ivan Saric continues to be kind of a punching bag. I'm sorry.
let's jump to Lanier.
Lanier and Van
Dominguez
Foreest,
versus Van Foreest, and a handshake. And Jordan has won
Jordan
with
has
the
won,
black
yeah.
pieces.
That's a big victory
as
for
the
young
move.
Jordan.
Queen G3 check is a visual. Look at this final position.
Yeah.
With 4 knights. Queen G3.
So
you
Knight
can
takes
take
F4, you give a check on G3, and then you take on F4, I'm guessing, right?
F3 is hanging.
F3, yeah,
with
but
check.
probably you take on F4 and just
And by the
threaten the
way,
checkmate. And
Extra material for black as well.
Yeah.
Never mind the 2 pawns. But for Jordy, that's a big win. as he was hanging around in our standings.
Jordi, is that how you call them in the Netherlands? Is
Jordi,
that how they call him?
We got Jordi, we got Danya.
Danya, Jordi, I
for
like it.
Naroditsky, Daniel Naroditsky is Danya. And by the way, if we haven't announced it, I don't recall the fact that we did announce it. We are going to have a very special guest. One, Mr. Garry Kasparov is going to be joining us in Zagreb, maybe in moments. We'll see as we jump to Zagreb or not. What happened? Did 5 decisive games in this round?
Absolutely. Well,
Wow.
While we
Christian,
wait for
wow.
Gary to come, maybe we can.
5, except for Carlsen making a draw.
Excuse me.
Yeah. No, I mean, I was wondering, yeah.
And here is...
Okay, so Wesley is 1 or rather half a point closer, half step closer.
Right.
Yeah.
But
But there
still
won't
a
be
gap.
enough rounds, right? It won't be, if it will be that slow paced, it
Right.
won't be enough rounds. So he really starts to...
But Nepo's loss was huge. That really,
so
really
now
hurtful.
he's joined by MVL and Van Foreest, so tie for the third.
And Ali Reza in 6th position, closely behind.
I want to say
It's a
that
very
Jordan
compact
Van
field
Forest
right now.
Tied for the third. Very, very, very nice.
Yeah. Well, if you'd be, let's say, before the tournament, I would tell you, okay, the standing is gonna split, and there will be the leading group and kind of guys lagging behind group. Of course, it's like by default you'd go with Van Foreest being,
Looks
here.
like Nepo, Magnus Carlsen versus Nepo. That's got to be our marquee
that's our
matchup
for sure.
for round 15.
And
Also,
I'm pretty sure
Jordan
Firouzja
Van
doesn't have
Forest,
0 points.
MVL. That will be a great second game that will be our second choice.
Yeah.
But Magnus versus Nepo, who will be the best blitzer? I think there's a 1.5 now between Magnus and Nepo in the Blitz.
In the Blitz, right?
Magnus has 10.
Nepo 8.5,
14.
yes.
Yeah, Nepo has
A
lost the
point and a
last
half.
one. Yeah.
Ah, gotcha. That was a terrible result for Nepo with White. I mean, that final position.
Yeah, what to do?
I don't know what he did. In fact, Christian, what did Nepo do to have such an awful position when we clued in on it?
Absolutely. We do have some time before Gary joins us, so maybe we can see what happened in this one. It did seem like Nepo was getting a little bit of an advantage out of the opening, but take a look at this point. After queen to c8, a bishop to h2 came on the board, and immediately Firouzja took the bull by the horns and took away the knight from the centralized square d4 with the move c5. Not only that, but I'm also going to follow it up with c4 and block the light square bishop. Beautiful move by Ali Reza, and this allowed him to take over this game. But we do have Alejandro in Zagreb with 1, Garry Kasparov. Alejandro, take it away.
Thank you, Christian. We're here with the 13th World Chess Champion, Garry Kasparov. Welcome to the show. Enjoying the Grand Chess Tour so far?
Absolutely. And I enjoyed it more than last year because I'm watching, not playing.
It's definitely a different feeling.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell us a little bit about your events here in Croatia. We have not only the Grand Chess Tour, but it's a whole festival of chess around us.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the whole idea to use Grand Chess Tour event as a booster for chess in Croatia and the whole region. So I had one of my Kasparov Chess Foundation branches here, KCF Adriatic, and this tournament is an ideal opportunity to bring Croatian kids from neighboring countries. They play, but on top of that, we also have the special session with European stars, and this year, of course, we had all Ukrainians. So that was also quite an experience. The 2 of them are really good, especially I was very impressed by a 10-year-old kid. Yeah, it's somehow, the universe works in a very strange fashion. He's from Bucha, so we all know the name of the city for tragedy and for atrocities and crimes committed by Russian troops. But we may know the city as a place of one of the greatest talents. Again, a bit too early to say, but at age 10 to show such a mature understanding of the game, and so I was impressed. And also Igor Simonenko, I am at age 13. So yeah, Ukraine definitely has talent. So that's it's not just the war there, but it's it's the country is still very generous with talents. I'm sure not only in chess, but I think that we will hear more about Ukrainian teams winning events in the future.
10 and 13, it's just like they keep getting younger and younger. These talents are amazing.
Yeah, look, now they have access to data, to information. That, I remember myself, at that age, trying just to collect, just the pieces of information from newspapers, from chess magazines, making, the clips and writing something from the books. And now they just have to push a button or just, swipe their finger on the screen. And so they learn fast. And of course, they can play a lot of tournaments. So we didn't have the same luxury. And so at age 12, 13, they're already experienced international players. So this is now, we grandmaster at age 12 at Mishra, for instance. Yeah. It's, no one is surprised about it anymore. So it's the, again, I'm very pleased that, in Croatia, so this is my adopted country, so the chess is gaining popularity, and there's a big support from the government. And of course, SuperUnited in Croatia, is their company. They're already making commitments for at least for the next year. So it seems that with SuperBet sponsorship, chess gained new grounds in Eastern Europe, Bucharest, Warsaw, Zagreb. So I think it's great because we have many talents in this part of the world, but not many tournaments. So actually, when I was active chess player, I except Yugoslavia, I never played in Eastern Europe because it was Soviet bloc and they were secondary tournaments. Right. Yeah. And now we see quite a boost. And I've no doubt that all these events, like one in Zagreb or in Bucharest, they will help to not just generate interest, but also will bring new talents, young talents from the respective countries. It's
been an explosion of talent from here, from neighboring countries, and we see it everywhere. Everybody trying to be the next Magnus. Talk a little bit about the tournament.
Especially because Magnus now is on the way to retirement. That's what you're saying.
But I think the tournament is representative of the chess world. Everybody's fighting for second place. And Magnus, head and shoulders, still ahead of everyone.
Look, it's interesting because it's I was I was in his shoes, so that's because everybody wanted you to lose, everybody wanted just you to falter, and I think it's somehow I think in the beginning of the tournament, Magnus was. Yeah, you could feel that he was uneasy. I think it's a big statement that he has been preparing, and he was probably not sure what's next, and it showed. And his game was not very convincing. So
not at all.
And then it's at one point everyone said, "Oh, well, maybe he's now going down." Boom! the trained Magnus was back on the rails,
back on track. Yesterday was an incredible amount of victories: 7 wins, 2 losses, no draws at all. And today,
but it's about the style. It's about the style, aggressive style. So it's also it's energy. So it's the you watch his games and as if his pieces had more energy. So it's and he's not taking on secondary position. So there's all the best players in the world are here. So, but they were no match, and we'll see what happens now. So it's a relatively slow start for him. For Magnus, relatively slow start. He's still way ahead.
1.5 points is how he started the day.
Yeah, but he's very stable. So he's we look at his performance. So even if he's not doing great, so he's still on top. While the players, some of them had a great day yesterday, but they're not doing well today. MVL yesterday was not, looked very bleak. Today he just, he's doing great. But it's again, as you said, the second, third, positions could change. Magnus still, stands on top.
The world champion is not going to be defending his title, and it's the same in the women's section. Hu Yifan is not participating in the world championship cycle at all. Are the matches just not as important for these top of the top players, or what's going on?
Look, we can have a long philosophical discussion. What is the world title? So it's legally, you can say legally today, you can make a case that FIDE owns the world championship match, though you can still, have tons of arguments about it because, and that's what the arguments I had with FIDE in the 90s.
Right.
When I walked away, though I just defended match against the challenger, Nigel Short, just outside of FIDE, because FIDE never called Botvinnik the first world champion. Botvinnik was the sixth.
Right.
So which means FIDE inherited a tradition that existed before FIDE. So from 1886 to 1948, so there were 5 world champions, and FIDE basically included them, incorporated them. So we know about 16 world champions. So we cherish our history going back to Steinitz.
Right.
Some could say even probably you can go beyond, so this is or just back in the timeline and talking about more FIDE. But let's start with official, quote unquote, official championship. So 1886, by the way, St. Louis. So played a role in this event. That's how they started. Yes, and this this kind of collision has never been resolved. Technically, you can say that in 2002, when we signed this agreement in Prague, because it was myself and Kramnik, so yeah, we somehow abandoned our rights, as world champions. So we merged, FIDE line with the historical line, and then when Kramnik played Topalov, so that's everything has been, amalgamated. But still, the question is, Magnus is the best player today, and for the public, he is the called world champion. Whatever title you want to add to his name, he's still the best. And it would be very odd to see any match called world championship match without Magnus. I don't know there's an answer for this collision, but because at the end of the day, I don't know. Let's fantasize. What if Magnus plays Jan Outs? I mean, just or whoever. So how are you going to handle it? So this is who will consider match, let's again say, Nepo playing Ding, where I don't know where they're going to play. So this is what it will be considered the match a match, or it will just bring us back to the situation in late 90s. And it's just with all due respect to, let's say, to Kaufman and Kasimdzhanov, I'm sorry, that's not exactly the world champions that are remembered, because you also had, by the way, FIDE had its own world championships back in almost back in 1924. I think the Madison was the first one of FIDE Congress. Then they even had the Bogolyubov. And that's how they actually used Bogolyubov as a challenger to Alokin. So maybe someone else. I mean, FIDE had its own champions. Yes, with the amateurs champions, and the like the big league always opposed back then before World War II any FIDE attempts to intervene. So it's back in 1937, 1938. So it was all like a club. So again, I don't have answers for that. So I think that going back to what you said, it's maybe the old format just is irrelevant. Maybe we should look for something like Grand Chess Tour. Magnus made this statement. I didn't pay much attention to what he said at the opening ceremony, that he strongly preferred Grand Chess Tour format with classic, rapid, and blitz to the traditional cycle. Maybe that's an answer. Again, we do not play, just for fun. We play for public. And if there is a public demand to make these changes, maybe we should consider it.
And we asked a lot of the players on their interviews, what would you do to change the World Championship format? And a ton of them said the current format is archaic. They would prefer shorter time controls.
Well, I think that we should look at something like Grand Chess Tour. Make it more dynamic. And I think it's very natural to incorporate, the rapid and blitz into the system. So that's what people want to see. That's why we have millions and millions of new followers. They like it or not, nobody wants to wait 8 hours for the result of the game.
Yes.
Now, maybe you can play some of them, but you also need, you have opera music, but you also have other forms of music. So you cannot have just long Wagner opera. That's just as the only dish in the menu.
Final question. Ding Laurent playing against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Do you think that the winner of this match, runs the risk of being placed the same as Halifman or Kasimdzhanov as a world champion with a big asterisk?
Look, it's more likely, you can go back to Karpov-Timman match because, Halifman or Kasimdzhanov, they were not even top 10 when they won the FIDE titles. Here you're talking about, okay, you may start arguing 3-4, but two top 5 players. So that's the and that's the difference. But I don't know what kind of title they can carry. So I mean, I definitely will never consider the winner of this match, if this match takes place, as a 7th world champion. So just for me, the only way for the 7th world champion to appear, someone to be added to the list that started with Steinitz, it's to beat Magnus Carlsen. Or if he walks away, then it's another story. But as long as Magnus is playing, you can't consider any match a real world championship match. By the way, going all the way back, so that's what we know from history, though it's still a little bit of mystery because we're a long time ago. The reason why the official match, first official match, was declared in 1886, though the Steinitz played, Anderson, there was few events, because nobody was ready to accept a title as long as Morphy was alive. Morphy died in 1883, and only after Morphy's death, they were ready to play the match that chess public accepted as a world championship match.
There you go. The 13th world champion says if someone doesn't beat Magnus over the board in a match, that's not going to be the 17th. I'm sure everybody's going to have their own opinions for that. Garry, thank you for joining us here in the show. We're minutes away, actually I'm 1 minute away from starting the next round. Absolutely, you want to stay with us? That would be fantastic.
Just have a look.
Let's see, what are the pairings that we have here? We got MVL Van Foreest. Well, I gotta see Magnus Nepo.
Magnus Nepo.
What a nice coincidence.
Yeah, actually, it was a coincidence. Nobody believes that. It's a coincidence.
We are just about a moment away from starting. We can just.
Magnus plays white.
And Magnus plays white. Yeah, you want to analyze this one?
Yeah, let's have a look. Of course, MVL, by the way, had a good chance against Magnus. I was surprised he didn't push pawn on h6.
Right. It looked scary for the world champion there.
Yeah, but he was he was under pressure, and then there was at one point he could have let h6 check instead in his intermediate check, and then take the knight.
Can you even look at that?
Yes, this is and it would be, this is the. Yeah, here is a moment.
Yes.
No, here is a moment.
Play h6 right.
Of course, h6 check.
And it looks
and then take the knight.
And then take the knight with all these dark square weaknesses.
Yeah, because this king f6, g5 doesn't work. This is the pawn on a6 is too weak, so you should go there. Then you take, and you should play f6. But then you start pushing pawns here because g5, you always have this. That's the weakness there. So there's a chance. I'm not saying it's nearly winning, but there's a very good chance, and he could have. Okay.
And the game is on its way. Magnus using this kind of cagey variation.
His favorite line is queen takes d4.
Maxime actually had a great prep against him in the rapid. I don't know.
Yeah. It was perpetual. Yes, it was d5. Yes, yeah. But it's well, we'll see. So this is the famously they play bishop h6, c5. This is some sort of a very interesting line.
Yeah.
f5.
F5. Computer chess. Fast move.
Seriously.
Garry looking at the engine in disbelief.
f5.
Yes.
Seriously.
Modern chess.
Seriously.
This is why the 10-year-olds are good at chess now. Computers have changed the game so much. F5 is currently considered to be the best move. But
it's getting worse and worse for black.
Yeah, I think after bishop b2 in this position, the move is bishop h6.
Exactly. That's what I say. And then f6. And this dynamism, yes?
Yeah, the dynamic, you go boom, boom, boom. But in this position with bishop g7, I thought this was actually considered to be bad for black.
Of course it's bad. It's bad. It looks bad. F5.
World champion now in disbelief that this is even playable for the black side.
So this looks horrible for black.
So explain it to our audience a little bit. What is it that you think was going to be causing black trouble here?
Yeah, I don't like I can't even explain it. So maybe it's not that bad, but I don't like. This is somehow it's a combination of moves f5, queen f5, bishop. There's no plans. F5, bishop h6, knight f6. I understand because this is you try to be dynamic. So just you create weakness in your position, but you try to compensate it by the activities.
Right.
As of now, I could see weaknesses, but.
And knight d5, killing that activity, trying to get some, just taking away the pieces from the board, leaving those weaknesses behind.
Yeah, well, that's just the end game. Take, rook b8 now.
Rook b8 is an ugly move to make.
Yeah, but those are the moves. King f7?
Well, king f7 on the board. It just feels terrible, right? Knight f3 coming, knight g5 on tap.
I'm just bishop c4 maybe, bishop c4 95 maybe. Yeah.
Well,
No, he takes f5. Magnus doesn't bother. He just wants to create, weaknesses. Bishop f5. He probably plays f4, and then it's knight f3. So Magnus.
it's just a typical.
Yeah, you'll just have some slight advantage. So there's the in black's position in the center slightly compromised. Okay, not compromised, but this is. Yeah, it's maybe not much, but it's just Magnus. I think will enjoy it. Though it's.
2-point island against 3. I mean, everything that black has done, not compensated.
Why? Yeah, but now f4, knight f3.
Let's find out. The world champion in thought. So far, a little bit of a slow game for a blitz.
Bishop c4, right?
Bishop C4.
But he wants to force knight e5.
And then go back.
Just back and then f4.
And that's what's going on. Knight f6 on the board.
Yeah, no, he should probably now take and then f4. Yes, 10. It's maybe it's not that clear. This f4, maybe g4 then even. No, g4. Maybe it's not. Knight d5 maybe was not the greatest idea.
Well, knight d5 still retains that advantage. Knight f6 played, and the computer's loving your idea. Knight takes f6, king takes f6, follow it up with f4.
Yes, but that's the most natural. And then bishop maybe go on f3, and then yes g4, and then knight e2. So it's and again these pawns are.
It's the squeeze, right?
It's that's the. I mean, if you have queens and somebody attacks, it's fine, but it's the static problems.
Static problems.
Static problems, yeah. So knight c6. Yeah, I think bishop f3 Magnus will play. The bishop is knight d7. Yes.
I love the move bishop f3. It's so natural to play knight f3, but not as accurate.
I'm not sure. Maybe now. So he wants to put. I don't know. It's the. Yeah, bishop f3. Yes, exactly. Knight e2.
Yes. Well, world champions, right? Guys think...
Still, yeah, bishop before rook f1.
This looks really bad, actually.
It's not bad, but it's just it's the black has no counterplay, and for Magnus it's just it's
his favorite type of position.
Absolutely. So that's black, and time-wise, so this is
time was about even 2:44 for Magnus and 3 minutes for Nepo.
It's amazing. Nepo prepared, but definitely there was the
they must have
the world championship match, and this is. I mean, playing f5 and then bishop g7, what's the point?
Although, when Nepo came in, he said he was in no mood to repeat the lines from the World Championship, and he was preparing the Petrov there.
Yeah, I know, but this is still... Oh, Magnus found a better move. Knight c5, knight c3.
Oof. This king on f6. The activity difference of the pieces.
Knight c3, yeah.
You can almost make the moves automatically, right? Rook e1 coming.
Well, yes. Magnus doesn't have to think.
Yep. And knight d5. Doesn't feel like black is creating a threat, but holding on for now. How do you break through in this position?
No, I think we should probably c4 now. I would say probably because e6, d5. I just want to avoid this. I'll play probably.
Keep
but
in mind.
c4 maybe e5 is a little bit e5.
Perhaps that's why Magnus is considering his move here. What? C4 play? World champions! Exactly like each other!
Yeah, because e6, you don't want e6, d5, so that's the, you want to, yeah. And knight is
h6.
Rook e3, yes?
Immediately targeting that move.
Yeah, exactly, yes. I would have tried e5, maybe I would have tried e5, that's still bad. Still pretty nasty, because it's just the black has no counterplay.
You can see with the last moves, h6, a6, not really creating very much yet. b5 does seem like an idea. Time to go a4?
b4 knight d7. b4 knight d7, yes. Still.
Yeah, he's still surviving.
Still surviving, yes. Barely surviving. Maybe g4.
g4.
g4 f5. g4.
I love g4, just making that king weak. Rook h3 played immediately?
Not that immediately, but he played rook h3. I would start with g4. I mean, why not g4?
Oh, getting some time, maybe rook e3 back. And I love the move G4. It just
G4
cements
F5, you
the...
know, start attack, you know. Okay, he plays B5, you can take on B5 and then F5.
Not worried
Just
about the
go-
counterplay there, right?
Yeah, but B pawn are also weak, so this is, yeah, but got counterplay. E7 is there, and then if he takes, then this is the...
There you go. we're like 5 or 5 or 6 or 6 here in this game. G4. There you go.
5 next move, yes. Because then you activate your rooks.
Yeah.
So, yes.
I think black needs to do something right
But how
now.
E6, knight C3 is, and otherwise A5-5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so complicated to create anything. Knight D7
Knight D7.
voluntarily.
Yeah, that's the, he's trying to...
Ooh,
That's
F5 anyway.
Anyway, yeah, so it's the...
Doesn't care that a knight comes to E5.
Yeah, but it's the... Knight D5 is the only move here now, because taking...
Taking seems to expose the king. Knight E5 played.
Yeah, well, I would F5, I would have probably wait. I would probably do, just, you know...
Right, because the move knight D7 was geared against that move, right?
Exactly, yeah. So this is maybe... It's the... I would have not rush, you know, with the 5. A4.
A4 takes. Feels like with the knight on E5.
No, but it's 5 was definitely premature. I would
That's
play maybe
premature.
H4 and just move, you know, continue this advance there, or maybe A4 if you want to play A4 and A5. So, but why knight on D7? I don't know what was Black's next move. After,
Right.
After knight D7.
And
I don't know, what would be his machine's best, you know, suggestion here?
It says knight D7. It likes the move knight C3 as the best move, or H3, just keeping the position.
Yeah, so this F5 was a problem. Still, you know, it's interesting. So because it's an attack, but he has some counterplay.
Well, the players are down to about just over a minute each. Remember, they do have those 2 seconds.
Still,
Unpleasant.
yeah.
This pawn on H6 is just about to drop.
Yeah, because this is the second rook also will come, yes.
Yeah,
So,
so
rook G2 check, king C3, rook H8, rook H3, yes.
seems like a pawn to me.
Yes. Magnus will.
And I think that's why Nep was taking so long in this move. He doesn't see a good way to defend the pawn. Where's the counterplay? B5, there we go. What is the point of this? If I take...
This is the only chance for this. That he wants to die, you know. But look, if I simply take 2 times, what's happening? Rook G2, king A3.
I think the king is safe on B4, right?
King absolutely safe on B4. Absolutely safe on B4. See, no.
Yeah, there you go. A takes B5 as well.
No, I see no.
Oh, rook C5, hitting the knight and the pawn. Knight C3, or rook G2. I guess you have rook E2.
The rook E2 take the king A3. Why not king A3? So just this is now. I could see a pass pawn. Yeah, what I see is pass pawn.
Here, this is a queen.
Yeah, it's winning now. After B5 was winning.
After B5?
Yes, it's winning now.
Rook G2 on the
Yeah,
board.
yeah, no, that's winning. Yeah, but B5. I'm curious, what was the best move instead of B5 here?
Rook G2 and rook
Rook
H8.
H8. Yeah, but that's the.
And then tries to hold the ending.
Yes, exactly, yes. But that's very too. You know, idea is A5 knight. Very interesting idea actually. This is A5 knight C6, basically the keeping. You know, king on A3. Okay, but now it's the yes. That's.
A rook C8, and that's going to be a second pawn.
Yeah, but that's the.
Rook takes H6 on the board. Nepo down to 20 seconds as well. Not a lot of time for him.
But it's not about 20 seconds. It's about bad position.
That's also true. Check, blocks to the knight.
That's it.
That's it, right?
That's it.
Magnus just...
That's it. That's it. Rook G4, rook takes A4. Last chance. Rook C3. Rook C3 now. Rook C3. Just solid move.
There you go. World champions, they know. B6 on the board, rook B5.
Yeah. So is the
Matter of technique at this point.
F6.
Rook C7. Rook B4. Okay, last chance.
Rook
Nope.
H3.
Magnus says nope. King F6, rook C3. And meanwhile, Wesley, so I'm being told, has won his game against Ivan Saric. Topalov beat Dominguez. We'll take a look at those games after this one. And, well, it's becoming a little complicated. Not a lot of progress so far for Magnus.
Yeah.
Seems a bit stuck.
F6 at one point he could have played, I suggested.
We'll go back to that position. Rook on f1. Is it getting dicey?
No, it's C3. No, that's C3.
Knight c3 was great. This fork on d5, this king on f6, just such in a bad position. Oh, that's a queen.
It's a queen.
That is a queen. Queen is coming. Rook c6 played with 1 second on the clock.
No.
Queen b8, and he's resigned.
Yeah, but this is, you have to like king f7, move like king f7 here. So this is interesting. He always, stalled,
Magnus, unstoppable. This was a big chance for Nepo with the black pieces, but
there was no chance.
There was no chance.
There was no chance. I mean, that's just the moment they reached this end game. So I think it was very clear. That's it. So what's happened today in the round? So it's the who's behind Magnus now? Nobody is. Yes, nobody is.
That's basically the answer. That's basically the answer. Magnus is in first place, and there's a bunch of people somewhere else.
Good thing we have dinner on time.
Well, Garry, thank you so much for joining us here in the studio.
Thank you.
We're going to go to our studio in St. Louis to call the last games remaining. And, well, this tournament is all about over, guys.
Okay.
Thank you, Garry. Garry proving that he still knows how to move the pieces, Miro, as he was predicting many of Magnus's moves, and Magnus's moves were really good.
Yeah, he's so enthusiastic as well. Yasser, right?
He beat Nepo pretty convincingly, I would say, and then MVL has just beaten Jordan Van Foreest as well. So the tournament is all but over. Magnus is cruising to victory, I would say. But MVL clear third by virtue of his victory over Jordan.
So, Yasser, ask and you shall receive 5 decisive games. Finally.
Finally.
Yeah, you were complaining about those draws.
I thought we were getting so many decisive games. But here's our standings after 15 rounds. Reminding everybody there are 18 rounds of Blitz.
So Magnus Carlsen, no surprises at first position. Wesley, so he's not slowing down. Still 1.5 points behind. MVL clear third, but with no realistic chances of catching up with Magnus.
Exactly.
Yeah,
but there you can see that
position.
Magnus is, as far as Blitz is concerned, Magnus is dominant. 11 out of the 15. But Wesley, MVL, and Jan all have 9.5. Proving their mettle that they are great blitzers. Ali Reza, okay.
Reza catches up.
A little bit. And here's our pairings for round 16, Miro.
So that's MVL against Topalov, Nepo with Van Foreest, Mamedyarov, Carlsen, Saric, Ali Reza, and then Dominguez versus Son.
Tell us what our marquee matchup should be.
Well,
what would you...
We have to stay with the world champion, right?
Still stay with the world champion.
It's the Magnus Carlsen
it's
story.
a Magnus Carlsen show,
There are
right?
some really good players in the field. Okay, Shaq, we haven't highlighted much of his games. He hasn't performed that well. Let's see if he can upset the runaway horse. And Cristian, over to you.
Not only that, but the only way this the standings in this tournament change is if Magnus loses a game. So that's why I think we need to stick with Magnus's games. But I was having a look at this game between Van Foreest and MVL because this was crucial for the standings. And to be honest, MVL was completely busted out of the opening. Completely busted, as you shall see in just a few seconds. And this was the position after the opening. E5, knight to e4, very nice preparation by Van Foreest. I have to say he was blitzing out his moves up to this point, and this is already given him a big advantage. Now, the problem in Black's position is that at some point you will want to castle, and I already have a lot of my forces concentrated against your castle, especially after this move, knight to g5, knight f-g5, very dominant move. And after bishop to e7, queen to h5 was played in the game, and it makes a lot of sense. You want to get to g7, giving white a decisive advantage. Nevertheless, as we will see later on, this was not the most precise move. Queen to f3 was just killing Black at this point. You cannot castle because knight takes h7 is always going to be a big problem. Given the fact that the bishop is already set up on this diagonal, you cannot take back. Knight to f6 would just simply be checkmate in 2 moves. So you cannot play that move. How do you defend the pawn on f7? Well, you can go rook to f8, but that just gives up a pawn. And check this out. For example, if you try to continue rook to f8, boom, I have this idea as well. Take queen to h5, rook to f7. Now that I cleared the h file, I have a forced checkmate. Queen to h8, rook to f8, knight to d6, bishop takes d6, bishop to g6. Every single piece comes into play with devastating consequences. King to e7, queen takes g7, rook to f7, and queen takes f7. Big opportunity for Jordan van Foreest to finish the game at that point. He played the move queen to h5. And yes, he did invade on g7, and he's still completely winning. The problem is he got greedy. He took on h7 and allowed black to gain some counter chances after queen takes d4. Despite the fact that you are getting the exchange, I will have a lot of control over the dark squares given by the fact that I have the bishop still remaining on the board, but also the huge majority and very powerful majority on the queen side. These already very advanced pawns, b and c pawns. So this gave black a lot of counter chances, and unfortunately for Jordan, was unable to get a better position out of this endgame. In fact, he went on to lose this endgame. This one was a crucial game for the standing, guys. What did you have your eyes on?
Well, actually, we were watching Garry Kasparov the whole of the way there, Cristian. Very nice, that queen f3 move, I must say. That was like really...
almost winning for Foreest, right?
And it should have been actually a victory for him. But the GCT points are being robbed. Yeah, because the wild card, one of Magnus Carlsen, is
who's
taking
not
away,
on the list.
Who's not on our list because he's not a full tour participant, is walking away, we think, with 13 whole points from the Grand Chess Tour standings. So it was very clever of Levon and Fabi to avoid this
tournament with such a wild card.
Exactly so. And again, those GCT points are up for grabs, are on the right-hand column.
Yes, and as we stand, it's Magnus walks away with this 13. Those are gone from the pool.
And then Wesley and Nepo start sharing 8 and 7 and the L6, and these kinds of things happen. And then you say, well, wait a minute, I was second in the tournament. And so it's a robbery.
Yeah, Jordan steals some points as well.
And Jordan as well.
Yeah, as one of the wild carders. Yeah,
Exactly.
but thinking, Yasser, this big announcement, right? That Magnus is basically not defending the title, right?
Yes.
It's so important for him to win this tournament. Because imagine you come up with such a loud announcement, and then you play so-so, you finish in the middle of a pack.
Right.
So it wouldn't look that good, right?
No.
Yeah, but now, you know, like if he wins in such a dominant fashion,
right,
and then steps down, and yeah, it's basically saying that you guys can play, but you know who the strongest player is,
right? And doing it in both Blitz and Rapid as well. Gary made a point in the conversation he was having about the world champions and things like this, and I think he's both fair and unfair. So he says, for him, Garry Kasparov, that, you know, Ding Liren and Nepo play this wonderful match for the World Championship. They're the top 5 players in the world, let's say number 2, number 3, in fact. And, well, he's not satisfied with that as a match that could call itself the World Champion, because Magnus is still alive and still playing and winning tournaments, as we're witnessing ourselves. But on the other hand, wait a minute, they are playing for the World Championship. They deservedly, they play by the rules. Magnus abdicates.
Yeah, that's the system.
That's the way it works. I mean, how can they not be world champions? Weigh in, Cristian, with your thoughts on Gary's pretty tough line.
Well, I have to agree with Garry. There's definitely going to be an asterisk after this match, and I have a feeling we're going to see Magnus back in the championship cycle in later years. But right now, he is taking a break. Maybe he's going to find his own angle for a championship. We're going to have to wait and see. Definitely will be having my eyes on that match as well. I mean, that's a big match. We know that Ding whenever he's in the best shape of his life, he can be the best chess player on the planet, such as Nepo as well. We've seen him play amazing tournaments, and that one is going to be a match to definitely have my eyes on. But there's an asterisk in that one.
Well, wait a minute, because you just maybe contradicted yourself a little bit. So there's an asterisk.
Yes.
He steps back.
Yes.
But then he steps back into the candidates, let's say, and then he doesn't qualify.
Unless the
then you
format
say you did
changes. Unless the format changes. I don't think Magnus is going to want to play a candidates to get to the World Championship match.
Okay.
I think he's going to try to change the format, or at least maybe, FIDE is going to change the format by themselves, and then we're going to see a different Magnus come back to the board.
Yeah. So
too many questions.
Yeah,
Not
it's so
enough
interesting
answers.
that any other sport there won't be even a question. Okay, that's a World Championship match, so the winner is the world champion, right?
End of story.
But like in chess, we have such a like a sacred grail, this World Championship match, right? And the system, it goes like in a history a long way, and it was not always kind of established. At some point, it was divided in two branches, right? And now when we finally have it, and Magnus is undisputed, right? So there's always going to be this a bit bitter feeling of winning the World Championship but not having Magnus in it.
Yeah. How about we make it like in boxing? The world champion chooses a challenger, or a challenger calls out the world champion, and then the champion decides, yes, I want to play against this guy. It makes the most sense from a promoter's point of view, from a fan's point of view,
just one boxing
from a chess point of view. How about we have that system in chess?
Well, we had that system right before the FIDE, after the death of Alexander Alekhine, took over the FIDE World Championship cycle. In fact, Alexander Alekhine didn't allow Capablanca a rematch, and he would play against somebody he felt like he could win, against Bogulyubov, for example, and so forth and so on. I actually like a regulatory body, but what I fear is that FIDE itself, the whole cycle was wrong, and whether it's Hu Yifan in the women's or it's Magnus Carlsen in the men's, when the two top players in their field say, I'm not going to play in the World Championship cycle because I don't like it, it means that the regulatory body is not keeping pace with the players. They're not soliciting the players' input. And that's been the case with Magnus, as he said. He felt that way even before Dubai.
Yeah, that's
it came
fair
to
observation.
It came to pass that we lost another world champion, whether it be Bobby Fischer or Garry Kasparov.
Yeah, like picking challengers, you might end up like we had in the history, 27 years of Laska being the world champion. And yeah, okay, he was a great player, but I mean, he has played like 5 matches along those 27 years.
Exactly, right? The least number of any in a 27-year span. The game of chess struggles, and yet at the same time, our sport is doing fantastically well. It's a golden era, and here in St. Louis, we are having a summer of chess with a lot more chess to come. We have the St. Louis Rapids, the Sinkfield Cups, the Bobby Fischer. We've got the U.S. Championship coming up, the Open and Ladies. So chess never has been brighter, and yet at the same time, we're struggling. It's like we managed to shoot ourselves in the foot at times.
So how would you guys change the format?
Oh, for sure. For me, there's no question that I would do, in fact, what Magnus Carlsen has done with the online. I love the sets, meaning 4 games of 15 minutes. You play a number of sets, whether it be 7 or 11 or 9, like they do in snooker. You know, they have the frames. And you come back day after day, but you don't play 6 months or 3 months or 1 month, and you just play a lot. I love that, and I think for the spectators, the fans, it's marvelous.
So a way that I think, I'm not sure if he proposed it, but I read it somewhere, was that you play a few classical games, and then let's say you play 3 classical games. On the 4th day, you play a set of rapid games, and that counts as 1 point as well. How do you feel about that?
I'd need more information, but I'm just saying that what I witnessed and I called, it was It was a Magnus Carlsen finals between Nakamura and Magnus.
Magnus himself.
And it was easily one of the most exciting matches I've witnessed, and it featured everything, including Armageddon. And the number of viewers just kept escalating. And at the end, Peter Leko, Tanya Sachev, myself, we all just went, what the heck did we just witness? That was the most exciting, wonderful chess matches ever. And it would have been ideal if it was for the World Championship.
Yeah.
So that's my story. I'll stick with that. In the meanwhile, we will be witnessing in time in 2023 the Dingler and Nepo match, and maybe they will also make an initiative like we should change
The format,
the
right?
format.
How about this tennis? How about this tennis system? That
I
at
like
the
the
end of the
tennis
year you have a tournament of best, whatever,
yeah.
8 players or
I
something.
like that too. I like that too.
Yeah, 2 groups and then semi-final, final.
Right.
So that adds a bit of diversity. And
But at the end of the day, I think the question is the time control.
yeah,
Like that's the
other
thing
one.
that's going to determine whether you're going to have a 6-hour single game, which I think is too heavy. It's too heavy for the players. It's too heavy for the fans. Or you're going to break it up into 4 15-minute
Yeah.
/ 25-minute games.
Well, actually, it also becomes more dynamic, right? So you have a chance to
Absolutely.
come back.
Absolutely. And once again, we are about ready to get set for round 16 of the final day of Blitz.
Absolutely. Only 3 rounds left. So MWL will be facing Topalov, Nepo against Foreest, Mamedyarov Carlsen, Saric with Firouzja, Dominguez against Wesley So. We'll keep keeping an eye on Shaq, right?
Right, Shaq
Yeah,
will be our marquee matchup as Magnus Carlsen impresses, well, the whole world of chess, including one Garry Kasparov. And once again, Miro, you didn't kind of weigh in there with what would you do
Yeah, but that's
for
what
the
I
format?
said. Yeah, that's what I said. I'm looking at, maybe creating some sort of a match tournament.
Okay.
And just call it, the winner of the tournament is the world champion, because, I understand we will have to legitimize the winner of this tournament. So far, we are divided in, those are FIDE world champions, those are
Right.
these world champions. The only world champion is who wins the match.
Right.
Yeah, but match is monstrous, really, right?
It really,
14
really
games,
is.
a lot of preparation. In half a year, you have to prepare your openings and so on.
Brutal with the teams and everything. And we are off as Shaq opens 1d4 and the Slav.
Yeah, so that's a bit of a recent inclusion for Magnus Carlsen in his opening repertoire.
And definitely is a much more conservative Magnus in the last stretch of this tournament because he's just trying to preserve his lead at this point.
And e7, e6, previous game, bishop g5 had been played, and he quickly played bishop e7. Shaq taking the game into a Murano variation.
Round variation, yeah.
And I remember, boy, did
Bishop d6, that's sort of a...
the preparation, the Muran was so deep. Miro, I don't know if you ever got lost in the labyrinth of variations that came out of the Murano.
Remember,
But it was
Kramnik
torture,
Anand,
yes.
the World Championship match where Anand
In
came
Bonn.
up with fantastic ideas.
Fantastic.
And
He won the match with the black pieces.
So fascinating, yeah. And then later on in 3 years, in 4 years, when engines got stronger,
Yeah.
it turned out half of his ideas, brilliant ideas, were not working. Yeah,
Yeah,
so I'm
we're
not
not
even
valid.
sure how you play the Murano nowadays. I mean, you probably don't go for those sharp variations because everything is kind of solved.
Yeah, worked out. The move a7, a6, prepping c6, c5. So Shaq
Yeah, it was
trying,
a4, right?
trying to provoke b4, knight e4.
Yeah, perhaps, but how about capturing on a4? I know the pawn's going to be a bit weak, yeah, but ba4,
Well, if
and
you
at
can,
least I'm achieving c5 in turn.
Yeah, once you do that, I don't think you have really any problems. b3 versus a6, I think.
Yeah, kind of
Pretty
making
much
an argument that those
offset.
two weaknesses offsetting each other.
Exactly.
b4, says
okay.
Magnus, okay. So
Knight
now,
e4.
after knight e4, which is very tempting, what do you even do?
Change,
Knight f6.
Now the idea of knight d2 and trying
Sometimes, yes. Sometimes.
because the whole point is, if you get in c6, c5, like if I just drop back with my bishop, c6, c5 is going to equalize.
equalized, yeah.
So knight d2, I think, is
Wait
critical.
a sec, yes. But then I can go for it after your pawn, right?
Oh, yes.
And
Good
we
snap,
could
snap.
show this, right?
Right,
Knight d2. That's once again a very typical idea. Knight d2.
Knight d2. Sorry, I'll have to
Yeah,
just
so
make
trade
some-
on e4, bishop h2 check, queen h4 check. And in
Oops.
this, sometimes you do have compensation for that, but probably not in this position.
This is not my intention.
And by the way, guys, if Magnus wins this one and Wesley loses, then we have a champion.
Yeah. Okay. So he clinches the
He
tournament.
can clinch this round.
Wow,
There was 2 rounds to spend. Yeah.
that's impressive. To clinch a Grand Chess Tour with 2 rounds to spare, that might be unprecedented. I'm sure we've
I
done
think
it
Wesley
enough.
was very close to doing so in Paris.
Yes,
Was
he
it
had
last year or I think it was last
He
year.
had an outstanding.
He had a
result.
ridiculous score.
Yeah. Bishop takes d4 on the board. Okay. I must say, by the way, I'm warming up to White's position. If I can get in queen e2,
Queen b2, right?
yeah, tie you down a little bit, and then maybe swing over.
Hang on a second. Queen e7. So there is e5, e4 business you have to watch out
That
for.
is absolutely true. But if I take on f6, you have to take
Which was
with
a
the
good
pawn.
move, by the way. Wesley played. No, not Wesley.
Shaq.
Shaq played a modest move, bishop to b2, and then rook f to d8. And I think for
Queen
now,
e2.
black kind of restored all the harmony.
And a little update: Wesley is definitely not winning. There's a two result game, and Dominguez is on the better side of the equation.
Okay. Funnily enough, I actually like Black's position
Yeah.
here. This pawn on b4, rather than being some incredible weak pawn, is actually covering
Supporting
a
the
very
knight,
important
basically.
square on a c3.
So now it's what's black to move. I'd be looking to play something along the lines of queen g5, queen h4, because if you look at it, like from D file to the H file, everything's symmetrical, right?
Right.
And it feels like the moment one queen arrives to G5, H4, or white queen to, so
Right.
the other one cannot.
Yeah.
And both sides bishops pointed at the king.
Right.
And I would think that, if it's any good, that has to be done right now because,
Knight c6 is actually a semi-threat because that would force you to part with your light squared bishop. So you move queen h5, dodging
H5,
the,
queen h4, yeah, but maybe you just
Queen h4, g3.
g3,
Yeah.
yeah, but g3 isn't it?
I understand it weakens the
Somewhat.
long diagonal, but at the same time, how do you take advantage of that?
right.
Yeah, some queen h3, straightforward.
Well, it will come e4,
E4,
to
yeah.
try to drive this knight out of.
But there might be tricks.
Not only that, but
Knight.
also maybe I can play the move knight to c6, right?
Yeah, maybe
True.
Try to cut the action like that.
Knight c6, rook c8.
We
though.
do have a move.
Yeah, it's a very
Knight to
complex thing.
c3.
Knight to c3.
Whoa!
Okay.
That's a
what's
pawn.
That? That's a
I
pawn.
can't live with that knight on c3, and I can't live with the pawn on c3 either. So we're eating it.
Yeah, if you were planning bishop e5, then you're running in exactly the same thing. Bishop h7, queen h5 check, right?
So how
Right.
do you deal with knight c6 right now? Which he doesn't play. He played f4.
I think he was just saying, look, I have bishops of opposite color.
Yeah, like
with,
if you go knight c6, I'm happily capturing. And
right.
Perhaps knight c6, bishop takes h2 was also a problem.
could be, yeah.
Okay. So once again, knight c6, I think he's just going to take
Yeah,
it and
just capture, put the bishop on b4,
and
trade
say,
all the
your
major-
extra pawn is this pawn on b3, and I'm not worried. By the way, that is really
But the best thing white could
Incredible
get and hope for maybe
judgment.
is queen c2, bishop e4 to try to exchange
well,
the bishops.
actually, Shaq goes for knight c6. I guess Magnus should have no issues making a draw in this one.
no.
Bishop c4, okay.
I would
blocking
definitely put the rook back on d8 and the bishop
Yeah, yeah.
on b4.
Or maybe c5, by the way. I mean, you can start by going like bishop c5 in this position. Yeah, rook d8 is good. Rook d8 is good. Yeah, after bishop b4, you...
Queen f3, no. No info. Queen f3 is not a move that you would say I'm infiltrating anywhere. I mean, the bishop will be so easily keeping the queen side, but simply bishop and rook down to d2. Easy play for black.
So how do we increase the pressure for white? Is there a way to do that?
Which one? Yeah, well,
King
get
G7.
f5 somehow, yeah?
All right, the e4 is on the board, getting ready to play f5. Problem is, whenever you go f5, I'm exchanging the queens. Not only that, but if you go f5 right now, I think I'm exchanging the rooks as well.
Exactly.
Oh, so you just capture everything on f5 and give rook d1 check?
Yes.
Precisely so.
Okay, so Magnus is very likely to make
Very
a
likely to
draw.
make a draw. In fact, I'm almost tempted to say it's time to turn our attention, especially after this move. Oh, f5, take twice. And
The thing is, I don't think you can take
Oh,
yet
wait a
with
second.
a queen.
Queen takes, runs into queen c3, maybe?
exactly.
Not
But there was bishop
true.
d4.
Bishop
True,
d4, take on
bishop-
f5, and take on f7. Maybe that's not that easy.
Yeah, okay. So Magnus, anyway, he plays g5.
And says I'm
Which
perfectly
is-
safe.
Yeah, but then I would consider him being perfectly safe if it would be the bishop on f6. Because now, you know, the queen on f6, it stands there not doing much, right? At the moment you move, of course, white would be very happy to include f5, f6.
Just a quick update, it does seem like Wesley might actually be in trouble in his game against Dominguez.
Okay.
Yeah, Wesley is in a bit of a trouble.
We'll
By
just-
the way, guys, is bishop takes f7 a move? It
well,
is.
Ooh.
Wait a
it
minute.
is.
Blunder alert. Blunder alert.
Wait a second. How does
Queen
it work?
c3 check in case of
cool.
queen takes.
Rook
Okay,
e3.
rook there, but now I have queen to d5.
Queen to d5 is Magnus losing?
Yes.
Yeah,
he
A bit
just-
shaky. You still have queen to c3,
rook
and there's a lot
E8
of
was
threats.
a blunder. Was just a stone cold blunder.
How are we doing on time? Because now time becomes a big factor. 58 seconds for Magnus, 1 minute and 53 seconds.
Why is he
For
thinking
envy.
about
Interestingly,
queen d5?
yeah, it seems
Queen
that
d5,
everything-
queen
Queen
c3.
h5? Is he thinking of queen h5? No, I can't
Queen
believe
h5,
it.
Yes.
but
He
then it's,
is.
rook
on the
e-
board.
then it's rook e5, and then you can take the f5 pawn. You're almost guaranteed to take the
But
f5.
you don't take the f.
Bishop
Actually,
e6.
Bishop
Take the
e6, I
f5
cannot
pawn,
take
yes.
the pawn, but I'll take the bishop. Rook takes, yeah, that's the trick. So rook e5 actually
Rook
wins the
E-
pawn back.
Wow. By the
Queen
way,
takes f7.
Magnus captures this one, but this is
This might be dangerous, guys.
Got to be bad, right?
What about f6?
Yeah,
He's
it's
done
already
it.
played. Yeah,
Guys, I think Magnus is on the verge
he's going down. Yeah,
of losing this one.
3 pawns for the piece, and the
bishop
bishop was
a7
under.
at the very least. Yeah, you
That's
just
another
made the
one.
pawn.
They got a 4th pawn. That's a lot of pawns.
Yeah, black's certainly not winning this one. King f8, by the way, it's not a bad move at
Maybe
all.
check and
Check.
come back to the king side with queen g4 check. Yes, he's done
G4,
it.
Yeah.
And if
Oh, wait.
Shaq wins this one and Wesley manages somehow to survive, he's going to be within striking distance.
And Shaq beat Carlsen
Rook
in rapid as well,
F1.
right? Was
Rook to
the only-
e8, rook to c8.
Rook f1. I was surprised by that one, but look at this. Rook e8.
He's going for the
queen
endgame.
g7 check is
He
a
wants to
winning
exchange
threat.
the queens as
Yeah.
well. Oh
You're
my
gonna
god,
have
this
to
is
trade,
over.
right?
It's-
Rook f8.
This
Yeah.
might be over, guys.
Trade and queen g8, yes, and then white goes something like queen d7.
Queen d7 followed by f7.
Now, maybe you don't play f7. Maybe you just put the queen or
By the way-
c7, e7 something, and then you
If I,
march with
if
the
I
a
trade,
pawn, right?
trade queens and go
Maybe
g4,
you're winning. Yeah, maybe you're winning. But why to trade,
queen
right? I mean,
g3.
queen
No, then you go
G3.
queen e8.
There's also the bishop, which was hanging. Yeah,
Well,
I would prefer queen c7
sorry.
to kind of control. What does he do? I mean, what was
B4?
Okay, apparently there was some. Yeah, apparently there was some tactic.
I think it was based on f7, perhaps.
Well,
But
now the
is this
queen
a-
gets active.
Wait a
right?
minute.
At least there's gonna be some checks.
Time?
Magnus is back in the game, guys.
time.
Yeah, I think so.
Time a factor.
9 seconds for Magnus.
Okay.
Still a lot of problems to solve.
D6.
Not easy.
5 seconds for
King
Magnus, king to
F7.
f7.
A5.
That's another pawn running down the
it's
board.
so easy for Mamedyarov. I mean, just push them pawns, right?
Push
How
him,
do you
baby.
push them though?
Queen C3.
Without
Hold
avoiding
on,
queen to
queen.
F1.
Queen F1 check
You
is
have
a
to be careful about
possibility.
that. You actually lose after
Yes.
queen to F1.
Correct.
The bishop needs to stay
King H2.
caged on
King
F8.
H2.
big
Just-
moment right now.
Just to sidestep these checks on F1, you keep D6 under control.
Well, I mean, if he saves this one, he's a magician. I have to tell
He
you.
truly is. He truly is.
Queen to
Queen
F4.
Queen F4.
That queen is going towards C7.
He looks at
Bishop c5, queen
Queen to
f5,
F5,
no checks. Well, a
immediately.
beautiful move, but he captures.
threatening a check on
Queen
A1.
e1 is a checkmate threat because then it's a bishop coming to g1 to f2.
As
then-
he blown it,
Incredible
queen takes
resilience
H,
by the world champion.
Queen takes H7.
no, but he
king
has to
takes
go
F6.
for a perpetual. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think.
Guys, I think he escaped.
There's more.
He
Wow.
escapes. Incredible.
Wow,
yeah, king
he
takes
sure
f6,
has.
and you can't really play b7 because you're still getting checkmated, right? So
Right.
Incredible
okay, check
resilience
there.
by the world champion.
But queen a1 is as deadly as
Absolutely.
Right.
King to
So
E6.
check, king to
no
E6.
more problems for
So
Magnus.
it will end up white protecting against the checkmate and black capturing the b pawn, which will be a draw.
Correct. What a remarkable save.
So he
B7.
does play b7, but Magnus doesn't even bother to give a check, just stops it with the king.
He sure does.
Yeah, yeah.
And now
Who's
Shaq
playing
is
for a
saying,
win?
wait a minute, who's playing for a win?
Who's playing for a win
He
now?
does play Queen B1 and King B8. What a great move. King B... I have to say...
Queen to c7, wait a second. Queen to
What a
g3,
remarkable
right?
save.
Yeah, bishop d6, captures,
Okay.
yeah.
And
Now
now
it's a
he
draw.
wants to make a draw.
Now it's a draw.
Yeah.
Wow. What a save.
And Shaq to
That's
shake
absolutely,
is
what
in.
can I say?
And let's jump to that game of Wesley So. And what do we have? An extra pawn for Lanier.
Not enough.
Not enough?
I don't think that's enough. The problem is I get my king to A7 right now. Still a game though.
Well, you haven't gotten there yet.
Not yet. So the king is now on
Bishop
A6.
F3.
Knight stays connected to the A pawn.
Yes.
Yeah, but that is your...
And now, once you get your king to A7, then it's going to be a draw. It's going to take you
What a
so long.
Wait a second. Can you play something like bishop e2?
He's trying to tempo.
And by the way, that move bishop C6 was played with 1 second on the clock.
No.
Dominguez could also be losing this one on
Easily, easily, easily. Knight C4, and that might be a 3-time repetition, right?
No, that's so weird.
Okay, so king A7 is a dead draw,
That's a repetition for sure.
for sure, right? Well, the players, certainly in the case of Wesley, he's not...
Yeah, so my argument is that maybe you can give up the g2 pawn if you get king on b6, pawn on a6. But yeah, but that's
Well,
apparently
there
not.
goes
Yeah,
the A
apparently
pawn.
not.
Ooh,
Bishop d5.
King C7.
King c7.
King
It's
C7, king
fine.
D4, king D6. That's
Just
the
on-
problem.
Yeah,
King
yeah,
b,
just in
king
time.
d4, king d6, yeah.
Yes, just in time.
King C5, stay connected to the bishop.
Well, then King E5.
King e5. Wait a second.
Well, as Wesley...
I beg your pardon. I have an engine running at the background, and
Wait a
it
minute.
says that white is absolutely winning. So it's a
Well, because of this
study-like
king
win.
E5.
Did he really find a win?
Yeah,
It's a study-like win.
remarkable.
This is
And he
incredible.
And
resigns.
takes on a5 was the final mistake. Such
Of
a natural
course.
move, right?
I was a little bit surprised that Wesley didn't claim the draw just to see if there was a 3-time repetition. I would be surprised if there wasn't.
Yeah. By that point,
Yeah.
it feels like they've repeated.
Are those all the
bajillion
results,
times.
by the
Yeah,
way? Yeah. And that means he's clinched. Magnus has clinched. At least a tie. At least a tie. He's 2 points ahead with 2 rounds to go. Magnus is amazing. He's just amazing. He was just
Sure, he is. Yeah.
Well, where was the simple win in that? Was there a simple win, Christian?
Was there a simple win for Mamedyarov?
Shakriyar?
For Shakriyar, let's take a look and
Because
see.
it sure felt it.
Yeah, like not much was going on until that moment.
Well, I mean, when the rook's right here.
Yes. Rook to c8 was still good, still winning at this
it
point.
felt like completely winning.
Queen to c3 was the move.
C3.
And now just get the pawns going.
I see.
b4.
So the bishop is not getting to f8, and that's very important.
That's the key. Maybe you can even start with a5. The idea is that you need to control the bishop's squares.
Right.
And you can do that by just placing your pawns on the dark squares, a5 and b4, and then go on to exchange the queens, and the pawns are going to be unstoppable.
Queen c3.
Queen to c3 was a big one. But even after queen to d7, okay, b4 was a big mistake. Get the other pawn going down the board. But guys, I mean, Mamedyarov still had a minute. Nevertheless, it's such a difficult position to assess, right? You know you're better, but at the same time, if you allow the queen back into play, the king is going to get extremely weak. This is what happened in the game.
And at this moment, Magnus was down to seconds, right?
After the move b4, Magnus had 10 seconds on the clock.
Wow.
Incredible. And let's take a look. I mean, it did feel, yeah, b5 was the critical mistake. And this is the moment you guys pointed out, when the queen finally got activated. After queen to b3, it is black who is finally back into the game. Not only that, but the bishop on f8 is nicely protecting the king side, as well as ready to attack the king after bishop to c5 or bishop to d6. Perfect placement for the bishop on f8. He lost his mojo at this point, white that is.
Sometimes you just say, how did these guys do it? There's like this one little small window of opportunity and they crawl through it. And here we have it, standings after 16 rounds, Miro.
And for the first time in this tournament, MWL is tied for the third, right?
Wow.
Is it the first time? Yeah, I think it is.
As he comes up with 10.5 points in the Blitz, matching Nepo, but not matching Magnus. Magnus is just
too
amazing.
Good. Too strong.
Ali Reza is having a much better result in the second day of Blitz. The first day of Blitz, he was languishing with 3 out of 9, and he's come back. Jordan Van Foreest fading a little, but a sufficient gap for him to place in the top 6.
Outside of top 6.
Yeah, can't do that. And Nepo a little disappointing because he was making that big run, a challenge for second.
Yeah, but it's gone already. Right?
It's gone.
Well, second, maybe there is a chance, yeah, but no way he's... Yeah.
That was a huge turnaround in the game of Wesley So, Christian. And you were saying that this was the moment where Lanier had played a very nice trick and said, take my pawn.
Yeah, well, actually, just move the knight back.
How tricky are these guys, though?
I know. With the idea, once you get your king to a7 and maybe even to a6, then you could just take on g2. But this was a kind of a Tsuji on the knight. Instantly came bishop d5, and now this knight...
No, but that's so impressive, right?
There's no way to get a good king and pawn endgame.
Anymore. It's gone.
It's over.
King c7, and once again, if you play knight c6, we'll take it, and we run and capture and win. But let's check in with Zagreb, Alejandro, and Anastasia.
Thank you, Yasser, and it's just crazy in Blitz how one move, one decision can just turn the entire game around. We saw it with Vasilin Topalov. That was a tough one to watch, but guys, what happened to Ivan Saric is just tragedy after tragedy. Yeah. Anastasia, take it away.
I cannot believe what happened. Let me bring you just right to one of the critical moments of this game. Imagine, after knight d7, White had an opportunity just to finish the game, just here. You know, bishop takes g7, and probably Ivan was counting only knight f5 and then queen h6. Probably he saw this defense, queen f6, and that's why he refused this variation. But look at this, what he could do after king g7, queen h6. First.
Wow,
what a blow, right? And if he takes, it's a very nice and cute checkmate, yes, after g4.
I mean, you basically make every book.
Yes, actually. So believe it or not, at this moment, after knight d7, bishop g7, the best move for black is just to move the knight. So it explains a lot, right, in this situation. So what happened in the game was just literally crazy. I mean, of course, white has a better situation here, and I will just go somewhere here at one of the second critical moment. Black could just simply, white just could simply defend this pawn on b2, and I think it would be just much better. Yes, before this move rook f3. I mean, just to play maybe bishop b1, bishop a4, any move basically. But after rook f3 move, somehow he gave chances. Firouzja took on b2, and I mean, those pawns, it's still winning. But those pawns, I mean, you can see that they start moving at certain points. Some counterplay for Alireza, very unnecessary counterplay here, but still it was still winning. I mean, and even if we go to the final position, what a crazy game. Even at the very, very end, you can see that he just simply lost on time.
With an extra rook.
With an extra rook on the board, I mean, position was so winning, and we couldn't believe our eyes. We ran to the playing venue to understand what happened. We saw both of them coming out, players, and then I just spoke to the arbiter because I couldn't ask this question to Ivan. Poor Ivan, really. What a tragedy.
No, I was talking to Ivan outside, and his face was this mixture of pain, you know, this pain that you lose a game, and like complete frustration. Just the way that this tournament has gone for him, it's been really tough to watch. I was taking a look at the game of Dominguez and Wesley. You guys caught the end of that one where beautiful domination by Dominguez ended up winning the game. And remember that these are players that are going to be playing with each other instead of against each other in just a few days as the Chennai Olympiad starts on Friday. Yes, that's right, on Friday. And Wesley and Lanier, of course, are going to be participating for the American team. They're the #1 seed. But in this one, they did not look like teammates. They were going at each other on the throat. And Lanier, in his usual way, very cagey style, the usual rookie one Berlin, not huge risk, but unpleasant. Unpleasant until Wesley really broke. And you guys mentioned some of the key moments, but I wanted to point out the way that players changed their ideas during the tournament, because this is exactly the position that they had in the rapid portion of the event, with Lanier playing with the white pieces. And Queen f6 was played in that position. We also saw the move rook d1. And instead of any ideas with bishop takes f2, we saw this move rook takes c8, we saw this move queen e4, bishop c5, rook takes, rook d8, and it seems like they were just going to repeat their entire game. But Lanier understood that this position was simply unpleasant for the black side. Maybe in a classical game you can draw it, but in a blitz it was very hard. And you guys saw that later on in the game, Wesley actually made a series of mistakes and ended up having to defend a very unpleasant position that he could not hold at the end.
Actually, it shows that they prepare even for blitz games.
I mean, yes, and remember, Lanier is actually not alone here. He brought one of his seconds. Emilio Cordova, grandmaster from Peru, is here. He's hanging around with the playing venue all the time, so you know that they're talking about openings between rounds. And Lanier, even though he's not having a great tournament, has great preparation.
Yeah, so he managed to beat Wesley So, and now it's a tricky situation.
It's a tricky situation. 2 points separate him from Carlsen, and only 2 games left in Zagreb. Magnus, half a point away from crowning champion. We're going to take a small break, and we will be right back with round 8 of the day.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 17 as our marquee matchup for this round. We are about to crown a champion, we believe, in Magnus Carlsen as he's playing Alireza Firouzja, the opponent he'd hoped to meet at the Candidates Miro.
Yeah.
And what have we got? We've got a kind of a, wow, it's a weird-looking, one of those weird-looking Queen's Gambit declined where you somehow you traded the E pawn for the B7 pawn.
B7 pawn, yeah.
Remarkable.
Well, so that's one very important match because if Magnus does not lose, I wanted to say if Magnus wins, but he doesn't even need to win, right? I mean, if he makes a draw or better, then he is the winner. In case he loses, though, Wesley So and MVL, who are playing each other, they'd be looking for this result. So that's another.
So Wesley So and MVL tied for second. If one of those two players have to win both their games.
Absolutely.
Magnus loses both
they
games.
also need a Croatian miracle in the last one because Magnus is playing
Magnus
Saric.
in the last round, he'll be against Saric with black.
A quick question for yourselves. Bishop d6 on the board. Queen c6?
That's
C6?
a big question.
Yeah, that's a
Does
very
that win
important
material?
Well,
no.
And Wesley went for a very well-known draw in.
I guess we have a
in
champion.
the Grunfeld. So Magnus,
is a champion.
congratulations!
We have a
won
champion.
the tournament. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. Magnus won the tournament.
He sure did. And he did not go for that Queen c6
Yeah.
variation.
So the question is, what was wrong with Queen c6?
I'm just kind of curious. And congratulations to our wild card player, Magnus Carlsen, first place, $40,000.
40,000, 13 Grand Prix or Grand Chess Tour points.
Are gone. He robbed it.
Well, actually, I mean, can he take a little bit of this prize fund with his 13 points?
Well,
we don't know, right?
yeah, I mean, if he does outstanding in the Sinkfield Cup, that would be 26 points
that's
if he
really
did outstanding, and that would be bizarre that a wild card outperforms.
Yeah, well, technically he's not a tour participant, so you can just decline him money. I mean, you say, you should have played the entire tour.
Right? Rook c1 on the board. Christian, jump in. Are we in theory? No.
No, absolutely not.
Can't be.
That's something chaotic.
It's just an easy position, it feels like, for white, right? Magnus is not risking anything at this point. You're going to pick up c7. Probably you're allowing black to damage the pawn structure, but how bad can this be for a white? I don't see black gaining any sort of traction with his initiative. Magnus got this.
Okay, so something like bishop takes f3, g takes f3, knight f5.
Well, we can exchange the queens if we really want to. Take on c7.
Take, knight takes d4.
Take on d4.
And then we try to suggest that somehow...
we're
about to see
starts with
knight
knight
f5.
f5. Okay.
We can take on c7, and I wonder if Firouzja did it right. Queen c7, bishop f3.
I have bishop b5.
Might allow bishop b5.
Bishop b5 intermediate might be an important difference between capturing on f3
Let's
at
see
once.
whether he takes it or bishop to b5.
Because he should have, if he wanted this, they transposed. They transposed.
Bishop e3.
So knight e5.
Knight e5. You're tricky, aren't you?
Knight e5.
I
feel f4 probably.
F4. Okay,
And then I'll drop a knight into f3 and castle, and I'll be.
yeah, maybe.
Castle where? Castle where? Castle.
Well, I can't castle long.
Yeah, that's for certain. Yeah.
Unfortunately, the rules of chess being what they are.
But then I just go bishop g2.
How about bishop g2 without f4?
Right
you
now.
want to take, I'll trade on f3, go king e2, and go after your a7 pawn. Maybe that's the recipe. So at least, I will not end up with my king on d1.
I will be, no question about it, I will be seriously worse.
That's an easy recipe, yes.
That is a very easy recipe indeed. Bishop g2.
So maybe just go bishop g2. I don't know, knight d3 might be... well, he actually went with bishop g2.
The lazy man's guide.
Why not? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Play clear moves, right?
Right. The rook on c7 being a dominant force in endings where you castle. So we're looking at knight takes f3. We'll trade on f3, go king e2, and we'll end up winning this pawn on. It will be 4 versus 4, but it will be 2 connected passed pawns on the queen side.
Rook to d8.
Okay, that doesn't really change our perspectives, does it?
Yeah.
Castle?
Castle or
Castle,
F4?
we could maybe change our mind to go f4, even though perhaps what Firouzja is planning is some sort of knight d3 check.
probably.
That's what I was
Knight d3 check.
fearful of, but I thought just simple castles. And if you take,
King h1.
yes, precisely so.
Then the knights
Christian.
are tied down to one another. And,
Right,
yeah, white
and
has,
a7 is on tap.
Well, that's a pretty tasty menu of choices for Magnus at this point.
So,
And he's playing with house money.
Right.
Because he already won the event.
exactly. But also, I have to say that something about Magnus's play in this tournament, it's just been that he's got nice positions out of the opening. He's never really in a... And he's just at the critical moments, like what he played with Shaq. He finds these moves like it's kind of a black magic.
For a second, I thought that you were going to criticize his play.
No,
The guy wins with 2 games.
It's
to
just
go.
amazing. His play has been nothing short of
We have been criticizing it a little bit at the beginning of the tournament.
because at the very beginning he had
In the
made
rapid section.
Rook takes a7.
inviting
How
knight
cool
d3
is that?
check. Wow.
How cool is that?
Inviting knight d3 check
Knight d3
and knight
check,
takes
where the
b2.
king's going. Oh, wait a sec. Can he go king d2 so that knight b2, king c3, the knight is trapped, knight b5 check, yeah.
And
King
he's done
d2,
it.
yeah. But knight b5 check, the rook will be protected, so I'll have a pair of bishops, right?
Exactly.
Maybe
And
that's enough.
D2.
Maybe that's what he's going for.
Knight
yeah.
takes b2, king c3.
Black doesn't have alternatives.
Can you go
Black.
knight b5? No, knight
Knight
b5
b5,
first?
bishop c6 check, right?
There's-
Knight
the bishop
f5,
is-
but
the
then
bishop is locked.
Bishop b6 or
No,
something.
no, knight b5 right now.
Knight knight e5.
No, knight b5.
Knight b5. Yeah, the bishop cannot go to c6. There is still this stupid pawn on f3 that I sacrificed quite a few moves ago.
Wanted to.
Yeah.
He didn't take it. Knight b5 looks
Yeah,
like
knight b5
only
indeed,
move.
yeah.
Only move. Knight b2 would lose to king
Well, knight
c3.
b5, you go rook to
Knight
b7.
f4.
What?
Wait a second. What's
What
that?
is that?
Well, that makes some sense, right? Because if you take on f4, you have knight b5, and the rook is no
Wait
longer
a second. If I
protected.
take on d4, what do you do?
G2 is hanging.
Yeah, but rook d4, king e3.
the
I attack
question
the
will be
rook.
answered.
E5.
e5 first.
e5 first. Okay.
By the way, the bishop is still hanging.
Now,
so
if you go
that-
king to e3, I take on g2 with check.
That's nasty.
So that's the difference.
Can I go rook d1?
Bishop f1 was played.
like
Rook takes
bishop.
d4.
Yeah, but rook d1 was an interesting alternative, to be honest, because I wanted to play bishop f1 and not lock my rook on h1, right?
Rook takes d4, king c2 on the board.
Castle.
I'm
It's
imagining
got a castle, yeah,
and
got a
maybe,
castle.
Finally, we got the
maybe
castle.
bishop to a6 to or
Rook c7 is what he has done.
rook c7.
But how about rook d8, trying to invade?
Sure. Rook
He'll
d8.
probably not impress, right? Bishop c4. Yeah, so
Or
that's
bishop.
what he makes possible. So rook c7 to put the bishop on c4, in fact.
And hit the
Target
f7.
f7, yeah.
Makes
King will
sense,
be
Miro.
safe on c3. Firouzja
Knight
goes
e6.
knight e6 to disturb the rook.
Looks like a good disturbance.
Yeah, rook c4 perhaps? Or rook c4, yeah.
Because it's all about these passers, right? You just want to
And how are we doing on time right now? Magnus, 28 seconds versus 1 minute and 30 seconds for Ali
Wait a
Reza.
sec, rook c3, so rook d8, his answer was bishop d3, right?
bishop c4.
Maybe bishop
I'm not
c4, but now-
too worried about the rook
Yeah,
dropping
perhaps, but still.
He's done it.
Let's give a
Would
check.
prefer-
King to b1.
He's
king
done
to
it.
b1.
And again, these passed pawns are going to be faster than anything on the king
They're
side.
great, but I do have some counter chances, right? Knight to d4, followed by rook to
Rook
b8. Soften up, your second rank, you have to go b3. Maybe I can.
b3 and then
Maybe I
somehow
can play
get
rook
to
to
the
A.
second rank with both rooks, but
That's that would be
easier said than done, right?
That would
Lots
be
of
black
luck.
magic right there.
Rook d3 may be on tap for white.
h3.
h3, okay, some
H3.
practical moves. Yeah, like rook d3, maybe he was a bit.
Knight takes f3, takes h2.
Yeah, like
tuck,
dropping a
tuck,
lot
tuck.
of pawns.
And now
yeah.
he's done it. Rook
This
to
forces
d3.
the trade. You cannot go rook to c2 because of
forces
rook
the
takes
trade.
d4.
Knight takes f3, knight d2 is the strat.
King b2. And let's get ready to rumble.
So
Yes,
4 versus 2 on one side and 2 versus none on the other.
But
But
the problem is exactly that.
that bishop is
move.
really strong. And by the way, what is this move? You take knight d2.
Okay.
Okay, bishop b2, knight.
I've got to say
knight
that,
d4 with step.
Ali Reza has thrown the kitchen sink in terms of tactics against Magnus in this game.
And
He's done his best to
refutes
really.
everything.
h5.
Here we go.
Maybe that's the time to finally start moving the pawns, no?
No,
A4,
not yet.
A4, A5, A6.
I'm not
Let's
sure
go
if
G4.
rook d5 was really needed, to be honest.
G4 or H4, which one do you start with?
I start with H4.
H4,
of
right?
course.
Because yeah, I mean, it might turn out that rook d5 was like a
well, he wanted to play
vital
rook
tempo
H5
loss.
Rook H5, King G6, that's a problem.
with bishop F3, or no, I don't never want to play bishop F3.
H3, okay.
I may have to end up. Oh,
Ooh,
pardon me.
The bishop's going to end up being on g2.
Where's the knight going? Where is he trying
Okay,
to
hold
go?
on. What's
He has knight h2, maybe. Knight g5. What's knight g5?
I
Is
don't know.
Ah, he's trying to go E3. And then G3 and have the H3 pawn protected.
Exactly.
e3 pawn takes, g3.
And again, my admiration for Ali Reza in trying to
By the way,
make tactics.
g3. Okay, you can take on
seconds.
g5 at the very least.
I was
He
going to
could
say
have.
rook d2. Rook d2 to stop
Yeah,
g2.
but could have taken on g5 and bishop h3. I don't think he was.
Magnus is not looking very good right now.
So what's the trick? g2, he's going to come.
Give a check first.
G4,
Give a check
right?
first.
Correct.
Rook f4 check. Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
Ali
that was-
Reza
that
missed
was a- that was a mistake,
He
yeah.
missed it. He
That was
missed
a
it.
huge mistake. Rook to G4 is coming, and that's going to eliminate the No, knight F2, never mind.
Oof.
Oh, there
King
was a
F6.
What's
trick.
going on?
There was a trick. Oh, knight
That-
check.
That's not going to be close, right?
Oh my gosh.
Knight f5 now? Knight e4. Okay. The rest
Rook
is
takes
extremely
b4.
tricky.
He has
Magnus is-
managed to trick
Magnus is clearly, you know,
Knight D6.
knight d6.
Knight D6, finish the game, or knight C5.
And he's
knight
done it.
d6. He put the knight on c8. Yeah, you're protected with the rook.
Wow.
That's incredible.
Ali Reza takes
Wow,
down
what
the
a
world
game.
champion.
Well, we're crowning a champion, but excuse me, just a little punch in the nose before you. Let's go to the game of Westin Topalov versus Jan Nepo.
One
Is
of
it,
the. Yeah, that's the only game which is in progress, right?
exactly.
And yeah, we've got, you
And
know, apart from Magnus's
Jan-
loss, everything else was a draw.
Jan is, I think, making a claim of a draw. That there's repetition before, and Topalov said,
That's
I agree.
finished in a draw? I was looking like a minute ago, and he was completely losing. Nepo.
Was Nepo.
Nepo was completely
I think
busted.
he's still lost. It's just that it's apparently a threefold repetition.
And Topalov is not
And
even disputing that.
Topalov accepted it, yeah.
Exactly, exactly. Christian, it was great watching the Magnus game, but what happened in the other 4 games?
Do you actually think that I was even looking at any other games? I was having my eyes peeled to that Magnus versus Ali Reza.
There was a lot of draws.
Man,
yes,
Let's figure it out.
You're
Let's
my
figure
top
it out.
agent on such matters.
We will figure it out,
Christian.
no problem. So we have 4 draws, by the way. That's
What?
the most draws that we've seen in a round, in a Blitz round up to this point.
Clear.
And Firouzja taking down Magnus Carlsen. Let's see what happened.
Remarkable.
Actually, in this one, the last one, Topalov versus Nepomniachtchi, because I was mentioning to you guys that Topalov was just completely winning. Now, At this point, apparently c7 is not the right move. What you have to do is create an umbrella for your king with the move queen to c5. Do not allow this check queen to f2, because after c7, queen to f2, the problem is whenever you go here, I give you a check and I stay always connected to the pawn. With every single check, I stay connected to the pawn. If you go here, I go here. If you go here, I go to b7. You cannot pass and try to go next to the pawn because you're losing it, right? That's a problem. c7 was a big, big mistake. So what you have to do is get ready to play the move c7 with the move queen to c5. After that, after the move c7, I'm going to be able to snake my king all the way to b6 without losing the c pawn, and this would have given white a clear advantage. Now that's that. Let's see what happened in the Van Foreest versus Mamedyarov. Well, I thought Van Foreest, by the way, he was a little bit better. At least the last time I checked, this was the position. And let's see, they entered this endgame. Bishop takes e3. No, bishop takes e3 never came. King to h2, rook to f5, rook to c8, king to g7. So now we see the exchange up for black. Nevertheless, white does have the two bishops, and that gives him a lot of initiative in the position. So let's take a look. Rook to g8, king to h6. The king is in deep trouble. Bishop to f8, finally restoring the material balance in the position. Rook to c1. This was the position, and I was looking at it and I thought that white will be able to make something happen given the fact that the cooperation between the rook and the bishop with the passed f-pawn should give white the advantage. But unfortunately, it seems like Van Foreest was unable to make something in this position, and he accepted this rook endgame with the pawn up, but we know that theoretically this is just a simple draw after the move rook to a3. The rook has to stay passive on b2. Absolutely no problems for black holding this one. Now, what else did we have? This game between Wesley So and MVL finished in 20 seconds. I'm not even sure how they did that. Let's see. So this one, okay, this was the Grunfeld variation. Everybody knows this. They've played it at least 20 times between each other. And yes, everybody knows this is a perpetual, well-known. And I think another game that we haven't looked at was the game between Dominguez and Ivan Saric. And let's see, did anything happen in this one?
Ivan Saric make a draw?
Yes, yes. Ivan Saric versus Dominguez. This one finished in a draw, and I thought that Ivan was putting in the works at some point. Definitely not right now because he's a pawn down in this position. I thought he was better earlier, but I guess he was not. Yes, not that much happened in this one. Quite a peaceful result between these two players. How are we looking in terms of standings? Because we know who the champion is.
Right.
But there's a big fight happening for a second and third position as well. And we know that some of these players are full Grand Chess Tour participants.
Right.
So they're definitely vying for position and for the Grand Chess Tour points.
Absolutely, and we think that the round coming up is actually a pretty good one. As I see that we have Alireza Firouzja versus Jordan Van Foreest, and here's the standings: three-way tie for second.
Three-way tie for second, and Nepo full point behind. I don't believe he's gonna.
No.
Yeah, like he has to win. And he has
and
to.
Alireza has to play Jordan,
and then MVL has to. No, it's not happening.
Nepo is playing against Wesley.
Nepo is playing against Wesley.
Right.
Yeah, but
so he can take one down, or at least equalize Wesley.
Yeah. Alireza is playing against Jordan. That's a big one.
That's a big one for sure. Carlsen, we are not interested in Magnus's games.
Our congratulations to Magnus, of course.
Magnus.
Very impressive first place victory by the world champion, $40,000 richer as well. Impressive, but once again, that if I could just see those pairings, because we've got three players tied for second.
Right.
Nepo playing Wesley. That's one of our.
Very important.
Firouzja tied for second plays Jordan Van Foreest
with white,
and MVL. That was the other one.
Dominguez, yeah.
I was wondering where the third one is. Kind of slipped under the radar. Will our marquee matchup? You guys like Firouzja Van Foreest?
Yeah, I think so. Young guns.
No, guys. I think we have to go for Nepo versus Wesley.
Nepo versus Wesley.
That's the one thing that can change the standings.
Why can't Firouzja?
Because
and
Nepo
Foreest?
can join the second place.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Yeah,
Then
if
can't
participants.
Firouzja take clear second?
But Van Foreest is out of the equation, right? That's my logic right here. Is the closest in points, is what I'm trying to say.
Good point. Good point. Good point. Won't argue the math. All right, we'll use the Firouzja game as our backup game there. By the way, I thought that game that Cristian highlighted, where Topalov is supposed to play Queen C5 in preparation for C6, that's so unfair. I mean, Queen and Pawn end games are absolutely ridiculous, but this was the moment that he was talking about right here with the move C6. I mean,
C7 just
how
throws the
obvious
advantage.
is the move Queen C5?
Not at all.
I mean, even in a classical game, this idea that you need to umbrella, as he explained, and bridge your king so it can, you prepared the move C7. That's not intuitive. You're thinking to yourself, I'm defending this pawn.
Yeah, like everything's protected. If I'm going C7, it's
Now's
this
the
moment.
time,
Yeah, now's
right?
the time.
So I'm sitting there going, oh man, you brutalized poor Veselin there.
Yes, I'm
Cristian.
getting some strange feeling of deja vu because I think I've seen exactly the same man game or a very, very much the same. Yeah. And once again on a high scene. So
Right.
one of the tournaments I was doing commentary for.
One of the worst commentary gigs I ever did, it was Wesley So versus Anish Garry, where Anish was a pawn up and a queen ending. And I was trying to give some comments. Impossible. It's impossible. And I said, I apologize to my audience. I'm just going to turn on the engine. And it was one of those things where it was like 0-0-0, a move would be played, and it was plus 47. And then it was 0-0-0.
Basically.
And then plus 47.
Yeah, those are
and this kind of
impossible.
went like this and this and this for about, I would say 90 minutes. I mean, the tournament hall was absolutely empty, and they were in their night hour play. It was pretty brutal. But here's our upcoming schedule of upcoming events.
Yeah, so St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, part of GCT, happens on 24th, 31st of August, right? So
month.
August is not specified. Yeah,
it is.
Yeah. Followed by Singfield Cup, the last event of a GCT, the classical tournament, yeah.
And our most
Iconic event, when I say,
absolutely
yeah.
here in St. Louis. It really is special.
To be followed with Champions Showdown, Chess
960, the Bobby Fischer random, if you will. That will be the 14th through the 16th here in St. Louis. And then granddaddy of them all, the U.S. Women's Chess Championship and the U.S. Open Chess Championship. And for those events, there will be 28 players, 14 in each group, because we're catching up with the pandemic and people were qualified from the juniors and the girls.
Yeah,
and we and we wanted to give them an opportunity to be showcased for that event. So that will actually be a very long national championships.
And what a crop of amazing talent we have in those events. In the U.S. Open Championship, we have Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, Levon Aronian. But we also have guys like Sam Sevian, Jeffrey Chong, Sam
Robson.
Shankland, the newcomer Hans Niemann as well, who is progressing at incredible speed right now. So John Burke as well. I'm not sure if he is qualified for this one because the rating cap is quite high. So it's definitely going to be an explosive one. And then in the women's section, you have the newly minted U.S. Junior Girl Champion, Jennifer Yu, who is definitely going to try to repeat her success at the U.S. Women's Championship. She won that event in 2019. So she definitely has a lot of experience. A lot of very intriguing players are going to play in that one.
Yes, indeed. But before all of that, we still have the GCT, and we have one more game to be played. Some patchy parts in this Rapid, Blitz, some good blitz games, but nothing really outstanding as far as the blitz is concerned. Just some resourceful saves, including the game we just saw, Firouzja. Could you, Cristian, bring that game between Magnus and Firouzja? Because
Absolutely.
we thought that Magnus was winning. And
He
then,
was. He
and
was.
then where did it go wrong for Magnus?
Let's see. Yes.
We haven't said that
It
very
was
often.
definitely, Magnus was winning all the way around here, I think. So after e5, instead of the move bishop to f1, it seems like king to c2 was just winning.
Lights
because
out.
if you do take on d4, I go rook to d1, and this was the key move, I think. He probably looked at rook to a8, saw rook to d8, and thought that this position is not as easy. But if you do start with rook to d1,
Okay.
you cannot take and take, because now you have to contend with rook to a8, and you lose the rook. So you have to lose another tempi. The problem is I'm perfectly set up. Your pawns are nowhere close to my pawns, right? Not only that, but it's 4 versus 3 compared to the game situation where it was 4 versus 2. And that's extremely important. And after bishop to f1, I'm just simply going to push my pawns. This is pretty much lost. A very easy game for white. He played the move bishop to f1, and that gave black some tempis. That's quite important, because now I managed to get to your pawn structure as well as activate all my pieces and keep more pieces on the board. This is the problem in the position. Knight to d4, rook to f1. Let's see where he lost his advantage.
Because even here, I thought
Even
that
here,
Magnus,
he has the advantage. Yes.
was kind of cruising.
Yes, cruising, cruising, cruising. And now rook to d1 seems to have been too slow. The best move was bishop takes f3.
Okay.
Guys, but these are decisions, and very difficult decisions, that you have
Right.
to make with a few seconds on the clock.
Right.
I cannot blame Magnus for keeping the bishop on the board.
Agreed.
So rook to d1, even here, let's see. And now it seems like the pendulum has swung all the way to black's favor. Right now it's black who is winning. h4, g4, and let's see if Firouzja did give away. Well, he did give away the advantage. At some point, g3, rook to d4, yes, yes.
Oh, this is the moment.
This was the mistake, guys.
We thought rook g4.
Rook g4 was the move, yes. Rook g4 was the move, but it's not easy, right? Because knight to e4 preserves the two pawns, right? But after king to b2, unfortunately,
can't
h2,
play
I think,
G2.
exactly. H2, bishop
H2,
g2, you're
bishop
losing the
G2.
g3 pawn, and you actually lose the game.
Right.
Because the a pawn is running as well. Big moment. Bishop takes h3 is easy to play, right?
Right.
And then you miss, unfortunately, that you're not picking up the g pawn.
This is great.
Because of
Knight
knight to
f2.
f2.
And by the way, Firouzja played knight f2, seeing that fork on e4 in like a second and a half. I mean,
his tactical awareness is definitely off the charts.
and we are going to watch the battle for second place as Firouzja is taking on Jordan Ben Foreest. Wesley MVL is taking on Lanier Dominguez, who, by the way, is played very credibly in this blitz. You see that Lanier's at 8 out of 17, right? Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And Wesley, sorry, remind me again. who's Wesley?
Nepo against Wesley.
Yeah, that's the big
so
one, too.
That's
And guys, if the
That's
start is not exciting, we can move to that Firouzja game, Firouzja versus Van Foreest.
For the youths.
The youth title match.
Well, remember you had highlighted those two in one of our broadcasts at the very start.
In the first ones, yes.
19 years old and 23 years old.
That is because both of them were doing amazing in the rapid. Actually, after the day one, I think it was Firouzja that was leading, and
Exactly.
after day three, it was Van Foreest that was leading. So he won the rapid portion of this tournament.
And really, what a sensational event for
Jordan, right?
Yeah, I was
It's
about
not
to
his
eat.
first, not his first
Surreal
GCT, but as he said
experience.
himself, like in the previous Rapid and Blitz, I only won 2 games, and then
Right.
he started with 2
2
wins in
wins.
Rapid. Yes.
So he already matched his best result after 2 rounds. And he's had quite the roller coaster ride.
These guys are ready to get it over with.
True that.
Yeah, well, and Veselin, obviously, for him, it wasn't a very good tournament, and he's not fighting for much. He's not a part of GCT overall tour, right? But for Shark as well, he seems to be kind of lacking energy, and he only is excited when he plays Magnus. So he had.
Yes.
Can you remember anything from Shark games? Apart from his win against Magnus and then his draw against Magnus. I mean, perhaps there was something, but it seems that he's only getting excited when he faces Magnus.
Exactly.
That's true. That is true.
Exactly.
Very good point. And Magnus still not at the board, it seems.
Yeah, well, speaking of highlights, Yasser, you were talking about Blitz highlights.
Yes.
I guess we could kind of find some positions. Like for me, I'm still very much impressed with Dominguez's trap against Wesley. Like
that was brilliant.
The study-like thing.
Yeah, take my A5
And also the way he was hovering around this A5 pawn, and finally, like he almost like, okay, take it, and we agree a draw. So
Exactly.
It was a devilish trap.
We'll ask our producers if we can go to the Nepo versus Wesley So game, as you have the Shaq versus Topalov game. Here we go. This is the battle. One of the three key battles for second place. Nepo with a win can tie Wesley, and he's going to have to hope that other people knock out MVL and
H4.
H4.
I like that.
H4, yeah.
We're getting some action.
Okay.
H5, let's go.
Very promising start here, guys.
Let's go. Now, Castle is most likely going to be met with perhaps queen to a4, followed by queen to h4. Try to checkmate the black king.
That's a known trick, yeah, like swinging the queen along the fourth rank.
Yeah. I'm sorry I haven't gotten an update on my transmission, unfortunately.
Bishop to f5, h6.
Okay, now you have it. Now you have it.
Now we have it.
H5.
H6.
H6,
Yes.
the way Alpha Zero likes to do it. Like
Yeah.
just get the pawn on H6
And then castle.
No,
play like nothing happens.
But whoa, I mean, look at these moves. Just
But
like
now there is nothing on the king side you wanted to say, Yasser.
Yeah,
right?
no
And
open
I would
H
say
file.
this. I would say the same, but it turns out that this concept is outdated, and yeah, they just keep this H pawn alive, and then later on in some end game, you know, it pays off.
wow.
Yeah, we should be watching more engine games. I mean,
Exactly.
if there was nothing else to do.
Knight H2. Somebody explain that one to me. Just right here.
There you
Knight
go,
H2.
knight to e4.
Knight H2.
With the idea to go knight to e4.
Yeah, Knight E4, yes. It's
And I
based
guess
on
what
some-
he was not wanting to see on the board was d3, c4, that sequence.
He didn't want to see on the board.
So that's why he played knight to h2, to get the knight to e4.
Yeah,
And not get the knight to e4 via d3 followed by knight to e4 because of c4.
I see.
Okay.
So we have
now,
Queen
after
D7, kind of keeping this knight in abeyance here. Knight on H2, to my eyes, makes such a pathetic impression. I just repulsive. I would say Rook C8, Rook D8,
What
Knight
did he
D4.
do? Bishop G2?
Bishop to G2.
Did he play Bishop G2? Yeah, because I thought Queen H3 might have been a bit annoying.
Okay, Rook D8, Rook C8, Knight D4 and C4. Why aren't I just much better?
I think you're just better right now.
With the
You
with
might
the black
as well
pieces.
be. Okay, he starts with an immediate
Look,
C4.
it's not Fischer random, but the knight on H2 and the bishop on G2 have almost crossed the third rank. Almost. I mean, there's Nepo still sees the defensive, and he's clinging to it.
And just to give you an update on that battle of the youth between Firouzja and Van Foreest.
Yes.
It's an endgame. Firouzja with a slight edge definitely will be nursing that for the remainder of the game.
Okay, guess what, guys? He's brought his knight back into
Knight F3,
play.
right?
Great stuff, huh?
Well, I have to say, the history of, like, between those two, I remember Wesley starting by having, like, 5-0 lead against Nepo. Like,
5-0?
In classical games, yeah.
I remember one game from the Tata Steel, the last round, where
Olympiads
Wesley...
and so on and so on. There have been a lot
the
of...
Olympiad, too.
Yeah, there have been a lot of wins for Wesley.
I remember because Nepo in the Olympiad had like a 6-0 start, and Wesley stopped him cold. was Baku?
Yeah, that was Baku Olympia
Yeah.
2016. There is.
Exactly.
There's something about Nepo in this tournament. He got a lot of completely losing positions out of the opening.
Right?
I can remember this one. I can remember the one versus Van Foreest. Against Magnus, one of them was also extremely bad. So he's really suffering in the opening, which is a bit unusual.
He was really run hot and cold. There's no question about that. In this event, it's strange what he's been doing. This position, okay, if he struggles his way to an equality, you tip your hat, but why get such a bad position out of the opening?
Yeah.
No idea. Here, I would also kind of be thinking about b5. He played knight b4.
A3 and
A3.
Wesley went knight A2.
Wesley
Honestly, I don't like it so much.
Wesley thinking of perhaps grabbing the bishop. A move like b3, c3, somehow could play havoc with the position for white.
All right, I just picked at the engine.
Yes.
White is much better.
What?
Yeah.
By which move?
E4 apparently.
e4.
E4.
Don't ask me why white is much
E4, E5, and then you kick the bishop all the way back to H8.
I think he
I
played
guess,
it.
and
No, he played
e3. He was close.
E3. Yeah, but I don't like what Wesley did with this knight before
I
knight
don't
A2.
understand
I think
it
it's
either.
too slow.
I was thinking b5 and just advance.
I guess you can play E4 again.
E4 again. Yeah.
Again,
On a second attempt, right? I mean, the
Sorry,
pawn's
yeah.
gonna get.
get your
E4.
pawn to b4 and come
But
on.
wouldn't you agree, Yasser, that now playing E3, E4, it's much harder
Oh, it's almost
than
impossible.
E2, E4.
It's almost
you
impossible.
just play D3, right?
Right?
But what do you play next?
Well,
You don't
that's the
have
problem.
moves.
He may be forced to find
Yeah,
it.
maybe he'll be forced to find because
The alternatives all look terrible.
no,
Did he
I
play
think he needs
D4?
something. D4.
Wait a minute.
D4
But wait a
inviting
second.
en passant?
D4, yeah, is en passant a
what?
thing?
What is this move?
Okay, en
And
passant,
rook C2.
he's probably planning bishop D2 and then some.
Rook C2. So
Yeah, I think
you
he's
take
going to fall apart. there.
Bishop.
Bishop D2, Rook C2, right? And then
By the
B2 is
way-
hanging and everything's hanging.
You're going to be sorry you haven't played E3, E4, E5. What is Wesley thinking about? This is a golden. No.
C3.
C3. How? could
Wait
you-
a second.
What is going on?
But then at the very least, I can take
By
on
the way,
C3, go Rook A1. No.
By the way,
Finally, he plays E4 on the third
After
try,
C3. Okay, on the third attempt.
the third.
Wow.
which was, by the way, the best move in the position.
Which was finally the best move in the position. It's just
Okay,
that some
I mean,
people prefer to play E4 and move one. I mean, that's-
Oh, wow. E4. Okay.
Any
By the way, I
results?
mean,
Not yet.
we're kind of trashing the players a little bit here. We've got to understand they've played hard for 5 days. Then this is the last of the ninth game, but that move C3 by Wesley is really a head scratcher. Pawn takes en passant, opening up the rook on C8.
Is
to
the
C2.
second best move in the position.
C3.
Yes.
C3.
And by not a big margin.
Wow.
Actually, after
Interesting.
D4, it was white who is already better.
So D4 was a cool move.
It's a good move.
So
And
what?
now this bishop
E5.
actually on H8 is going to make a woeful impression. But is he sacrificing an exchange? Yes.
He does.
He does. Take it. Knight on A2 is also a strange looking animal.
Absolutely. So now the knight.
Wait a
goes-
minute. He took on F6?
Yeah,
And
which is very surprising.
No,
Should
but
have
that-
taken the knight, right? So that the bishop has
The
to drop
bishop is
to
dead
H8.
after that, right?
Yeah, the bishop had to drop to H8 where it would be doing absolutely nothing.
So now you're just
So
an
now,
exchange down.
but
it
wait a
seems.
sec. How do you? Yeah, do you keep the E7
Gee.
pawn? It doesn't look like you do.
You don't. You don't because I
Yeah.
have knight to
After
D5
rook E1, there will be rook C7, right?
or knight D5.
Or even knight D5 is there. Yeah, rook E1, knight
Knight
A4.
Right, and bishop A1, rook to C1.
That's,
That's
very
a nice
cool
way
move.
of rescuing the knight
How about
on
pushing
A2.
the pawns? D5, yeah.
He's going
yeah,
for it.
go here. Yeah, knight B2, D6. Who's winning?
Right.
Wait, that's a crazy position.
Knight B2, D6, knight D3.
Yeah, you
Right.
probably have to take it. right?
Followed by knight c5.
Now I have no choice. I have to take the bishop.
Yeah,
I have
d6,
to go knight
you go
d3.
there. I should probably attack the A2 knight, right?
Well, d6.
D7, you mean?
D7?
No,
Right.
he attacks one of the
knight
knights, but that's a
c5.
wrong knight to attack, no? Shouldn't have just attack. Okay, whatever. It's a crazy position, nevertheless. Rook down. Bishop d5 is a threat, among other things.
Yeah, true.
Don't play
And
f6.
Yeah,
Don't play
bishop,
f6.
bishop d5 check will hurt. Also, knight g4 potential.
Yeah,
threat?
knight g4 is, that's why you have this
knight
h6
d7.
pawn, as
Yeah.
I was saying, yeah.
By the way, Shekriar won against
Okay,
Veselin.
but guys, how do you get out of this?
This is like a crazy. I'm a rook ahead.
How do you get
But
out
I
of
may
this?
have to play a move like rook d8, and
Rook
just
d8,
just
just
say take my rook.
But I don't take it.
Yeah, but white might just
You don't
ignore
take it.
right?
If you play with that rook, then I just go knight g4, and then if you take on d6, e8, and that's a mate.
I see.
And
So you have to go with the other rook to d8.
other rook to d8, but then even then, like bishop d5 is a very serious alternative to capturing the
Absolutely.
rook.
Absolutely.
It's crazy. It just.
Is
Isn't
white
he
just winning?
Yeah, that's the question I'm asking myself
Well,
all
you're
the time.
you're the one with the engine there, Christian. You
From
tell
what I can
us.
see,
All right, yes, white is completely winning.
That's so interesting because it seems that Alireza was losing at some point. Perhaps not anymore, but there was this theoretical chance for Nepo, not only to stop and catch up with Wesley, but be
To get
possibly
second
tied
place,
for
yeah?
tied for the second place. Yeah.
Oh my
He
goodness.
played b5 and knight to c1 in answer to
But
bishop
knight on c1 is
d5.
not doing anything. You can just collect material, right? I mean, take
course.
on e8, go
And
d7,
d7, yes.
go d7, take on
This is
d7,
just
knight
over.
f6 next move.
This is just over.
That's
Exactly.
absolutely over.
Wow. What a game.
d7,
Crazy.
beautiful.
Shake the hand.
Absolutely beautiful.
And
Even Wesley is
saying,
laughing.
That was a crazy game, I have to say.
Let's jump to the
Yeah,
Jordan
Firouzja and you're in one Foreest, right?
Still playing this endgame.
Yeah.
So who's better in this endgame?
I believe the evaluation has changed a couple of times already.
Perhaps just an equal position.
It looks like a crazy position because bishop f5 check.
And by the way,
Is-
1 minute for Jordan, only 14
Yeah.
seconds for Alireza.
I'm afraid
Rook
he's
F1.
pawn down now,
Right.
right?
If you take on G4,
Check on G7, then it's gonna take on G4.
He must have something
protecting-
prepared, but-
No, he's not. Why doesn't he? I'm quite unsure. Okay, takes our bishop F4 is.
that's.
F4 is the move he wants.
But
Bishop
why is that such a big
D3?
move? I don't understand.
No.
Can I
not
just take that bishop? Bishop D3. Okay.
Bishop D3. It's a very surprising decision to go for the opposite
Bishop's-
colors, you know. Rook
Extra
E7,
pawn.
King D8, Bishop to B4.
That's a nice
and-
move. Just
yeah,
to
that's a good move. Yeah.
stop b4 and king b3. But he did allow c5.
Well, no, but wait a second. But Alireza missed
that
the thing.
equalizes.
Yeah, yeah.
He
Okay,
did.
okay.
He
And
did.
now
That
it's just,
equalizes
you
the
go
game.
C5 and...
Oh
Whoa,
no!
whoa, whoa,
Oh,
c5
no!
is a terrible
He
move.
missed it.
C5 was...
Oh,
I mean, he should be able. I would bet he still
Bishop
should
E7
be,
followed by bishop
E7
F6.
and then bishop F6. Yeah, but you're in... Why C5?
yeah, that was just bishop
Yes.
f6.
A5
he's
is
leading-
also a move.
A5
A5
is
is
a good
also a move.
A5,
Okay, can we arrange? No.
C6, what's that?
But now I can go king c7 and put everything on dark squares.
Yes.
Takes
And
over
that's-
here, takes
that's-
over here.
That's an easy draw.
You just go bishop b4 and bishop e1.
Wait
King
a second,
C7.
can you go bishop B4?
By the way, breaking news: our champion, our newly crowned champion, lost.
2 games in a row.
Wow.
Magnus lost to Ivan Saric, right?
Yes.
So Wesley should have played that game against MVL after all.
He should have definitely have
He
played that.
certainly should have.
But MVL was in the same position. So
And by
let's
the way,
not blame only Wesley.
he touched the bishop.
Yes.
Did Jordan?
Yes.
And Jordan is cursing himself. I
Why?
don't know why.
Yeah,
I mean, bishop
because
E3 is
where do
an
you
easy
go?
draw, right?
Bishop e3.
Yes.
Bishop E3, B4.
I see.
And you do get those two connected pass pawns, and that's winning because you are unable to set up the proper defense, right?
Oh my goodness, there's no
You're
bishop
right.
a7.
That's incredible. I mean, how lucky can one man be?
Or unlucky. And
Wait, but
does this mean that Ali Firouzja
Yeah, that's
will-
completely winning. I mean, there's nothing
to say?
Yeah.
incredible.
Just simply king c6 and b4, b5.
Incredible.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah.
Why did he?
Wait a minute. So you put the pawn. I get it. You put the pawn on b5, but
You
then I put the
keep
bishop on a5.
B5.
So how do
I
you?
mean, I
do
don't know
this?
what Firouzja is even doing here.
He's getting the king there, but how do you continue? I'm not convinced.
Well, you put your
B5.
pawn, your bishop on a5. I'll go
But
king
what's
d5.
then? No, I just jump on a place, right? I mean,
b6 check.
yeah. Okay. This is certainly b6 check would be.
Welcome.
Or this one is. Yeah. Just get to c6, go b6. I mean, there's nothing to discuss here.
Right.
b6, king back, go c6. I mean, I don't know. The waiting move with the bishop is especially brilliant. It's this online 15 seconds blitz stuff.
Right.
Yeah, but why? What are you trying to achieve? Like with waiting with this bishop? Yeah, and then
Okay.
just pass.
Exactly.
Then c7, and that's it.
Yeah,
That's
if it
it.
would be 9 rows on the board, right? c7, bishop takes. No, doesn't
And that
really
was
help.
it.
I like that this camera is a bit delayed, so we
I was
see
about to
two
say,
resignations.
we get two handshakes. As
Let
Ali
me tell you what happened in the last round.
Please.
In one sentence. All the
Please.
results in one sentence. White won all games.
White went out. It was a whitewash.
Yeah.
One word. Whitewash. Impressive. Who was second?
Who's second? Ali Reza, right?
Well,
I know, wait a second.
No, what was our predictions?
Is Nepo, is MVL.
MVL and Ali Reza.
MVL beat Dominguez.
Yeah.
MVL won.
MVL
So-
and Ali Reza.
He got second, but was Ali Reza tied also?
I thought Ali
Yeah,
Reza,
Ali
was,
Reza was
tied
tied.
with Wesley and with MVL.
Then it's MVL and Ali Reza.
Yeah.
So the two Frenchmen.
Tied for the second, right? So
And then Nepo and Wesley tied for third through fifth, I guess.
perhaps.
And then Jordan in sixth position.
So I think it would be fair to say that I won the prediction contest. and-
Not really.
And Magnus won the exhibition.
Excuse me? No, that's not how it works. Yes, sir.
That's not how
Not how it works.
That's not how it works. No.
Let's jump to Zagreb and the closing ceremony and the crowning of a champion.
Welcome everyone to Zagreb. It is time to crown our winner. Magnus Carlsen won the tournament, commanding lead throughout the event. But to say a few words first, we have the executive director of the Grand Chess Tour, Michael Hodorkovsky.
Thank you, Alejandra. We just concluded another exciting tournament, the third leg of the Grand Chess Tour. It was one of the most exciting tournaments of this year. And first of all, I would like to thank our sponsor, SuperUnited, and certainly great performance by the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. And now I pass microphone to President of the Executive Committee of the SuperUnited, our sponsors, Marian Marusic.
Thank you. First of all, welcome to Zagreb. Congratulations, Mr. Magnus. I'm happy to have you here as a host. Hope to have you next year again. Again, congratulations and enjoy in Croatia.
Magnus, a blistering performance yesterday. You just went 7 out of 9, and after that, you seemed completely uncatchable. A few words about the event.
Yeah, I mean, it started a bit. The second day was a bit tough for me, and the rapid in general was not so good. But I think I was lucky that nobody really had like a superb performance. For instance, like Maxim and Alreza had great performances today, but they didn't do so well on the other days. So overall, yeah, the two last games, it's a bit of It's a pity to bow out in such a way, but to be honest, I was really tired throughout the day today, so I was just trying to get through it. And yeah, once the the tournament victory was there, you cannot care so much. But overall, great experience to be here. I really like the city. It's just a very good atmosphere here and at the tournament as well. And hope to be back.
Absolutely not a stranger to be holding the trophy. World champion Magnus Carlsen, the winner here in the Zagreb Grand Chess Tour. Guys, let's go back to the studio to close out our show. This is all we have from Zagreb.
Thank you very much, Alejandro. As once again, we congratulate Magnus Carlsen on his first place, and we're going to go from all the players, what they earned in terms of reward, money, as well as Grand Chess Tour points. And as we get set up for that, I'd like to say once again a great thanks to the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center for hosting us in this marvelous facility here in St. Louis. If you ever get to St. Louis, you're going to want to visit the World Chess Hall of Fame as well as the club. The club undergoing some really beautiful renovations. And let's see our final standings for the Grand Chess Tour in Zagreb. Here we have it.
Surprised, but Magnus Carlsen, wild carder. In fact, he's not getting any points. He's not. It's just that 13 points that he won are gone.
Are gone?
Yeah.
Okay.
So 40K in prize money. Then Ali Reza and MVL, as we agreed, are tied for the second, both getting 9 GCT points and
$27,500 apiece. Not bad.
Yeah. Jan Nepo won against Wesley So and tied with him for the 4th position.
Costing Wesley a lot of money at $17,500 each.
Yeah, well, not as successful as in Rapid, but still a very reputable performance. You're in one Foreest, clear 6
of 11,000.
11,000 bucks, yeah.
And Shakhriyar, there was a tie actually. Shakhriyar and Lanier for 7th.
Right. So well,
9,500 each. Veselin Topalov with 8,000. Ivan Saric will
with 7,000.
remember his last game.
And the win against the world champion. Yeah, and the crushing win against the world champion.
Worthy of 7,000. And some final thoughts, if you will, Cristian.
Well, guys, first of all, I just want to say that I had a lot of fun casting the games with you two. So thanks a lot for helping me along the way. It was a lot of fun. What an exciting tournament. And I have to say, Magnus starting off slow, but after that picking up the pace, showing the field who the boss is, who the world champion is. That was just incredible to watch. But again, Ali Reza really did well in this tournament. I did not expect it, coming from such a poor candidates, to be showing such great and innovative chess. And we've seen that especially even towards the end in this competition. He won his last 2 games. So definitely Ali Reza is surging in our eyes and our hearts as well. So a lot of fun, guys. A lot of fun to cast the games with you. And I'm looking forward to the next one, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. That one is going to be a lot of fun as well.
Absolutely, Cristian. And first of all, also, Miro, for you, thank you for stepping in
and
coming
thank you
in
very much for having me on the show. I felt a bit of a killjoy with you being guys being excited and me being I've seen this movie. Yeah, I'm really getting overexcited about chess nowadays. Yeah, so for whatever reason. Yeah. Well, but anyway, that was great fun.
And I just wanted to say, you got to promise to come back.
Well, I surely do.
Okay, I'll hold you to it. I'll fight you for it too. And let's just do an updated on the GC
standings.
Yes, please.
And since MVL and Wesley, Fabi was not playing, Levon was not playing, so we have a new leader on GCT standings. After Croatia, it's Wesley So with 22
and a half
GCT points, 19 for Maxime, so he's tied for the second with Aronian. But in the other column, money is reflected.
Yes.
Maxime, for the time being, is the top earner.
That's right.
Of the GCT.
And again, when they come to St. Louis, another 175,000 will be up for grabs, and 300,000 in the
Sinquefield
Sinquefield Cup.
Cup,
Wow. Shakhriyar, what's happened? He's kind of drifted, I want to say, in a couple of these
Jan,
events.
by the way, he's not going that early anymore, right?
No.
I mean, so now we stand and...
Exactly. And also, as we close out our broadcast of this really very nice tour, I just want to give again big shout out to Anastasia and Alejandro for all of their good work that they managed to perform in Zagreb. And let's
Commentators picks.
I'm telling you, I really, the Carlsen was a.
No, but
Who's buying dinner?
whenever
Who's
yes,
buying dinner?
whenever you are trying to be creative, you see.
Yes.
I mean, we all should have went with Carlsen.
The #1 ranked player in the world. That wouldn't have been a bad bet. Nepo was a good choice. I mean, he had Mopens. And
I mean, look, me and Var, the chess experts.
Yeah, the only chess expert on the show. No, well, guys, you're saying Nepo wasn't a bad choice, but in fact, I bet I finished the last one.
well,
With
welcome to St.
Right.
Louis. Welcome to St. Louis. Also, I want to give a big shout out to our production team. Really,
wow. Thanks very much.
Behind the scenes, we have a lot of very, very good people who make us look good on screen, on audio. Big thanks, shout out to Tyler and Finn here in studio, herding us to our places when we need to. And boys, I also want to say a big shout out and thanks to Rex and Jeannie as well. Rex and Jeannie Sinquefield for all they do to make the Sinquefield effect here in St. Louis. It's just absolutely marvelous. And to yourselves, thank you so much for joining us throughout. And one last look at what is coming down the pike.
What's coming up?
Here it is.
St. Louis Rapid and Blitz to be followed with Sinquefield Cup. Those are two events that
You can't miss them.
Yeah. Finalize the GCT standings. We will know the winners of the tournament and the whole tour. Then to follow it up, it will be Champions Showdown Chess 960. Fisher Random, right, starting right after the Sinquefield Cup.
Right.
And then in October, US Championship, Women and Open Championship, United States Championship, with a lot of players, as you...
Yes, 14 in each group, if
So
you will.
it's 13 rounder.
13 rounds.
Okay.
That will
That's
be
an
a bit of a
amazing
marathon.
event,
Yeah, it's a challenge to the players. And just once again, Magnus is just fantastic. And let's go down our list of players, starting with our 10th. Please, Miro.
Yeah, so Ivan
Saric.
Saric, yeah.
10th place.
10th place, but...
And really, he had I want to say, a difficult tournament, but there were bright moments too.
Yeah, there were bright moments. I mean, he won this last game against Carlsen. He won a very nice Sicilian against Nepo.
Exactly.
In Rapid, if you remember.
Yeah, beating the champion as well
the
as
challenger.
the challenger. Not bad. And in 9th place, we have a former world champion.
Yeah, Westin Topalov, for whom I believe the Rapid was a disaster part.
Totally.
Yeah,
he started with 3 losses, and he improved a little bit, but never got his form.
Yeah, that's it.
In the 8th place,
8th place, Shak Mamedyarov, and yeah, for
the
Shak,
always creative Azerbaijani player. Again, he had some moments where you thought he was ready to develop.
He was very interested in playing and beating Magnus.
Very much
That's
so.
what stands out, right? He won against Magnus in Rapid. He almost beat him in Blitz.
Truly,
right,
Miro.
but that was it. Right.
For 9,500 and 3.5 Grand Chess Tour points. America's own
Lenier Dominguez.
with tied for 7th place, 9,500.
For 7th place.
3.5 points. He will be unhappy. He didn't again, some moments, but he didn't get his mojo going.
Yeah.
Man who will be very, very, very happy indeed.
is Joran van Foreest, right? I mean,
who shared the first place, who was in the first place.
Even like it's not reflecting. The sixth place is just one place above Mamedyarov and Dominguez. Yeah, but he was fighting for the first like half of the tournament. It was a really impressive play by young Joran.
Surreal, as he said, worth $11,000.
Wesley ends tied for fours, and it's mixed feelings, right? I mean,
losing this last game, and what a game, by the way. But yeah, the 17,500 will be okay. But the Grand Chess Tour 6.5 points, he needs more than that to really make sure he's in the podium.
Yeah. So for Nepo, once again after not so flashy, rapid, and especially like really bad start.
Yes.
I believe overall he should be satisfied with this fourth.
I think so too.
Fourth.
I think so too. And this last round victory over Wesley will bring a smile to anybody's face. That was a crazy game.
MVL tied for the second, and would you agree or not, but MVL came out of nowhere.
Totally.
I didn't really check the score for the last day, but I believe MVL should have won the last day's Blitz. Because he was unseen. He was somewhere in the middle of a pack. And
right, and he was winning some games.
Yeah, and he finishes tied for the second, just half a point behind Magnus Carlsen.
Remarkable, remarkable. And while everybody was watching Magnus, Alireza Firouzja.
Alireza
also tied for second.
Also tied for the second.
He had 3 points out of 9 in the first day of Blitz.
Very successful Blitz today.
And I had expected that in the first day of Blitz. He performed today.
And our champion, Yasser, would you care to guess who is it?
I think it's Magnus Carlsen.
Right.
First place, 40,000, and a very, very deserving. Like you said, maybe a little disappointed about the last 2 games, but he had won the tournament at that point, and I think he just shut down.
Yeah.
I think that's what happened. And once again, I just want to say thank you so much for joining us and sharing your weekend with us. We've enjoyed it. And tune in for the Rapid and Blitz St. Louis coming up very, very shortly.
Yeah, thanks very much for watching, and see you next time. Bye-bye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.